When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game.
This is what makes a champion. Those clip reactions and the reset.
He's done it! Chris won! It's your CBT front Paris Premier champion!
What on earth is going on? Will get it for him. And he gets it! Kawano is your champion! We gonna turn up the heat! There's the finish! He punches his ticket all the way to Capcom Cup. He hasn't dropped a single game! Absolutely flawless! Round. We're not finished!
He's so careful when he gets the jump back. He doesn't even need the level 1. What is happening?
The best Street Fighter player in the world, Knuckle Dude.
Go for full screen, it's gonna be okay. No, never mind. It's Meta RD.
It's all about taking that first step.
I always love taking that trip down memory lane with the intro to the CPT format, seeing Capcom Cup champions pass, and of course we are on the road to crowning yet another champion. I am Ringe, joined by Vicious for another World Warrior recap stream. There goes my hair. Hopefully everybody at home is having a good time, because we know we're going to have a good time today as well.
No doubt about it. We've talked about so many things that have gone towards the preparation of every single World Warrior time and time again, right? Now we're covering, what, I think the third week of majority of these, with the exception of our very final grand tour of our top 8, which is going to be US and Canada West. But before we even talk about the other regions, again, in the third week of seeing these World Warriors, we're starting to see a lot more of the meta develop and a lot more of the conversation revolve around, man, how do I get past these top 5 characters?
Precisely, right? That's what the thing is. Now that we're in the third week of a lot of these CPTs, and if you're new to the World Warrior recap streams, not sure how they work, we're going to actually watch the grand finals of 4 different World Warriors that happen throughout the week. Here's the schedule today. We're going to start with Asia South, Asia Southeast number 3, Oceania number 3, and Europe West number 3, as Vicious alluded to, all in that the third World Warrior collectives, which means we're over halfway through the season now, right? There's 5 in total, and then there's a grand final of the region afterwards, where the top 8 of the first 5 ranking events will compete to find out who's in the Capcom Cup, of course. But yeah, this is when we're going to see how everything starts taking shape, the upper echelon leaders. If people have pulled away, there's going to be a very few chances for people to start getting back into that top 8 now. It's going to be good stuff to break it down today.
We talked about the incentives time and time again, right? We all want to see some of the top players make it to the big dance. All the top players make it to the big dance, but there can only be a handful of them coming in from the World Warrior. But other than that, they also get a really, really neat prizing for some of these regions. Some of these World Warriors do get awarded a good amount of cash in their pockets, with the lion's share of $2,000 being awarded to first, second place with $1,500, third with $1,000, and fourth with $700, all at the comfort of their own home. Now, I know some people kind of like play over at studios. They kind of play over at wherever streaming station is available. Fact of the matter is, you get to enter for free and at your own comfort/luxury. That's the best part, really.
Yes, 100%, right? You get to have the luxury of being in your own atmosphere, your own environment, and that goes a long way for a lot of people. Like, I know tales of World Warriors past, because you can agree to, I don't know if they actually kept it this way this year, but in years past, you could agree to play the regional finals offline. And I know there's been some people in years past that are like, I'm not with that. I'd rather play this online. I want to be in my own room, in my boxers, in my socks, all
Next
comfy,
to my
right?
router.
Yeah, exactly. Next to my router.
Make sure it's okay.
Easy kicking distance, just in case, you know. But yeah, definitely, it's one of those things that offers some advantages to certain people for sure. So good stuff. And of course, we get to shine a spotlight on so many different regions. And of course, today we're going to start with Asia South number 3. That's the grand finals we're going to be taking a look at. And those are countries like Bangladesh, India, etc., that have really been showing out. In 7th, we had Raihan, True, who actually played Jamie and Lily. So for those Yeah, so those people that are looking for intel or data on those characters, definitely check out that top 8. We had True Mystic at 7th, Tony 97, and Pup Tart at 5th. Devil Sim and Prince, who have been in that upper echelon constantly in this region, are at 3rd and 4th. In our grand finals today was Psionic or Psionic. We're a little confused.
That's a little mind-blowing, by
because
the way.
the South Asia commentators call him Psionic, but we thought it was Psionic because of like the way they had introduced themselves in years past.
I promise he said that in person.
So we don't know. Shout out to the Asia South commentators. I'm going to default to them since it's their region. So Psionic up against, but I'm going to mess up this name.
I got you. Badshamia.
Badshamia. My man Vicious.
I got you.
Tag team partner coming through in the clutch right there. So that's going to be our grand finals for South. We broke down the rest of the top 8. Let's see who actually took it home without further ado.
We're going to see an Akuma mirror grand finals in front of us. On the left, we have Bachamiya, on the right, Psionic, and so we go. Let's see who has the better Akuma and who has the better play right now.
So Psionic rocking the blonde Akuma gets his DP. So both players are very good at anti-airing DP. So it's going to be a test of skill right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the jump-ins are going to be punished by both players. It's also going to be interesting to see the different routes these two take for the same character, you know. Nice jump out, gets a hit. Now Psionic in the corner. And Psionic returns the favor. Absolutely. And go back, yeah. Nice throw there from Bacha. Sends him right back to the corner. Okay, caught pressing a button there. Look at that. Goes to the throw but gets decked. Great awareness.
But the leg. Okay, he's gonna immediately goes for level 2, and that's definitely going to kill. The first round goes to Psionic.
Oh god, look at that already. It's trying to move in a favor, in a direction. But let's see, there's a lot of games to be played still. Nice DP from Psionic there. Drive rushes in, try to bait out something. But Bachamiya doesn't bite. Good projectile, charges up another. Look at the interaction. Wow.
He was kind of ready for it, looks like.
Yeah, perfect parry, should get the side change. Yeah.
Yeah, back throw it, and oh, what an air-to-air.
Nice
like
overhead there as well. Yeah, sorry,
I think that's skill. Yeah, I mean, the reaction and the awareness from Psionic is just insane. He's ready for like everything. Whatever Bacha is trying to do, he's just countering everything here.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, one game for Psionic on the board in the grands. Okay, nice air fireball. Both players trying to get their fireballs on the road. Another DP. Yeah, look at that. Bachamiya trying to do a lot of demon flips, but Psionic just has this finger on the trigger. Another
one, man. Oh, and he gets the grab. Okay, I think it's the first time we're seeing this. Okay, I guess there's some misinput. He tried to go for, I think, X fireball.
Yeah, like uncharacteristic drop from Psionic, but now good health lead. Goes for the overhead and then just a throw to take another round. Psionic is completely running away with this so far. Bachamiya needs to slow this pace down. And gets clipped immediately in this round as well. In the corner, jumps in, gets the grab, in the corner again. Oh god, another.
Okay, okay, Bacha the DP. Now Bacha needs to get back in his momentum. Is he gonna spend? No. There's the meter. Can Bacha find a comeback here?
Okay, nice.
DP. Nice, going for Bacha. Okay, he lands on the other side. I wonder why.
Okay, again, this lands finally. Both players in burnout now, but Psionic about to get his meter back and just goes for the ODDP. The most damaging ODDP in the game, and gets game 2 already. I feel like it hasn't even been like 3 minutes since we started our grands. Okay,
so
wow.
We're going back to the character select screen. Maybe it's the look.
I think so. I think Bacha has selected the Luke. Yeah, good option, I think.
Yeah, definitely Luke is like on form. So maybe he can change the momentum here, change the pace. Who knows? Because the mirror match wasn't having it much because Bacha's Akuma didn't even get to play that much. But here, maybe the Luke can turn things out.
Yeah, this is like the final, final try with the Luke. Because this is it. It's game 3, 2 games for Psionic. Bacha needs to win this to continue his run.
Otherwise, I think this is going to be the shortest grand finals.
It might just be, if Sionic continues the sort of momentum he's had in the first 2 games, it might just be, and gets clipped. Nice little combo goes in. Pacha, aware that the throw could come there, went for a backdash. Nice. The Sandblast doing some work now.
Okay,
Lovely jump in on Sionic.
I think this time he missed the DP, but what a whiff punish there.
Oh, baits it out.
It's going to be a hard damage.
God damn, look at the damage. Yeah, look at the health lead as well. In burnout, but is not too worried, I believe, right now. And just catches the jump in. On set point already for Sionic.
Man, this looks like a quick end.
Yeah, quick day at the office maybe for Sionic.
Yeah.
Let's see. Nice light confirms there. Just goes to the drive rush. Let's. Ooh.
Use the combo.
Yeah, slightly unlucky. It goes overhead. Perfect parry. Gets the side change.
Okay, now it's crazy. He burns himself out. All right, but I think 2 more hits.
Ooh.
Right.
And just the wall splat. Doesn't have any
think it's
drive. Might not be able to might not be able to get the kill right now. But is this
I think
it?
it's a skill. Is this it?
Will Sionic take another Word Warrior 3-0 without dropping a single round?
Okay, so let me be real honest here. There are moments where we have very, very deep comments and analysis, like post-game commentary. That was an ass whooping. This guy Sionic, he's on it, man. I'm gonna be straight up.
Ooh, I like that.
He's always been the dominant force of his region.
Absolutely.
Especially considering what happened last year as well. I mean, he was also supposed to qualify and make it through. This year, he's out for revenge, right? And he's also picking the right characters to do so.
I was gonna say.
We've had this conversation literally while the tapes were rolling. Akuma is the most dangerous person that you could ask for in a World Warrior scenario, just because of the fact, or a CPT, because right now he is unchained. There are no changes to him right now. There's no nerfs going on to him right now.
Exactly.
We don't know if he will get nerfed.
Yeah,
From being straight up.
Yeah.
And he's a very great character.
Honestly.
The amount of damage he gets, and also what leads to these Oki situations, more often than not, some of these knockdowns. It's very intimidating.
Yeah, Akuma is definitely the package that I want him to be right now in terms of glass cannon, right? I'm always down for an Akuma that dies quick and kills quick. I understand it sucks to get hit by, it sucks to go through that, watching your life melt away, like you said as well, your life melt away into a situation where you gotta guess again immediately. That's how Akuma gets down though, and like you said, this is the prime time to really exploit the current version of the character. Whether he gets changed in the future for the better or for the worse, we don't know, and we should live our lives like he's not going to get changed, honestly.
That's how you're supposed to do it.
I agree, yeah. That's how we get down. That's where we've come from in this fighting game scene. So don't expect things to get better out there if you're suffering from Akuma. But big ups to Sionic or Sionic or Sionic, whatever it may be. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, because I know he's dominating at the top right now at 150 points in first place. Like we mentioned, Prince and Devil Sim actually got 3rd and 4th respectively today, but they are 2nd and 3rd on the overall leaderboard. My man, you nailed that 4th player. Can you say it again?
I got you, brother. Badsha Mia.
Perfect right there. Also tied with Devil Sim with 95 points for the 3rd. Then we had Raihan, New Burrito, Tony, and Pub-Tart all rounding out the top 8 as well. And Raihan, Tony, and Pub-Tart also made top 8 this time around as well. So consistency paying off so far. Again, it's all about making that regional finals to try to qualify for Capcom Cup.
Yeah, and it's been a very, very close-knit kind of race for those pretty much underneath Sionic. There's still going to be plenty of time with the next couple of weeks to kind of make those adjustments. I mean, I do like the idea of combating fire with fire, using Akuma at the same time, right? This is going to be fuel to that fire, exactly, to kind of get that information needed to face off against Sionic another time. Still, Badsha making it all the way through. Shoutouts to him, man. That's no easy feat. I've been able to see him, or Sionic specifically, come through when he came to Capcom Cup and play some of the other players. I'm like, dude, this guy could ball. So being able to get this information now could be in preparation for the future. Who knows? But either way, congrats to everybody that made it through to the top 8. With that in mind, that was Asia South number 3. And this is where we kind of take a little bit of a halt too, where we get into the next couple of regions, starting things off, or I guess resuming things with Asia Southeast. In the meantime, I want to remind you folks at home, if you guys are tuning in for the very first time and you're like, you know what, I want to try to do this, check it out. You can over at the World Warrior, right? We have a couple more weeks to check out your respective regions and sign up. Capcom.us/WW24 to get on your path to Capcom Cup 11. It begins here right now, so long as you register to compete in your respective regions. Plenty of time to do it as well.
Yeah, absolutely, right? We talked about how it's the third week for a lot of the regions, so we're a little bit over halfway. But if you, like you said, if you're unfamiliar with this stuff, like, and you're just finding out about it now, sign up, get involved, see what the atmosphere is like, see what the electricity is like in competing for a spot into Capcom Cup. It's going to benefit you for many, many years going forward. I promise you that. So stick around. Like Vicious said, we'll be right back with Asia South, if I'm not mistaken. Stay tuned to CPT.
Coming right back into it, this is the World Warrior Recap Show. Vicious back at it again with Ringe. We have ourselves the next set of Warriors coming through from Asia Southeast, to be specific. And this one is ones that we're very familiar with, that we've seen like a good amount of times, and also with commentators that we've also recognized for a good amount of time as well. But this is coming from the Versus Vortex camp, which is actually one of my favorites to kind of watch and enjoy over whether it's Street Fighter 6 or in general, seeing Mike Ross and the whole gang and Cien as well, being able to represent well, it's so fun. But with this camp in particular, we had a very, very highly contested set with some very interesting results, though. We also have a Cammy mirror match coming our way between, I believe, I want to say it's Bravery and SKZ.
Yeah, that's going to be the grand finals that you're about to watch, just to give you all a bit of a breakdown of how the rest of the top 8 played out. We saw I Am Chuan and Koji get 7th place, and then two of the top dogs of the region, Brandon and Xian, right? I think those are the two people you really think of the most, I think, when people think of Asia Southeast. They both got 5th place. Mind RPG, who's been around for a very long time as well, got 4th place. Simplistic got 3rd, and then as you mentioned, the Cammy mirror is going to be Bravery versus SKZ. And again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, the Asia Southeast region encompasses Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, etc., right? So yeah, as you mentioned, the Cammy mirror, Bravery versus SKZ. Let's get into it.
I usually don't like mirror matches, to either play in them or watch them when they're very samey. But in this case, I am looking for a different interpretation of Cammy. I think she's a hot character. Obviously, just won Evo. Let's say we're going with the same outfit, maybe different colors. But it's always nice to see the sort of stark contrast. And Cammy is a character that is multi-dimensional, that you could express yourself. There's no like one correct way to play her, as these two players have demonstrated, both Bravery and SKZ. have taken different paths to get here to the finals.
That's interesting because like Cammy is known as a very fundamentals-based character. Lots of footsies required. That's why Punk likes her a lot. Oh, that great!
Oh my
dash
gosh,
forward, back,
optimal
medium punch. Oh my goodness! But then yeah, right. So that, but nevertheless, it's interesting that a fundamental-based character like her has so much. Oh my!
Wake up! Wake up! Yeah, don't test my reactions.
These guys are swinging.
But now out of any super beater is Bravery and can't stop this onslaught from SKZ. Was just a few moments away from recovering the bar, but never made it.
Yeah, great clutch super from SKZ. I just want to say, yeah, I feel like SKZ's been playing out of his mind today. But oh, all of a sudden, right? Great grab there from Bravery. Ooh, and of course, SKZ with his anti-air is always on point.
I'm surprised to see these players like jump without doing the cannon strike, just because they're so, you know, both respectively good at the anti-air. Okay, well, I look like an idiot now because that regular jump paid off dividends. Oh my gosh, how far away was that wake up? He wasn't even getting pressured on Oki. I wouldn't even call that a wake up, like a reversal VP, because there was no imminent threat.
That was from half screen away.
Why not? Oh, the walk up, wake up throw.
Dude, SKZ's playing out of his mind. Okay, what?
Why? Okay. It's hitting from afar. If it's hitting, it's working. There's no point in theorizing and talking about it as a talking head. You just gotta appreciate the genius.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of genius, I mean, both players are swinging, but I don't know. How did SKZ get this deficit and this drive gauge deficit? I don't understand. But what a great, what a great answer to dive kick.
Wow, okay, that's a good... Oh, okay. Bravery showing some restraint, getting the payoff as he blocks the wake up DP from SKZ's Cammy in red there on the right.
I mean, both of us were reacting to that cannon drill whiff punish, right?
Yes.
Oh, that was beautiful.
What? Was there a hole in that string? It looked pretty tight.
Okay. And he drops the combo. What is going on, man?
This is incomprehensible. At first, I was trying to keep up with the two players, but what is that? Was it like a slicer throw?
Yeah.
It's so rare. I don't even know the name of the move.
I just, whatever, man. I just take your word for it at this point.
Call it a hooligan throw. Both these players acting like hooligans, though. Okay, that's actually good one-hit confirm. Whiff punish.
Yeah, that's right.
Level 2. Responding with my own wake up. No, you shall not. Level 3.
Yeah, I'm almost out of breath, man. What a great anti-air.
What? He just stuck that back heavy kick preemptively?
Who does that? In neutral, man. Oh,
that is not even a neutral. What?
Drop combo into reset into block the reversal into. I don't know, man.
It's crazy because they'll make Bravery will make a crazy read, but he won't finish the plates. Maybe he's like, yo, do it again. Let me do a crazy read. I don't even want to do the optimal combo to finish you off because I want this round to the last.
I think, I think when you're feeling it, and especially as like such a feeling player like Bravery, right? I mean, that wouldn't be off the realm of reality, man. That could be very well what he's thinking. Okay.
Oh,
right, you like to say the hezi? There was like a hesitation, stutter step into drive rush down light kick. Oh. Another hesitation jab, but no conversion. Man.
What? The sweep?
Again?
Another
Yeah.
one? What? Oh! Wow!
Okay,
That's
okay.
very impressive.
That is clean. That was very.
That apparently is a
an
good
uppercut. What an
footsies
uppercut.
move. I guess against Cammy, who likes to approach from the air. And you get great dividends off of that if you do the correct read. Oh!
Whew.
Okay. SKZ 2-1, but he's playing from the loser's bracket, so he needs to reach 3 first before he could reset the bracket, as we say.
That's right. I hope. Same brain cell.
Synchronized,
I hope to see, yeah.
Synchronized diving that we saw in the
Synchronized
Olympics.
dive kick.
That is a great sport, by the way. I don't know who invented that. That is genius.
Synchronized diving,
Yes.
right? But there should be a synchronized dive kick sport too.
It pretty much was just now. They're twins connected at the umbilical with the same chromosomes. Okay, Bravery clawing back now.
Okay. They have the same amount of drive. Yeah, Bravery up 1 round. Man, but SKZ.
Oh, what
has
a
been-
trade!
Oh, goodness. Okay,
Gonna
very
hurt.
rare. SKZ does not choosing the wrong option on defense. He's gonna have a pixel of drive gauge, I feel. Yep.
No, that was supposed to be air to anti-air, but turned into a cannon drill on the ground.
Yeah, that was
And he paid the price
100%
for it.
DP, man. Yeah.
All right, 2-2. Bravery just needs one more to take it. SKZ needs to win this match to reset. Bravery with the first combo. Clean hit. Parry. What is... All the parries are coming out now. Okay, the meaty hooligan slide didn't work.
Is this is
there's
this third
nothing.
strike we're watching, man? Like Yun versus Yun? Oh, the parries, great pressure.
Now
Oh,
burnt
what?
out. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Comes over with a sweep, and I thought it was a safe jump, but what? That was
What?
such an early anti. You can't call it an anti-air. You can't
Yeah, yeah.
anti something if it hasn't happened.
So what do you say? The preemptive air.
Yes, it's a pre-air. It's a prayer,
Prayer.
but it worked. This is a sign that God exists. There's a prayer. Dude, what? It's hard to. Okay, even that was really fast, but at least it was in the air. All right, SKZ
Oh my
finally taking the corner position, though, getting popped out. Lands this into. What has he got now with all this?
He's not gonna meaty cannon drill. Oh, goes for the burnout sequence. Wow,
Burnout,
that
yes.
was very, very ballsy. His tournament
Especially with
life
Braver,
on
yeah.
the line.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually a
of-
great.
C8 out of there, but didn't see if he could
Mhm.
do something with all this preserved bar.
Ooh. Try first down light kick from SKZ, man, has been paying dividends this entire tournament. Okay, not falling for the shimmy. What a
Air throw! That's great. I have not seen that in like an act. Oh, good juggle.
What a conversion! What a perfect parry!
They're playing so on point, but so chaotic. Both of them.
A bar! Perfect, a barre! And we get another set, Z. Oh my goodness.
I am interested to see how this Cammy conversation continues. There's no way that either of them would switch characters, right? I don't think so. I'm just verifying that.
SKZ has a pocket ed or pocket something. SKZ has
Some
a
people
bunch of
just don't
pocket
like
stuff.
the mirror match, even though
Mm.
I think they did both very well. It went down to the last match. All right, we're not going to get a character switch. We're going to go just full on Cammy mode.
What
Good
a
juggle.
jab. What? Oh,
Wow.
he's checking these. Yeah, dude, he's checking these dive kicks like so well.
Oh, this should be enough, hopefully, to deter him from Braver from doing anything else this round. This was a pretty thorough wash.
Wow, SKZ, I think that this is like what, 3 rounds in a row for him, I think. Well, okay, there you go. Jump, drive rush, downlight kick. And the drive rush back middle punch has been so good as well for SKZ. I think that has been great. SKZ, yeah, just generally been in control, I feel, even though it looks close. Abare again. He just knows when to press that jab in return.
Oh, Kami's jab is so good. Why not throw it out? Very little risk. Wow,
And why
get
not
off
do an
me, no.
EXDP? Okay, you saw him try to do the back heavy kick in response to the dive kick. Okay.
Oh,
Wow, jumps
double
back. huh?
burnout. Fire out for the middle of nowhere. Oh, Gutsy jump in with the chip.
Yeah, that's that. I think at that point you know that your opponent is churning that super, and when you're churning the super, you're not churning uppercut. So maybe that's why he jumped. Anyways, he wants to get his bar back here. First blood, bravery, but of course SKZ with resources of his own. What's he gonna do? No,
We get to use it.
Yeah. Whoa!
Oh! What? How do you make it miss so cleanly?
We need to check the replay for that. I don't have it in. I don't know what happened.
It almost felt like the Camis switched places with one another. A galactic swap in the time rift. I don't know what happened. That was wild. We do need to hopefully we get some clarity. Oh, okay. I really was like Bravery coming into his own with these whip punishes. Another one now. SKZ unraveling now uncharacteristic. Wake up DP out of frustration or desperation.
Yeah, that's one of the things like fighting Bravery, right? When Bravery has kind of that momentum, he is mentally ahead of you because that's his game. So yeah, but the moment, so what SKZ really wants to try and do is wrest momentum back, and that perfect parry is going to do the trick. And let's see if he can slow the game down because you don't want the game too fast against Bravery.
Oh, what a parry! How he parried a sweep.
My mind is officially boggled. What?
Oh
a
wow!
jump air to
Sit
air.
down. Oh, this could be lights out. And it is. Bravery now sitting on tournament point if he could clutch out this last match. And it's been going in his favor. There, leaving out
Do
the
you
low
think
medium kick.
because Bravery is so good at knowing when to EXDP reversal, he knows when the other person wants to do it too?
I don't know. Yeah, I feel like the bravery is working out in his favor. Because he gets smell the fear. He's like, it's time to be brave now. I'm going in.
Dude, speaking of
I've
Brave
cracked you.
yeah, it's tournament point for Bravery.
Like he smells the blood. You could see that SKZ is not able to get back in his rhythm yet. I hope that he does, but he doesn't have many rounds to get control back. It's Bravery's running away with it.
Okay, that's a good start. What? There was a bit of a time skip for us as well, but okay, now Bravery busts out, but you can never count him out because he has level 3.
Oh! Okay, but still in the corner.
For the
What
game.
are these missed? Jumping light kick into nothing into throw. So fitting of how today's events have gone. Congratulations to Bravery. We have finally crowned a new World Warrior champion.
And thanks to my man Z for the sick throw right there. Right here, back at it with the World Warrior recap. Asia Southeast number 3 conclusion Bravery, after the reset, is 3-0 over SKZ in the Cammy mirror. A deadly character. I think this character obviously has the spotlight shown on her more now than she has in Street Fighter 6, obviously, with Punk winning not only CEO but also EVO. So definitely the spotlight is more on her. But I think, like, from the beginning, her tool set, her toolkit, I should say, and just the way she goes about the game and with the system mechanics of the game, she's just super strong. I don't see that stopping anytime soon.
It's funny because she was a little bit toned down going from season 1 into season 2.
She
it kind
was.
of is reminiscent of like how we experienced her over in Street Fighter 5. We made that comment a little bit earlier ago off camera, saying how she was a little bit out of the spotlight, but now that she is, then we start to see like the love and adoration towards, or at least the Cammy mains are going to be giving her the love and adoration. Everybody who else who's in like the crosshairs, they're like, please don't hurt me most of the time. But I mean, there's one thing for certain. I think you have it in a mirror match between Bravery and SKZ. The fact that Z said, or I think it was either Yagami or Z. Shout out to Yagami, by the way, one of the homies.
Absolutely.
The fact that they said we're crowning a new champion with this character is a pretty significant deal because, I mean, being able to see this character piloted in a different way to counter, I think that's totally fine. It's like, all right, well, if I don't have my, like, whatever character that I was using to face off against Cammy, I'm going to pick up Cammy myself. But I think Bravery in general, he's always been one to kind of, like, climb towards, or at least pick towards the top tier. Whatever he's been doing for, like, the last couple of months, it's been working for him because he likes leaning towards those kind of decisions. But overall, I think these two Cammy players are ones to really kind of behold for the Southeast Asia specifically, just because they're not going to shy away from abusing some of the crazy and zany stuff that you've seen, like multiple OD cannon strikes, dive kicks, if you will, just to close the gap. They'll do some really, really like unhinged stuff just to throw you off. Like, I appreciate that kind of gameplay.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the strengths of Cammy as a character, right? Is that she is so solid, has tremendous walk speed, has good buttons, has the dive kick to mess with your mind, but she can be zany, right? She can throw out dive kicks in a situation where you don't expect. She can bust out the hooligans at the fast fall now, or all the other crazy shenanigans that she has. But yeah, in addition to that, like we said, the tremendous walk speed, the fact that you can get punish counter on a lot of the dive kicks, right? You get such a big reward from a dive kick pretty much no matter where it hits, as long as it's a punish counter. And there's so many other ways of her just kind of abusing the system. The fact that there's no more like strength priority on buttons, so she can just walk up and do this max range jab that she just gets so much reward from being able to counter hit, confirm it, and a crouch medium punch. So yeah, I think she's a very strong character. Obviously, these players are piloting her extremely well. Let's see the breakdown of the top 8 of Asia Southeast and see how it looks after the third World Warrior. Oceania at 125, Bravery at 115, the two top dogs at 125 and 115. SKZ, I Am Chuan, Brandon, Mine RPG, Bells, and Simplistic rounding it out right there. So a lot of great showings from our players here today. I'm trying to see if there's anybody. Koji was in top 8 today who was not actually in the overall leaderboard, so they might be sneaking up a bit as well. But everybody else, Bells was the only one in this top 8 on the leaderboard that didn't actually make top 8 today, and they're towards the bottom end, right? So Koji could be sneaking up. I Am Chuan also at the 75, ended up getting 7th place at this World Warrior, just trying to keep those points stacking up.
Super sick, actually. I didn't even think, I didn't really get to see Simplistic play, but yo, shout out to my Vietnamese brothers. I like that. That's pretty cool. Seeing that full representation, like so many different countries in this region, being able to get the spotlight is actually pretty entertaining to see. But with that in mind, again, Sien pretty much dominating the boards right now. Not necessarily the results he wanted from this past one, getting 5th, but I think him being at this much of a lead at this point of the game, he has a little bit to sweat about. Just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got some things to worry about, especially with, I think he's kind of experimenting with different characters right now. Obviously, DJ's one of the characters that I think got changed the most significantly. The DJ players have found the routes to try to make up for some of the damage of the routes that got taken away, and they've done a good job of it. But, you know, when you have a character that's like so like explosive and they get changed in those ways to where you got to learn different things to get that same explosivity, you kind of start being like, well, maybe I should just learn something else entirely, right? And then when there's like shiny red balls like Ed and Akuma and Bison out there that are just outputting what they're outputting, it's easy to experiment around.
I know for sure, like, you've been watching like a handful of like the Mike Ross and Sien adventures.
Oh, yeah.
But I want to listen, man. I'm gonna take the time out to blame Mike a little bit. You got Sien playing Third Strike and playing Alpha. I think it was Alpha 2. Come on, man. I did like the Mike Hayao play. By the way, I did see that highlighted. So
I need to see them get down on that Marvel collection that's coming out soon. You feel me?
Yeah.
I remember. Hey, I remember Sheehan at Justin Wong's house playing Marvel 3. Don't think I forgot, bro. Don't think I forgot. You were schmoving in that game.
I want to see Mike Ross get back on Marvel 2.
No, and that's why. Oh man.
No, yo.
I was trying to remember the forbidden tag and I blinked on it. We'll address that later. I'm sure you remember it. We'll get to it.
We're not going to expose it though.
Yeah,
I don't think we will.
Okay.
It's like almost like exposing his government name.
Yeah,
we'll
keep that up the sleeve for now.
His middle name. We're not.
You guys know everything else already.
We love you, Mike. We do. All right. So
man.
what do we have in mind next? We have like a third region coming up. I do believe here on the recap shows.
Yes, indeed. So we're gonna be going to a quick break, but once we get back from that, it's gonna be Oceania number 3. So stick around and don't go anywhere. What's good, everybody? Welcome back to the World Warrior Recap Show right here on Capcom Fighters. Myself, Ringe, and Vicious have already taken you through 2 grand finals for Asia South and Asia Southeast. Now we take our talents on over to Oceania number 3, their land primarily made up of Australia, where we've seen so many talented players come out from. I'm excited to bring y'all this one as well. This region has been knocking at the door of the rest of the world for quite some time. I think they're ready to break through, including with 7th place on the top 8. We saw Rumors as well as Goldie next door. We saw Freezer and Sam White at 5th, Koopa at 4th, Tinkos at 3, Travis Styles in grand finals, of course. One of the mainstays, the person that has, I think, qualified for Capcom Cups the most out of Australia.
That's right.
Significantly. He's in grand finals, going up against Seoul as well in that grand finals.
Yeah, and also big shout outs to the tournament organizers. They tag me in every single one of these like World Warriors. I'm sure like you've been tagged in a bunch of them as well. Unga, what is it? Unga Down Under.
Yeah.
One of my favorite names, dude. I think it's one of the funniest names that I've seen, and also really one of the coolest TOs that we could ever ask for, bringing down like all of the events that have been coming through from this very, very talented region. I think the Oceania region is like also slightly overlooked, but they've got so much big talent, not even just in personality, but in also the gameplay. And you're about to see it here in the grand finals, exactly what we're talking about. Here we go with the grand finals of Oceania number 3. Check it out.
Yeah, this region, we always kind of have some very turbulent and entertaining sets.
It's the best 3 hours of my life every week.
Absolutely. But here we go. Time for grand finals. Seoul coming in from the winner's side. Travis Styles coming in from the loser's side. We're going to have to see how it goes. Everything's nice and simple. Both players definitely feeling each other out. We potentially have 2 sets. Wow, what a perfect parry.
What are you... Man, you had the time?
It stops so short. Okay, a little bit of a knowledge check. The throw, a Soul guessing right. Plus. With the light, just keep going.
Oh, man, look at Travis's drive. Look at Travis's drive. It's looking rough. The clip's in.
It's just the rim.
The poison ticking down.
Jumps over. Can't find anything though.
Oh, look at the range on that.
Like
we'll just stick a little leggy out. Think you can walk? Look at the power of that EX fireball is requiring the 2 perfect parries.
Yeah.
You can perfect parry the first hit, but then if you don't get the second, it's just like a normal parry.
And then after that, she's coming in with, you know, likely a crouch medium kick, which is +5 on drive rush.
Oh, another good parry. Uncharacteristically, Soul has burnt themselves out on this.
Yeah, usually it's Soul the one inflicting the drive damage.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
I will assume that you're blocking. Ow.
It's so meaty.
It didn't cash out.
Okay, takes a forward throw.
There's a lot. What? Just to assume that it whiffs? How do you confirm that? In that situation?
Soul has shown they do like the press buttons to stop the drive running early, but Travis being ready to call them out was ridiculous. Are you serious? Yep, sure.
Oh,
look at the damage.
But it's poison.
This is a rough situation for Travis right now.
I could never have seen that coming.
Oh, the jump over.
Oh shit, okay.
Again, the perfect parry.
Perfect parries for breakfast. Oh! Tight.
I don't know what the response was from Travis there, but that was the deepest roundhouse.
I could hear that in my eyeballs. Like that was oof.
That was one of those buttons for sure.
Like you just hear it in your headphones and you just hear the oof that emanates out of it.
Nice punish counter. So much damage on the table and then the overhead.
Watching Noggin. And Travis again with such a massive life lead, the walk-up throw. I find the throw loops on Chun-Li the most interesting because they're not real.
Yeah.
But when she does it, it means that there's been conditioning so well.
Well, I think, yeah, the fact that she has the buttons to control so much space, wow, nice. We keep controlling space. Walk up. Yeah, OD Tencho, get out of here. Soul backing up, puts the poison on.
Oh, fireball immediately. Fast one too.
Again, just the space control.
Oh!
Oh,
dude.
Man. And then the real Oki from that far away, that's wild.
It's like, oh yeah, shouldn't have Oki here. Oh, whoa. Oh, she's got Oki.
Okay.
Oh, no, cancel.
No
whoa, that's characteristic. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Crouch medium kick, counter hit, crouch medium kick, super. Yeah. Because that button, even though it's not special cancelable, is
oh, anti-air! Oh, so ready for it.
Okay, just ops to the puddle.
Dancing. Being careful here because Travis does have a level 2 stock. EX fireballs the safer bet, but no normal fireballs really because
that's fine. So I'm very happy.
Delay. See a couple of people get hit by that tonight. Oh, confirming the counter hit. Safe jump off that as well.
Oh, let it go! The tap parry getting blown up. That's happened so many times.
Like Travis is just changing the timings. Like me pointing out that they blocked the low off the stance because they delayed it. Because a few people have been blown up with it. Oh, the parry reaction's getting called out now. sensing that Soul might be a little bit nervous here. Good delay jab.
Beautiful delay bomb.
Oh, what do we punish?
Yep, punish counter. Oh, here we go. Are we going to see a super for the burnout? We are.
Bathe in the burnout.
To the corner we go. Oh, whip.
Just walked away from it. Okay, can't walk away from this. You're in it now.
Okay, not wanting to test Travis on anything too scary.
Here we go. Frame trap. Didn't quite get it. You're close. Do you commit? You went for the overhead. What an anti-hit from there. Gets the burnout back. The X fireball jumps over. Travis back immediately in the burnout to try and create this opening. The overhead! Oh, you're in danger. So careful, good anti-air.
Nice pace. Doesn't overextend, doesn't go for anything crazy. Just ready with the crouch heavy kick. Okay. Travis is just not afraid to invest his drive. Which is typically big punish. Yeah, this is burnout, and it's Travis getting a bunch of that drive back.
Ouch.
Look how much damage I did, man.
Yeah, lost there.
Nope.
Lost.
Nowhere.
That's a frame trap at that distance. I think Sully was just happy to just let that round slip.
I mean, it required 3-bar investment from Travis. Soul still sitting pretty happily on 2 bars, so I think if you're Soul, you're okay with that. Nice block.
Wow, the cheeky overextension with the jab as well. Many plus frames. Oh, graduating again.
Ooh, not even biting on the parry from Travis.
Just wanting to see the drive rushes and didn't. Another jump.
Oh, anti-air.
Uh-oh, that's a very decent chunk of damage. Oh,
again!
Dude!
Hit confirmable buttons. This is going to do so much damage, by the way.
My magnum opens!
Boom! Ouch. Oh, are you kidding? Oh, God. Soul, are you serious? It was going so well for Travis, and then all of a sudden it was not.
I'm crying.
That was
insane. Oh,
nice
medium.
confirm off the stand medium kick there. Soul very much looking like they're in control of the match right now. Travis is going to have to snatch this back.
Oh dear. Good fireball detonation. Oh, you can't backdash it.
That's a combo. Oh, it whips.
That's the disgusting bait. That is. Oh, just too close.
Damn, almost. Can you imagine?
That would have probably destroyed Travis's mental. Yeah.
Oh, back in it. The drive date is
He's just dancing.
Oh. Soul is now sitting on tournament point right now. He is up 2-1.
It would be back-to-back wins as well.
Yup.
Oh, the walk-up throw. Travis just trying to find a way in, but the timing of Soul's buttons is immaculate.
Now the back throw really good for her.
More plus frames, have to spend the driver versus will not deal with the situation. Bubble pop, 40% health left. Jump
So
back
much-
medium.
So much drive damage on the side of Travis.
Neither player
to fight
can block
back.
the drive rush though, unless they want to go into burnout. Travis can now though. Soul knows that. What an anti! Is that going to pick up? Oh,
That might kill.
That's it.
Oh, Soul is ridiculous. Back-to-back World Warrior wins.
Dang, that's impressive. Back to back.
So you heard the man.
I didn't know that. That was crazy.
Yeah.
This is the first time. So most of the time, we've always kind of like prefaced the Oceania region of like talking about like Travis Styles being one of the most dominant forces. We literally just said that before the grand finals even happened. But Soul taking it down like 2 times straight is kind of unprophesized. It's something unpredictable. Nostradamus wouldn't be able to rap about it himself. But there's something to be said about, I feel like, Aki in that matchup. I think Aki in general does a lot of. I think she has a lot of control in that matchup, which is kind of funny to say against Chun-Li because she has so much ground control in her kit inherently. A couple of things with that too. I think there are moments where in my opinion, I think Aki is just still currently underexplored.
For sure. I
in the
think so
current
too. I
matchup.
would agree with you. I would agree with you on that 100%. She just still, despite I think being one of the characters got some of the most love in the patch, I still think she's underrepresented in general in the masses. So you're still going to see some people trying to shore up the matchup knowledge, how to fight against her at a competitive level like we're seeing here, right? Especially when you have somebody that can pilot her at a tournament winning level like Soul right now. Not a lot of people are going to be able to really expose you to that type of experience. So big ups to Soul right now, taking it back-to-back over Travis Styles
Huge,
as well.
man.
You mentioned it giving Chun-Li some trouble in the matchup. I think she's very unorthodox in terms of the ranges she's able to play at with the fireball follow-up, the cruel fate, the snake step, the feint snake step as well now to kind of bait some things out from Chun-Li. So yeah, I definitely think she's the character that if you don't really grind against, like coming up against her in tournament is a nightmare.
No, it is pretty problematic. We've seen that happen, I think, not even just in this region alone, but also it's been a very apparent threat over in Japan, right?
Yeah.
With Hikaru. Hikaru's been doing so much work. We even saw like a giant example of that being made over at Topanga, and it led into EWC as well. So again, Aki players, you guys are eating. You guys are going to be on the grind for a while, but also like on the rise too. I've seen like a handful of NA1s starting to like show their marks, right? The snakes are starting to come out of the grass in a sense, and it's actually kind of dangerous to see. But big ups again to the entirety of the Oceania region, putting up quite the fight and quite the entertainment in that matter too. Soul taking it 2 times straight is super impressive, man. Huge flowers to you, bro.
Yeah, big ups to like Flux Waves and Carsonis and all the other Akis in NA that are starting to come up in the world as well. It's a very dangerous character and got shown a lot of love, and these players are reaping the rewards from it, to say the least. But, of course, that was 3 grand finals in the books now for the World Warrior recaps. We got one more to show you, and we'll get to I was going to say US West. That's actually our top 8. Our EU West grand finals after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the World Warrior recap. And at the end of the last grand finals, I heard the commentator say Soul won back-to-back World Warriors. So I was like, why do we even need to look at the leaderboard? He's clearly going to be at the top, right? So it just slipped my mind entirely. I forgot to call for the leaderboard to take a look at it. So I do want to take a look at it now. The Oceania World Warrior leaderboard. Apologies to everybody for letting that one slip my mind. But Soul has taken a first-place lead with the back-to-back 50-point finishes on that first place. So overall, first place right now is him. Travis Styles pulling up the rear at second with the 90. Freezer at 90 as well. Tinko's D-Tay, Too Fast, Too Fed, which is one of my favorite names. And Riot, ROF, and Mont all in the building as well to round out that top 8. Honestly, all very, very close, right? Even from 1 to 8, only a 50-point difference. So if Mont has a great showing, Soul does it. I mean, there could be a complete switch around in terms of the top.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Like we talked about this being week number 3. So
Yeah.
I wonder where Soul was in the very first week. Maybe he kind of just like slept through it. He's like, you know what, maybe, or he could have felt short pretty early, question mark, but not the way he's playing.
I feel like that's something that happened to Travis. I feel like Travis Styles, like either the first or the second one, I think it was the very first one, like he wasn't in the top 8 or something, like he was only in top 16. So I think that's why we only see him at 90 points as well. Obviously he got second place this time, so a hefty amount of points. But by the third event, you would think that he would have a little bit more, right? So I think he actually had some trouble early on as well, maybe missed it. But yeah, this region is on the come up, right? And you can really see, I love seeing the forefathers of regions like we saw earlier with Xi'an, or like we see here with Travis Styles, and they're starting to have issues with the rest of the region, right? Because the rest of the region is improving, looking up to them and seeing what they're capable of, what they can do. It's just a beautiful thing.
Yeah, we've seen this variety too. Just seeing the name Freezer up there actually really gets me happy to see, because again, his Honda, he's been doing some work, man. He always goes for the Goku themed Honda, and it's always a blast to see. So big shout outs to him, and also like ROF, one of the older heads in the group, being able to represent himself well. Again, you talked about some of the pillars of that community.
Yeah,
and ROF is 100% like one of those staples, right? So big ups
even
to those
before
guys.
Travis Styles, even from my recollection.
1000%, right? And with that in mind too, we have like so many events to go through, but please allow me some time to tell you about our Lord and Savior, Capcom Pro Tour. We didn't get to really talk about that a little bit. I hope the production was ready for that toss. I don't know if they are, but they're always ready for anything, because UFA is coming real soon, happening in Paris, France, September 14th through the 15th. Be sure to check it out at Capcom Fighters. You can check it out on Twitch. You can check it out on YouTube. All of the information is also going to be posted as well on Twitter, where you get to see all of the highlights, right, over at Capcom Fighters. I had a little bit of a brain fart on that one. I'm like, it's still Twitter, right?
Yeah, you know, we still call it Twitter around these parts as far as I'm concerned. But yes, indeed, that's where all the highlights will be posted on the Capcom Fighters Twitter account. And of course, that is not the only tournament in the Capcom Pro Tour. We got many, many offline tournaments still to come. We got East Coast Throwdown in October. We got the Singapore Super Premiere in October as well, the following week after ECT. In November, there's the Super Premiere Japan and Blink Respawn in Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic in the building, and then Kings of the World in London, UK in December. So the offline CPT is back, better than it's ever been before. And of course, Capcom Cup 11 to exclamation point that will be in Tokyo, Japan.
Oh my God. Be sure to check it out, capcom.us/, what is it, CPT 2024, I want to say?
Yeah,
CPT 24. Swing and a miss, strike one. That's me. 2 more, and I'm out of here.
It's all right. I had my strike last before the break. But yes, indeed, everybody, remember, UFA is not going to be next week, but the weekend after. And then, of course, next week, we're going to have another World Warrior recap. So the weekends for the foreseeable future are going to be Street Fighter all day, every day. So thank you all for tuning in so far, of course. Now for our final Grand Finals recap of the World Warrior, we're going to be going over Europe West. It's going to be the 3rd edition of that. For the countries that are in this region, it's the likes of Belgium, Italy, Netherlands. Those are the primary countries that you're going to see make up this top 8, which includes Game-In 99 and Castro at 7th place. We got MBR 402 and Zerna at 5th place. Jumbo and Takamura at 4th and 3rd place. Takamura thought of as the heaviest hitter of the region, but actually did not get into Grand Finals. Fell short to Salty Kid and Garnett, who are going to be in it, which I believe Salty Kid is from Belgium, like Takamura, and Garnett from Italy, who Italy has very much been on the come up when it comes to fighting games, and Garnett has been holding it down since Street Fighter V, so I'm glad to see him in Street Fighter 6 doing well on top of that.
So we are going to see another Aki matchup coming up. That was actually a big surprise. I thought Garnett might have switched over to a different character. But Salty Kid coming in with the Kim, a very, very unique matchup. This is going to be sick. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, here's the Grand Finals coming in from Salt Mine League. It's EU West, number 3.
Grand Finals, Salty Kid versus Garnett.
I want to hear Rito say Le Grand Finale.
Hey. Okay.
That would be super good. Oh, Garnett actually changing it up.
The Aki, who definitely has a bit more of an aggressive streak behind them compared to Dawson. Maybe wanting to take advantage of Kimberly's weakness in the defensive side.
Yeah, it's a different matchup for sure. Now it is Garnett who's chasing down Salty Kid. And Salty Kid having to defend out of this like preemptive pressure, preemptive chase downs. See though, just needs a little bit of adaptation to get back to it. Big whip on that punish. Great whip punish from Salty Kid.
Yeah, unfortunately, just a little too over-eager in terms of the stand heavy kick. I didn't know that naturally linked. That forward heavy kick might be stronger than I thought. Bomb into the overhead, gets blocked by Garnett. But you know what? You're not out of the corner yet. Salty Kid keeps on going. The forward throw again. What are we going to do? We're going to get caught by the crouch medium kick into the raw level 1. Garnet showing signs of life. But Salty Kid carries the bubble, gets jumped over, and unfortunately, Garnet actually catches the landing frame, getting themselves to round number 1.
That was an important crouch jab. Nice, trying to get that jumpy boy in. Salty Kid's so good at making it hard to see which side he is on after that crouch heavy punch run anti-air. Has shown all the options, left, right, throw, or I think at least left, right, but at least throw and one of the sides. So, very good at mixing up that game. Tries to go for something a bit too many frames on that driver shoot to the heavy kick. Oh, I thought that landed. It looked like Aki had pressed something.
Nah, that's just her walk, man. she kind of walked funny. Threatening with the forward walk with their own Salty Kids. They're trying to make an aggressive push despite being burnt out. But this should be a kill.
And gets the check on that. Not enough to kill. Finds the throw. Garnet actually willing to sit there and take it after actually losing the last round, last set with that shimmy. So there's a lot of adaptations going all the time here.
Yeah, a little bit spaghetti there in terms of jumps and resets, but Salty Kid at least has the corner, gaining back that drive gauge by still keeping an offensive push. Tries to shimmy, and thankfully just gets baited into blocking the stand fear.
Yeah, and there's that. It's like it's so overwhelming when Salty Kid is on the opponent. It's like I feel like he's exceptionally good at mixing up what he's doing, so he cannot really find a good call, and it usually ends up like this. He's been playing out of his mind. Like, how are you calling what he's doing when, yes, he's doing similar things over and over, but not the same thing every time. It's just changing 4, 5, 6, 7 options. So good at it, seeing it, probably more familiar with that setup than the opponent. And it's just been working out great today.
And while in theory, the Aki could bring that offensive pressure that I mentioned before, Garnet Sim is fantastic with its conversions and all of its combos. His Aki doesn't seem quite there yet, or it's at least a little rusty. It's a little polishing. And because of that, it's not like they're in the winner's side that they can, afford to lose the set and then reset everything. They have to get 3 games, not in a row, but they need to get 3 games before they lose 2.
Yep. So they actually have to win 3-1 at worst with Dawson now. Yeah. Salty Kid showing extreme efficiency in this matchup earlier today. I think with that driver, you don't get any guaranteed escape from that forward heavy kick.
Yeah. Garnet is going to live and die off of these parry or non-parry attempts, but man, oh man, that jump back gets knocked around by the neck slicer that went off of the run. Salty Kid not worried about their drive gauge or even their health gauge, just wants to get Garnet into that corner.
Yeah, we've seen that almost burned out, manages to survive, manages to get out of it, manages to land that one miracle hit into level 2, into level 1, into level 2. It's just been going so good. But Garnet now, great control, great presence in this match. Yoga. He's been very good at anti-airing, checking, being ready for these kinds of approaches. Do we see maybe a more aggressive Garnet? Less zone heavy? Have you seen more of floats into attacks? Maybe that is the change you need.
Beautiful. He barely uses any drive gauge because they're all raw drive rushes. Gets hit by the wake-up sun from Garnet, but that's just the richer take fighting against him. And that's a game for Garnet.
A very convincing game, I'd say, as well. Looked a bit more like attacking maybe a little bit more, not doing the same things that getting him hit all the time. But we'll see what. There it is. That's the thing that really has been paying off for Salty Kid. Getting those floats with that run kick thing.
Yeah. The run kick.
I'm like 90. I'm 90.
That's the move name, right?
It's the run kick thing. That's the name of it. 100% not.
Yaku, good anti-airs, air version of it, doing that damage. The bomb is gonna go off and punish the drive reversal.
Yo, confident walk up. Just not getting anything going. again. Not really ready. What? That looked like almost a missed input. Not ready for that drive rush. Immediately going in. Has to take something. Yeah, doesn't even really have a reversal. Something. Can't stop that.
That's basically guaranteed. You can see that screen because of the neck slicer being flustered out.
The kick thing?
I'm sorry. I forgot to use the proper terminology.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah. Oh, finds the slide. That's such a good option as well, really. Or maybe not. I don't know. Not if you left it minus. I'm not really sure why.
Yeah, you have to space it really well.
Yeah. Reactionally. There's space. Good stuff. Garnet not at team. That was good because it was in that cross-up range. Full conversion. Without the drive bar going to recover. Going to be buffed up.
Okay, this is rough for Garnet to get out of. Holding down back for their life. Neutral jumps, teleports away from the next slicer there, and thankfully able to keep on the defense. But does the drive reversal. Salty Kid actually took advantage of a -2 situation. Yeah, just hits the forward throw into the overhead. That'll be another game for themselves.
And the game's been out for like a really long time now, or not a really long, but over a year, and I still forget that there are plus frames when I get drive reversal, then I'm burned out. So I just go for the same punish. And Salty Kid actually going for a walk-up throw instead of whatever the optimal punish is normally showed great presence and awareness. Me as Geef, I would just SPD and the opponent would probably jump and I would lose, but that awareness was amazing. That was very good.
Now, potentially last game of the tournament. Salty Kid up 2, Garnet down 1. Start at least, using the Yoga Flame to just try to burn away their drive gauge. But the perfect parry on the anti-air gives Salty Kid the reversal that they need.
Moving that shimmy again. Garnet's not biting. Fighting back well. Oh, nice wood punish on the slide. A bit too much, but at the same time, it was hard to get something going, just trying to get anything going at least. Stand medium kick, Garnet ready with a wood punish. Great stuff so far. Ooh, it lands, goes for a run reset throw. I convert on the counter. Probably didn't expect it. That was so good.
I'm going to use level 1 to build back a little bit of drive gauge, so just do that extra damage. Sets up uses the bomb, excuse me, to do that much more.
Just so overwhelming the opponent. Just flowing, has that just flowing, not
Salty Kid on tournament point.
A buffer on the back heavy kick. Unfortunately, I say, but they needed that super to hit so that they can get put back into a decent situation. Tries to fake something with a teleport, gets around the neck slicer. Finally, this could be a big change in this dynamic.
Keeps it tight, gets interrupted. This is so big right now. Salty Kid just flowing with it, just vibing with that crouching heavy punch, trying to get anything going. Has the critical art on deck. This is huge. You can see the stress.
Oh, he did it!
Yo! What? I would see it all day. Why not? Attempted with punish. If you fail your timing, I'm going to catch you, and I can get closer to winning.
Oh, he faded it! Oh my god.
I think that's dead. That
Congratulations to Salty Kid winning!
Wow!
Your West World Warrior number 3!
My old madness is showing. I definitely thought it was Aki. I was in the production room and I was watching the wrong replay. I'll tell you what though, Garnet trying it out with Dalsum, not in the ways he thought it would end up, to be fair. And also seeing Kim the way that it was played from Salty Kid. Actually, Salty Kim makes more sense, actually. That was actually pretty sick, though. In terms of like how it was played out, man, there was so much matchup knowledge that went into it. Round start, how are you going to throw off a crouching heavy punch round start against a Dalsum like that? That was insane.
Yeah, had the buffer ready, like just knew the type of things to be abusing in that matchup, right? Having the long distance cancels. And I think Kim definitely has a bit more privilege in that matchup. She feels, or not privilege in that matchup, but off like drive rush canceling off of a long distance buffer normal, right? She's got different options that can really follow up from that distance. While even some characters that can do that against Dalsum and kind of counter poke and then DRC, we can kind of see it mess up a little bit.
No, I get that. I get that. I will just say this. I'm going to be fully transparent with you guys. I don't know what Mothership just said, but
Me
I'll tell you
neither.
what. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so he did. He did start on Aki.
Yeah,
Okay,
he played
cool.
Aki earlier on in the tournament. Well, we did see Garnett play a lot of Dhalsim in Street Fighter V, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
This was his character before Aki had come out with Dhalsim here. So maybe he had run into Salty Kid a couple of times, didn't like the way the Aki was looking. But the Dhalsim, I mean, I feel like that's a very ambitious pickup against Kimberly, right? Like Kimberly's got one of those characters that can really get in your face quicker, has more options available to do so than a lot of other characters. So you have to be very, very on point as Dhalsim, in my opinion, just because of how mobile she is as a character. And we saw Salty Kid just kind of shut down what Garnett wanted to do.
Surely, right? You're able to track down the movement aspect of Dhalsim. You're also able to kind of like use that movement, or else your built-in kit to kind of like get you forward past like fireballs pretty quickly. You have to slide. Even if they throw up like an air fireball, not the comet, but like the airborne fireball towards the upward angle, you are able to kind of like dash too as well. I think in general, I mean, it's a pretty safe assumption to kind of make this assumption too, with Garnett saying that Dhalsim was the comfort pick in regards to like the matchup itself. But with that in mind, again, I think it's not going to be the last time we see Garnett in this atmosphere of top 3, let alone in the grand finals. But just take a look at the bracket. Sorry, the standings alone from the EU West region. Takamura taking first, by the way, 135 points to his name. He's going to be consistently within top 8. Garnett still hanging up there with 115. Zerna with 100. Salty Kid with 85. So you can tell, man, these points really made a huge difference for him. Currently being placed at 4th with Handsguard 7th. MBR 402 with 60 points. 5Jaw with 60 points. And Geeko at the very end, representing Italy, I believe, over with 60 points.
Yeah, Geeko's been on the come up too. 5Jaw is tripping me out. Is that like 5 head? You got like a big jaw? Is that like, I've never heard that term before. Got like that chiseled jaw, Crimson Chin style?
Probably, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get to see 5Jaw qualify for Capcom Cup. We get some answers. But of course, they got a long road to go, as does everybody else on the top 8 leaderboards. But it's beautiful to see the way it's kind of played out so far. As we mentioned, Takamura at that leaderboard, thought of to be the heaviest hitter in the region. They get 3rd at this most previous World Warrior, so obviously still at that upper echelon, still 1st overall, but he's seen some chinks in the armor. They've been making the god bleed, so hopefully we get to see more and more competitiveness come out of that region. But of course, that's it for the World Warrior Grand Finals recaps. It's in the books. We had Asia South, Asia Southeast, Oceania, EU West. Again, all of their respective streams for the entirety of the top 8s were also on the lower 3rd after we went through them. So if you're looking to see any of the Jamie Lilly action from Raihan in Asia South, or if you want to see some Xian DJ in Asia Southeast, all of those streams are available and on those VODs, so check them out. But of course, we got to get to that top 8, baby. And what's the top 8 region again, Vicious?
Ooh, we got US, Canada West going in for their 2nd week. I do know that it was Sherry Jenix and Jake Ryan on the mic for this one, brought to you by WNF Wednesday Night Fights. I do believe it's still Level Up Live, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah. Indeed it is. Yes, the OG's holding it down. So we're going to take a look at that entirety of that top 8 when we get back from this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
We've shed the spotlight on 4 regions around the world. Now let's bring it back all the way to the North America region. That's right, Vicious here with Ringe. We got ourselves a big old beatdown coming in from the US, Canada, West region. Again, this is week number 2 for this region specifically, so we're going to see a lot of contention in regards to those top spots. And guess what? We get to go through the entirety of our top 8 alongside you guys. This is going to be the first time that I actually get to thoroughly check it out, because I definitely had it on the side. I wanted to make sure that it was a complete surprise, but I also wanted to listen specifically to Sherry Jennings and Jake Ryan. They did a phenomenal job over all the comms, breaking it all down indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Big ups to Sherry and Jake, as always, two of my favorite people to commentate with. And of course, this is our home region. This is where me and Vicious are from. So we got a lot invested into these players, into this scene. So I'm excited to get into this top 8. Can we take a look at the bracket before we actually get into our first match, just to give the people a preview at home? Of course, we got Samurai and Twisted Minds, Noah the Prodigy, going up against each other in winter semifinals, along with Cloud9 JB and ATW Chris CCH, making up the other half of winter semis. And then in losers round 1, we got Liquid Nephew and NS Mike X going up against each other. And then, of course, the unsponsored OGs down at the bottom.
Jesus.
Because, you know, they OGs now, even though they 09ers. I think they're both 09ers. They might have been more OG than that, but as far as I know, they 09ers.
I will thoroughly agree with you. They are.
I'm an 09er. I'm an 09er too, so I can say it. That's all I'm saying. I can say it. I'm an 09er too. Krista Terry and the 801 Strider holding it down on the last one of losers round 1 top 8.
God, what a way to preface that team. Hey, I can say it. I'm from
I can say
there.
it. I'm 09er. I can say it.
I mean, like most people kind of like say the same thing about me. Like I've played a long time, but you know, we just kind of label myself 09er too. But Krista Terry and 801 Strider criminally unsponsored as well. I think they're both extremely strong. Like the transition from the way we've seen 801 Strider specifically move on to like different characters and also finding his footing with Bison has been phenomenal. Krista Terry, I feel like, has got a second wind, another chance at life with Ken, because I feel like he's still very strong and competent in this season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ken's still a phenomenal character. So Chris, I mean, one of the best pilots of Ken, no matter what game it is. So definitely can show out. And with 801 Strider, like, when he was playing Marisa, I guess like that's the only reason to not sponsor him is like, oh, the Marisa, you don't know if he's gonna win a tournament. Character kind of a little bit inconsistent in tournament viability, because he's an extremely entertaining person. And Marisa as a character is extremely entertaining. Well, if that's what was holding you back before, he's winning now. I'll tell you what, he's on the M Bison. We've already seen him take multiple tournaments. He's one of the quickest picker-uppers of the character we've seen so far. So yeah, man, I can't wait to get to that. But of course, that is losers round 1. Remind us at home what is going to be the first winner semifinals match. I believe it's going to be Samurai versus Noah the Prodigy. That's going to be a great one.
Damn, you're good at that one. I actually kind of like skipped over a little bit. I'm like, oh, it's my twin. It's Samurai. No, dude,
he was holding the brain cell.
You have no idea how many times at Evo people have come up to me and were like, yo, your Akuma is sick. And you know what? It's still that actually worked in Street Fighter 5. And I'm like, you can't do that in 6 now. Yeah, you can. Because they would be like, yo, your Luke is sick. I'm like, thanks, man. But they didn't know, like, you know what I mean? But now they're saying Akuma again, and I hate it. But all jokes aside, it's Samurai, God bless you, man.
I was just gonna say that, like, I was with you when that was happening in Street Fighter 5. Like, I seen it happen in person. And you know, I was gonna say, now that you're in the game, now that 6 is even bigger, like, I'm sure it's only happening more and more. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see if Samurai can hold it down up against the young Noah the Prodigy, Twisted Minds own, the Burnout General. This man is Fast Times at Ridgemont High right here. We drop out, we burn out. We ain't doing no type of staying in class.
That movie.
You're damn right he wasn't.
That's the funniest part. Noah the Prodigy is one of my favorite players of all time, by the way. Not even just in 6 right now. Like the way he kind of performed in like the Versus series as well. Him getting the perfect on Evo stage against Royal Flush. Look, listen.
At single digits years of age.
Dude, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, and like you said, Royal Flush, I mean, he was a damn good Marvel 3 player. You know what I mean? It wasn't even just against some Johnny Donuts.
No donuts indeed, yeah.
Wow, he made Samurai look like a Johnny Donuts in that first round. Put up the perfect on him.
Perfect.
My goodness.
It's a bar behind him as well. Just a matter of time until Noah the Prodigy starts to go and accelerate past Samurai. But Samurai is known to put a couple of speed traps, a couple of spike traps, if you will, to kind of like slow it down. He's really great at actually forcing you to play his pace.
Absolutely. I think that's something that Samurai really rests his hat on, right? Is the fact that he's able to control tempo. What a DI as well. You don't got the level 3 to cancel into it. I got nothing to worry about when I see the flash knuckle. That's the, and yeah, that's one of the great things about Luke, right? He has a great 6-frame starter with that crouch medium punch. So even if you block the drive reversal with the buffed version, you still get a tremendous reward. Dang.
Look at the amount of damage he just does against Akuma.
Welcome to my world. Look who's great now.
He's old.
Mm-hmm. Ain't just your hair anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna be so intimidating. Yeah, being able to cover that. He had plenty of time too, and he's seen that he's actually one of the most consistent players when it comes to spotting when he actually can interrupt with like a with an uppercut. Like they're not gonna just sit back and block. They're like, oh, I actually missed my normal, but he's still airborne. All right, I should block. No, not Noah. He's done that so many times over, and you see that really evident too in a lot of players that do like a slow kind of mix up over in the corner. If it whiffs, they'll go into uppercut. Noah does that with normals.
Exactly right. It's rare you ever see someone ready with an anti-air after they like put out a normal in the neutral that gets jumped on. So that's just the recognition time of Noah, right? Like some of the best recognition time I think in any fighting game. Alright, nullifying the fireballs. You see here, just blocking out the second version of the OD hit.
No way, man!
The flash knuckle with punishing the crouch medium kick attempt. And look at that, just pulling him down. Drive reversal, I'll take that. You burnt out. You're in the corner. This is all Noah's world now. Oh my, and the juggle off that, throwing the air hit. But that's classic Samurai. Some of the most confident defensive decision making in the business.
You know what's? It's so much more impressive to see like him transitioning over to hitbox as well. So I don't know how difficult those hit confirms truly are for him. When he's buffering a level 1 like that, I don't know if he's like comfortable enough to consistently do that. But him doing it in a situation like this is very, very impressive. And Noah the Prodigy, this is impressive as ever too with his volume in terms of the damage and also the speed. I don't even know what scientific equation that is in regards to speed and power.
Definitely new hypotheses are being made just to quantify Noah the Prodigy's game style, right?
Do you consider that velocity? The velocity of his gameplay?
Velocity is a great word to use, honestly. Ooh, the neutral jump does get DI'd, but that's the type of tempo he brings to the table. The level 1, you cannot test the young man's reactions. Samurai, speaking of which though, Samurai got some reactions of his own. I really love Samurai's DI setup too. He tried to get him stunned right before his bar came back, but Noah was still ready with that level 1 in the corner. That was so good from both sides.
Yeah, we're starting to see that a little bit more often too. I think Samurai has really been attuned to what's been happening in the meta, and also being able to show that off is great. But also him being ready for the DI at a moment's notice with the level 2. Sure, it's expensive, but hey, it gets him the game, baby.
I love this. Both of these players are trying to be optimal about their offense, right? Where they're like trying to get these stuns at the very end after abusing that burnout meter, try to get that stun right before the drive comes back. But both players have been so good defensively, been ready, and now opening up that drive rush cancel with a DP. You better keep it tight.
And Samurai instead. He comes out with it raw. His OD uppercut timing and actually, in general, his understanding of when your opponent wants to press buttons has been uncanny. And we've seen that in multiple times, which have led him to some crazy victory highlights over the Street Fighter League specifically, right? He's been the OCB god for so long, but now Noah the Prodigy bringing God to human speed with that DI, not being able to samurai his way out of this one.
And Noah the Prodigy was like, are you going to answer one DI? How about I do it in a weird spot first, and then do it on your wake up, and then do it again to kill you? That man is sending messages right now. I like it. Oh, even that. Just the dry rush full of fierce into the throw instead. Oh, that DP was not cooked in the middle. Get it?
I like that.
This ball.
No, I mean, it's just so happened to catch the sweep too. And I was going to say I like that either way, but...
the folks at home didn't.
Listen, man.
Oh, what in the...
The timing was just kind of unfortunate for you. Because I was going to say I like that, but it is what it is, man.
Oh, tried. Sweep again from Samurai. He's been real spicy with these sweeps, actually.
Don't get me hungry again. I see where you're going.
I should have said spicy.
That's seasoning.
I do love some spicy.
Yeah, man. How about it?
Oh, that's right. You get spicy stuff too, right?
Definitely, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
I've definitely done some one-chip challenges in my day.
Oh, let's not talk about that.
We don't. We talk about this instead. This sip of calamity is going to be what's helping take the spicy down to him. Samurai is going to have a hefty life lead. And also close to burnout is Noah the Prodigy, and I like this again. Yeah, force the burnout. Let's see the general kind of being put on the ropes and see if he can actually handle it. No, sir, you cannot. He had the level 3.
Did he have it already, or did he build it with a flash knuckle? Did you tell? Did you see
I thought it was like right beforehand.
Oh man, that is wild to see though. But yeah, we saw Samurai answer the flash knuckle with the DI earlier, right? But as you said, if he's got the level 3 locked and loaded, and he tries to escape in the corner, ends up eating the fierce combos into the DI. Noah up 2-1.
Yeah, there's no choice. there's absolutely no choice. No bar to your name, no drive gauge.
You were checkmated, fam. He had to try to jump, right? Just hope that Noah messed up his meaty situation, but he did not. Oh, the big jumps.
And that's rough, too. He literally neutral jumped first. And like, all right, well, I think it's safe to throw a fire right now.
Yeah.
I can hear it in Noah's brain. Yo, do you think it's good to jump in on Samurai when he throws or when he does stuff like this? I think they throw a fireball, right?
Look
And
at
then Mike would just chuckle at it.
Micah just in his head like, no, that's not a good idea. And then it works out. And you're just like, all right, you know.
And then he'll ask Yipes next. And he'll be like, yo,
Noah again, this time off the throw tech, and people do love throwing their projectiles off the throw techs. Couldn't quite get the kill, didn't get the charge flash knuckle he was looking for, but nonetheless, in a very large control of the situation.
Yeah, even if he eats like a DI to so what? That was mad high. Oh, it's too far.
Oh, it is. And he actually gets the drive rush punish using the roundhouse too to make sure he extends and gets the range. Samurai actually brings that round back. Cost a lot of resources, but well worth it.
That was a very Samurai comeback.
It was.
That was the most, like from what, 3/4 of the screen, this man was ready and optimal at that.
This is actually like the most archetypal, like mentor versus prodigy type battle, right? Where it's like the old man that's patient and just baits out your things up against the young gun that's just trying to be super aggressive, like both in terms of players and characters.
Yeah. Yes.
Like
so
even the characters matched up. It's crazy.
I want to see canonically Luke face off against an Akuma.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. Like, I'm sure Akuma is still trying to, like, count down Ryu. He's like, man, why did you give up the Satsui no Hada?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to pick someone else. Luke.
That's what I'm
Let
saying,
me see it.
Yeah, I guess some more canon exploration with these two. But right now, Noah going to explore Samurai's health bar. Oh, my goodness. And taking the rest of it with a chip kill.
Exploring the rest of the life bar with tackle too. That's actually so much damage. Yo. He gets fierce first, you gotta hold that, and then immediately to OD tackle.
So good. I love seeing people find these like heavy chip sequences and stuff like that, whether it's to burn somebody out or actually get a chip kill like we just saw.
Oh, it feels good, because then we get to steal it.
Exactly.
Oh, that could have been so meaty, but again, the driver versus Samurai, very much so. Knowing about the setups that Noah the Prodigy have been going through, but also Luke's in general, right? There's so many ways and routes for him to kind of go into like, the tackle Oki.
Oof, but that's a whole lot of damage right there. Samurai willing to spin the rest of his drive meter to put Noah on life support. A little bit of life remaining. He's got CA as well. He's got to avoid any chip sequences though. Samurai is playing it patient, right? He doesn't got any drive meter himself, so not trying to overexert.
Oh, that was so terrifying, by the way. That needs to jump past it. No, sir! He's built back the bar, and he was already ready for it. That was a very early reaction, too, from Samurai. He had pretty much Noah the Prodigy's mind pretty much picked even beforehand.
Yeah, that's one of the things you gotta also always keep into account, right? When you're applying pressure, when somebody's towards the end of their burnout meter, is that when they block something, they get like an additional extra chunk than just the natural regen, right? So that Fierce actually put Samurai back into drive meter, which gave him the meter to DI back.
You think if I were to play it back, you think if you would have done DI raw, I think
it would have been close.
Chance.
It would have been close. Yeah, it definitely would have had a better chance. But Samurai still might have recovered in time, but yeah, it would have been close for sure. Much better chance for Noah.
And at the moment, again, it's the first time we've seen Noah the Prodigy kind of like taking it a little bit slower, going to be taking it back to being forced into the burnout from Samurai. But speaking of which, yeah, so Noah actually had the same exact mission in mind. He wanted to get Samurai burnt out quickly, but he's like, you know what? I don't need to play your game. As soon as you put yourself in that corner, I'm going to do something kind of wild because I know you're going to be antsy to get out. You're going to either try to throw me or do a light string to kind of keep me guessing. No, I think the optimal way to do it to kind of keep your opponent shocked with the shock value is OD uppercut.
Yeah, Samurai knows, like, if you're going to jump over me, I'm blocking your jump in that puts you in the corner. There's no way you don't try to do something afterwards, right? So beautiful ODDP. Now a great jump in from Samurai, really turning the aggression around. Actually, he's going to be able to get the stun. This is Akuma. He's got one drive rush or OD available. Does it there, doesn't build to the level 3. This is still massive damage. Noah going to be put on the brink of defeat.
Huh? Because he's airborne, perhaps?
Maybe. Oh, great round closer right there. That forward medium kick. One of the best normals in Akuma's tool set, and that is the best way to use it right there to close out a round.
And I always use this joke. Every time Samurai earns his W's, that's all Samurai. Anytime Samurai loses in a set, that's me. Every single time. I still stick to it, man. He's never lost a set in my life, from what I've experienced.
Yeah, exactly. In both of your lives. Samurai Doing a tremendous job right there. What a call out we talked about in that very first round. Able to wake up with the crouch medium kick, going with the super, knowing that Noah was going to try to shimmy him, get a throw bait going. We saw such good responses back and forth, honestly. Neither of these players are ever really on autopilot. They're always making smart, conscious decisions. Even if you see Noah be over-aggressive, super aggressive, and you're like, what is this guy doing? There's always a calculation behind the madness. So it's beautiful to see these two kind of clash, considering their opposing play styles and what they bring to the table. But Samurai today, we're just able, I think, to make more clutch moments happen. And beautiful right there, setting up the whiff punish.
Yeah, I think the best way to put it, too, to kind of add on to it, you already said it pretty well enough. They're all intentional decisions in regards to the management of their drive gauge. It's all intentional decisions. So the way you see it with Noah being in burnout consistently, the way that Samurai chooses to OD DP, these are moments where they've made solid reads against the player where they're like, okay, well, I can still find benefit even at the deficit. I think there's still moments where I can get a decent amount of like gauge back, or at least super art back, build some meter for yourself. I can find situations that are awkward for your opponent, actually open them up and build up my resources quicker than they would expect.
Yeah, and one thing that I love that both of these players do is they're willing to test their opponent, right? Like they'll be willing to put stuff on the table that is very counterable just to see how much brain space the opponent is dedicating to something like that. Like we saw Noah kind of abuse the flash knuckle while he was burnt out without the level 3, and we saw Samurai DI him for it, right? Once that happened, once that was on the table, Noah didn't do flash knuckle and burn out again until he had the level 3 to cancel into, and we saw Samurai try to DI, Noah canceled in the level 3, and then that was kind of off the table for both sides. Right. So I just love seeing the way they both progress. But big ups to Samurai making it into winners finals. Now to go to the other half of winners semis, Cloud9 JB versus ATW Chris CCH.
This is absolutely insane because we get to see Ed versus Rashid. Now, I'm actually being very, very honest. I don't think I'm trying to be sarcastic here, but it sounds like it a little bit. But this is a matchup that I really enjoy watching. I've been starting to see a lot of the counter strategies between these two characters take effect in this specific matchup. And this is going to be a very common matchup that a lot of both players and fans alike will be seeing in the next couple of months. I want to say for maybe the entirety of the CBT, because these two guys are the bad boys right now of Street Fighter 6.
Absolutely. I think these are two of the best characters, two of the most prevalent characters in the competitive meta as well. Obviously, Ed represented everywhere in abundance right now. The same with Rashid. So can't wait to see. We got two of the finest in the North America region duking it out as well. And, you talked about people mistaking you for Samurai. You know how many people ask me nowadays if I'm related to JB and Lex? All because of our hair. Look, people at home, all right? Just because we have the same hair doesn't mean we're related, all right?
You guys both have mustaches, too.
I guess so. Look at that. You've seen the same hair. Mine's not as poofy as his right now. It's hidden behind, but we're just saying. We're not related. Thank you all for thinking all of our hair is beautiful, though. Let's get into winner semifinals. Chris CCH on the Ed versus JB on the Rashid. And yeah, man, as you said, both of these characters everywhere right now in the meta. I think two extremely strong characters. Obviously, two great level 2s on both sides. Ed has the privilege of some amazing OD flicker routes. Just in general, both of these characters super dangerous.
One of the biggest things I love watching between these two matchups is seeing who gets the offensive strings first, who gets the offensive lane first, actually. So there's going to be, obviously, an amazing start for JB going through it. What's going to be the defensive decision-making from Chris CCH? Nope, he's going to eat a boot to the face instead the roundhouse sitting sky high. I'm sorry, they're sandals. That's right. He still has the sandals on in this outfit.
Black has old school type joy. Ugh. Couple of drivers cancels to save the super meter. Optimal from JB. Already close to a level 2, honestly. I was going to build some good meter as well. Chris CCH puts a stop to that and the corner push. Oh no, I love that manipulation right there, setting up his own whiff punish. Tries that jump back medium kick. That is a magical button, but not in an instance like that.
Did you get the Isara coming out now, JB? What are you going to do about it? The block on the overhead, very impressive. Taking a throw is not too bad in that scenario out of everything that could have potentially come out of it, but still off with a side clone as well. Gets the fierce and still managing a moment with that perfect parry. I love that side switch, by the way. So sick. Well, JB, more than enough damage in the tank. Does that to drive gauge, SRK, super Rashid kick.
Good stuff from JB right there, able to close it out, staying aggressive, knew he was already up around, had a huge life lead as well, so he could kind of afford being a little bit aggressive on wake up, and boy did he get rewarded.
Did you ever notice that Ed's death animation, when he's on his back, he still has his fist doing this? Like it's still in fighter's pose?
I gotta take a look at that.
It's actually funny. I didn't notice until like just now. I'm like, this guy still has his like fist punch.
That's so sick. He's always ready to fight,
Fighting
even
his
while
demons.
knocked down.
His sleep paralysis demons. Look, he's doing it. He's doing the thing.
Stay at the ready. Stay ready, so I don't gotta get ready. That was an interesting little trade right there from Chris, sniping out the whirlwind, but it traded and it didn't look favorably.
I would say so. I think there was a little bit of a charge up to the whirlwind, right?
Yeah, it didn't look very favorable for Chris, even with that little snipe. Oh, actually just taking the legs out from JB. You can see the aggression from JB getting punched a little bit right now. Bet on a big tick throw after the fireball startup, and Chris made him pay.
Yeah, that's a tough one too. Like, that's a scenario where you truly have to guess the strike throw mix-up afterwards with how meaty the fireball is too. So I think JB taking that big gamble, that's something you wouldn't mind with the current lead that he has. That's like data he needs to collect from Chris CCH. But I don't even know if it really amounts to anything else. These are very expensive strings coming up right now with back-to-back cycle blitz.
They are. That's the thing though. Oh, we got level 2 as well from Ed. But no, JB recognized that. He's like, nah, bro, this is not a free block string for you. Chen just goes with the activation. Great knowledge from JB right there. Incredible check, honestly. He's shown some smart stuff against Ed already, and you need it. Push to the wall. DI for the stun as well. And with the traditional stuff here, just taking the damage. Doesn't look like any shenanigans going on with resets.
Stay down! That was kind of sick.
It was.
I wanted to talk about like the decision making from JB, like that force and play out from Chris CCH. I don't know if I'll actually have time to do it. This level 2 might be a saving grace for Chris CCH to at least apply pressure off of confirm, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, didn't go into it as well, right? It's usually the OD routes that you go into the level 2 from. Tries to notify someone with the whirlwind, does it actually parries up for full drive meter. JB and then interrupts with a drive rush. How did he turn that situation around?
Level 2, brother.
Yeah.
That's what I felt like. I mean, we talk about level 2 from an offensive standpoint. We talk about like a dream combos multiple times over with a desync. But doing level 2 is actually, I thought that was a pretty valid strategy.
Yeah, absolutely, right? So Chris was burnt out, so he didn't have like the OD flicker or the OD blitz to kind of get into those sequences. But man, that was tough. JB's just defense against the level 2 activation raw was immaculate. So we got to keep in mind going forward here.
There we go. Yeah, no longer stealing turns. I think Chris CCH had recognized that before in the last game. He didn't have enough bar in his arsenal to kind of like parry, so he didn't want to try to contest against the fake strings. But there are moments where you can kind of like Aki select against the cyclone. It's just JB's recognition of how much drive gauge Chris CCH had made it much more feasible to steal away some of these turns. But Chris CCH fighting right back in there and kind of threading the needle too with some of these jump-ins.
And you mentioned even with Chris kind of being low on the drive or not having the more comfortable amount of drive to do that with, right? I think part of it was those OD blitz block strings, right? Kind of spinning the meter in those moments. And I don't think we're going to see much of that anymore. We do see it here, but I can't see him going back to back with it like he did before.
Unless it's off of a hit, right?
Yeah, of course, if it hits. Now we get the DC. Oh, yes.
That's 2 hits.
Oh, yes.
Uppercut, dash. No. You know, the damage is there. I think that's going around like
decent enough.
3,800 damage.
Yeah. He got the DC going. He got some damage. He got some meter back for it. Not ideal, but nonetheless. Oh, nah. So much time stop. So much screen freeze on that one. Very easy DI response. Oh my God. I don't know if that buffer just ended up not coming out or what, because we saw the crouch light kick and then the bliss was just delayed. Oh, back to back with him that time. Maybe that's what he tried to do before and the second button just didn't come out. These synced up again here. Let's see if we can get the real proper combo this time. It's looking clean. All the way through to the other corner. Now you just got to deal with these meaties. Oh man, Mayweather jabbed him up in the corner right now. Called for the ref stoppage.
I enjoy the fact that he still has like a flicker stance by default, right? Very Mashiba-esque in regards to like Hajime no Ippo. I want to see him block with like Philly Shell, or at least kind of like dodge using like Philly Shell. That'd be kind of cool too.
Maybe even like if we could put that in like a parry animation, right? Something like that. We can bake it into that in some way.
The devs know what's good.
They know.
They're listening. I love that sequencing too, man. Off of the perfect pairing. It does so much for yourself, like in terms of the gauge, and being able to end it in that too with that heavy blitz. It's beautiful for Oki. Jeez, he's sniping the legs.
So good. Look at this. So every choice right now from Chris CCH, super on point. Doesn't get the extender that he wanted right there, but nonetheless, still set up to win. Owen charge his face right there. JB making the most out of the air current.
Not a single button, too. That was actually a good snipe out, too, against the startup of the whirlwind. But JB kind of tantalizing that space. He's like, you know what, I'm going to try to go for this throw and see how you react. Chris CCH sticking to his guns and not pressing a single thing.
Great anti-air from Chris as well right there. Just spinning 4 bars of drive. Get this in the proper corner. Yeah, that's the thing about... Oh, that's the thing about Yasar. That's what we're learning about right now. Quick little side switch from JB. We got the Kona now. Just an immediate challenge after the first jab. JB not expecting, or excuse me, Chris CCH not respecting JB strings.
He's doing strings. Oh my, he's doing jumping.
Caught my flicker button. Gotta be careful on the ground. Maybe we'll see an HK flicker later to call out the jump. Oh, just an OD in his face like that.
You literally called it in that situation, though. That's actually kind of unprecedented.
Yeah, because that would have covered both options, right? Actually, I don't think so. Either way, Chris CCH gonna put JB on a pixel. Oh, and then back kill rush to bait out the ODDP. That was clean.
What are we talking about when it comes to Ed? What are we talking about when it comes to Flicker? You don't have to commit to the follow-up or the let-go, I should say. You can go for the backdash. You can go for the kill rush forward or back. That's actually a really, really tough thing to kind of counter against. There's no like end-all be-all solution to that one special move.
Yeah, we talked about it off camera that there's some Twitter users that got like display pictures as eggs with 0 followers that be like, you can just jump the flicker. And it's like, no, but you can kill rush cancel it. Like it's not as simple as that.
Not the egg picture.
You know,
with a bunch of numbers towards the end.
Yeah. Like, you could just jump the charge flicker, bro.
Come on, brother.
The answer is much deeper, Padawan.
Yeah.
Now, Chris, this is such a good thing for not JB, but for Ed in the corner here. Having the ability to flicker or fireball meaties, take away the level 1 route if you want to wake up with that, make people spin drive meter, or just bend them to your will if they're in burnout.
And I like Chris CCH going for that route of DI. You know, he doesn't care if he has if JB has a bar to respond with. I think that's like one of his ultimate goals, is to drain as much meter as possible. I hope you use this level 1 towards me, but speaking of super arts now, it's level 2 coming on in too, a little bit closer to the corner. He gets to put up so much more in regards to like the uppercuts. He doesn't have to worry about trying to dash up forward, and also still gets the optimal Oki situation for himself to apply the appropriate pressure against JB, where he's forced to guess even further. And now the tick throw, you got to keep guessing, fam. You're going to dash up, let's do it again.
And throws build huge meter in this game. Look at that, that's 3 throws in a row. He almost has another level 2 now. One more throw would have actually got him in. So Chris, and there it is, the back throw. He has level 2 now. That's all he was looking for, bro. Now JB has to be very careful about anything he does. Oh, Chris actually did the whiff cancel on the drive rush. Didn't complete the kill. Gets the drive rush and the jump back, jump medium kick. Truly a magical button.
I think it's mad far.
Dude, that button, one of the things that pisses me off the most.
Yeah.
Like playing against that button and being like, oh, I'm going to chase you down. I'm trying to run across the field. Chase your back jump just to get hit on the way in by that jump medium kick. Oh boy. Oh boy, I'd be getting salty.
I think he deserves it. I genuinely
It's really
think
good. It's really good.
He's-
When I play the character, I love it.
Yeah. Playing against it, no.
Tough,
We're okay. I mean, it's the lesser of two evils at this point. It's like, would you rather have like Ed's normals do that, or you face off against Rashid who gets level 2 like that?
Yeah,
that's not a fair argument. Not a fair argument. I know, I was being biased, but talking about the replays, there are a lot of really intricate decision makings revolving around the drive gauge, which we've seen time and time again. But from these two players, I think it was very much so a big example of like when to utilize certain strings to kind of force maybe an OD, or even like throw in some of these DIs also with the amount of super arts they've had. It's really, really cool to see how deep it goes in regards to like what's left on the drive gauge for either of these players.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, with Chris CCH and these OD flicker routes, right? Like, look at these OD flicker routes. The fact that you're able to build drive meter back during the combo on these OD routes is such a privilege to have for characters like Ed, like Akuma, like Bison that have these great OD extensions. when you have that, it's so much tougher to actually end up in burnout than these characters that are looking for drive rush cancel for the big damage or corner carry or pressure, whatever it may be. These characters could really exclusively use it for pressure, and having that leniency is a huge factor in kind of swinging the tides of the drive meter momentum.
With that in mind, too, again, with Chris CCH, the way that he's been playing, again, it's cool to see him further progressing this character for himself.
Absolutely.
I think he was a little bit lost in regards to season one, like who he wanted to play.
He was,
and that's kind of fair. I mean, it was a brand new game.
Yeah.
But seeing him now in the winners finals is a very satisfying thing to see. Big ups to JB as well. Big fan of his. Also
Absolutely. Love
on a
JB.
personal level too. Big fan of his. But seeing the former teammates is what really drives the story for me. Samurai and Chris CCH in winners finals. With that in mind, though, we're going to take a trip down to losers a little bit after this. In the meantime, we've talked about teammates, but to what degree, right? Well, I was talking about Street Fighter League. Street Fighter League coming back in this season. Unintentional, by the way, but Street Fighter League Japan, it's been going on these last couple of weeks. Myself and Saint Cola, we've been going through the two different divisions, by the way, Division S and Division F. Not gonna lie to you guys, I don't remember exactly which division we covered this last Tuesday. Actually, this last Friday, but we will be having another one coming up. I think it might be Division S, if I'm not mistaken, coming up for Tuesday evening for the Western audience. Now that we have the official English broadcast, we have it at a reasonable time now. The production has decided to bring it all to you in full effect at 7 p.m. PST coming up this Tuesday. Don't forget, again, these guys are fighting for the right as champions of Japan in Street Fighter League, but also to face off against the other world champs of Street Fighter League EU as well as Street Fighter League North America.
Speaking of which, on the Street Fighter League US side of things, don't forget that this all starts in October for Street Fighter League US. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be on Capcom Fighters as well as obviously SFL Japan already kicking off, as you mentioned, Vicious. And it doesn't matter what division it's going to be that's going to be broadcasted this week, because in Japan, in Street Fighter League, it's always some of the best competitive level Street Fighter you're going to see. So be sure to tune into that, of course. But keep it locked and loaded. That's where I was going. Keep it locked and loaded right here on Capcom Fighters. For more World Warrior West, don't go anywhere.
This is gonna be fun. I'm still on a journey. Come get some. Traveling to new places, experiencing new things, meeting new faces, having good fights. Fight, drink, eat, sleep, repeat. Seriously, it's a good life. I'll pick up the check. Now, where to tomorrow?
The time has come to share with you News that's bleak but sadly true. I'm talking of the fell black blight. A spreading darkness, endless night.
The environment's changing and the monster population's taken a nosedive.
Blackgrass, rampaging monsters. What do you know of this corruption?
This so-called black mist is actually the Black Blight. Then, there'll most likely be a blighted monster nearby too.
Looks like this whole village has been blighted!
Do we know what the blight is or why it's eating away at the world? No. But we know that it attacked our home, and that it must be destroyed.
The kinship stone commands the might to purify this foul black blight.
And we're gonna stop the Black Blight!
We can befriend monsters easy enough, but other humans are a different story.
Hunters and riders.
Like, they both respect and live with monsters. They're the same that way.
I've been waiting my whole life for this. I want to help my friends, everyone.
But right now, evil is growing in power. And soon, this whole world shall be devoured.
Yeah, we got claws for concern. Wrath is blighted.
You can use it to stop the blight.
But I'm curious about this kinship with monsters stuff. So I was hoping you could show everyone what it means to be a rider.
Oh my goodness. Am I not joined with the creator of Fit FGC, with the leanest man in the game today, and Zangief extraordinaire, Dr. Danny Fan. What's up, bro?
What's happening, Robert? How are we doing today?
Bro, first, I got a fun question for you. What makes a Zangief player? Like, what is it? You guys have something else that makes you want to go through? Honestly, it was years of struggle with using the character.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about his win condition where it takes a certain personality type, little special personality type. You know what I mean? You get a little freaky in the risk reward, you know?
Yeah,
and no matter what, like, and you don't see many people like swap to Zangief, right? If you're a Zangief player, you are a Zangief player.
Yep,
And
that's
the
it.
way they play, the way they move, the way they think, it's just, you're just kind of in this toxic relationship for better or worse. That's
Yeah.
what it takes. Commitment.
So something I noticed specifically, of course, you're my main training partner in Street Fighter 6, and what separates you a lot to me is actually your neutral game. You had great offense, but with Zangief, he's such a slow character. Do you think that a lot of Zangief players maybe don't focus on that as much for some reason? How do you make it work with that slow walk speed?
I think I used to be like a stereotypical Zangief player, you know, just try to get a coin flip at any situation, no matter how sloppy. Two players that beat me down so bad, I laid in bed thinking about what the hell I was doing in this game was 801 Strider and Chris T. This dude was mopping me like 4-hour sessions for 2 months straight, and then something finally clicked to where I was like, so if I play good neutral, then I can make you guess. Okay, sure, I'll do that then, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it kind of like it goes hand in hand with the win condition actually, because now you're more safely getting to your win condition. Last thing I want to ask you about is with Street Fighter 6 overall, man. I like your outlook on it. So what do you think about Street Fighter 6 and in general in the meta?
The deeper level is just playing like the resource game. You know, everything has like a pretty expensive cost, so the game isn't really played on just health anymore. Like, if anything, drive bar is kind of more valuable than health at this point. Kind of the way I think about it now is kind of like a RTS game or like a MOBA game. What's happening on this part of the stage will probably indirectly affect this part, so you're constantly measuring where they're going to take a risk with their resources, not just where they're standing on the screen, which causes like a lot of chaos, but it's kind of freaking fun when you're the one giving it to people.
Man, you know what, bro? It pains me to say it with you being a Zangief player and all that, but you break down the game like a true doctor of the science of Street Fighter. I absolutely love talking to you about the game and all that, brother, and it's been good sitting here interviewing you. Best of luck with the rest of the World Warrior.
This guy Rob, man. Zangief players are people too, man. Like, what do you expect them not to break down the game? This guy is the one that took down Daigo in one of the Red Bull events, by the way. I don't know if you guys remember.
That's the big facts.
Yeah, man.
One of the most talented grappler players out there.
Dude, if not, yeah, I guess I got to say, like, I think he's one of the top 3, but we digress, right?
Yeah,
We've also had some in this particular region. What region, you may ask? This is the U.S. Canada West week number 2. Vicious back at it again with Ringe to talk about the rest of our top 8. Now, you just saw the first couple of matches. We got Samurai and Chris CCH now in winners finals, but down below, we have the rest of the Sharks. Nephew going up against Mike X, then followed after Chris Tatarian versus 801 Strider.
Yeah, definitely 2 matches I'm very much looking forward to. Of course, we're going to start at the top right there with Liquid Zone Nephew going up against NS Mike X, 2 of the most talented young individuals in the scene right now. Actually, both very similar in age. Nephew 25, Mike X 26. Who was Nephew playing? Where the stream chat was like, "Your uncle now, bro." I was like, I can't believe this.
That's
He's only
fair.
25. It was like up against Noah or somebody like that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I heard that same exact comment. You were definitely watching the same stream, I think. Yeah.
And
I don't know.
I forgot who it was. But it was, or it might have been Enzo the Hokage. It might have been somebody like that. And like they, like Nephew won or lost or whatever. They're like, "Your uncle now, bro." Even though he's only 25 years old. Mike X only 26 years old as well. Of course, Nephew on the jury has been holding down this character since the launch of the game. Got second at CEO, which was one of the first majors for the game. With jury has been committed to that character since then. Mike X on the Ken, but has also been sprinkling his talents around to a couple of other different characters. We'll see what he chooses today to take on Nephew in the losers bracket side of things.
Let's check it out. Nephew versus Mike X. Here we go.
Oh, it is going to be the Ken.
Okay.
Stick on the tried and true. I know he has done some experimenting, but right now, Nephew has been on straight jury, I feel like, since the beginning. I think he's dabbled in some other characters, but he's always come back to this one.
From what I've seen, like a handful of times over on his stream too, he will dabble with a handful of characters. I think it's him kind of like maintaining what it's like for the matchup for certain characters, and also trying to figure out what the character can do to kind of further his current scope of the jury versus X character matchup. But speaking of X's, Mike X is the one that kind of pushed jury to the corner this soon.
Yeah, two amazing hits right there. First was like a perfectly outspaced crouch medium kick. Now another perfectly outspaced stand at roundhouse, or excuse me, stand fierce. Nephew does love his stand heavy punch with this character. Back throw to grab the stage advantage, and oh no, Mike X a little bit too hasty on the aggression right there. Just ends up running into a fireball, leads Nephew to a full kill.
Ooh, I mean, I want to know what else could have been in mind for Mike X in that regard, right? Maybe like drive rush or like to an early Dragon Lash, perhaps.
I
I'm
wonder.
uncertain. Very uncertain.
Yeah, juries. I mean, I feel like they tend to throw the fireball there, right? So
100%.
Yeah, a little surprising that Mike X didn't have some type of counter to that strategy. But right now, Nephew the one ends up fighting the counter, jumps the fireball cleanly, tries to let a moment of hesitation go by to see if Mike X woke up with anything. That was still a good tech throw. Oh my goodness.
And still going to the low with that roundhouse, by the way. He's not deterred at all. Like, you hit me with low forward, but you didn't spin the bar. You know what? I'm going to let you try to do that again to force yourself to burn out. I think that was fine.
Especially when it just worked, right? You're kind of encouraged to do what just worked again if you're the attacking player. So don't blame Nephew at all. Does get his parry, held parry walk-up throw that time, though. Whoa. Mike X trying to catch him, taking his turn back up to some minus frames. Yeah, Ken doesn't get an extension on the stand light kick drive rush cancel unless it's counter hit. Oh, but he gets that for free all day.
One of the characters that also gets to fight out in Burnout pretty well, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Like once he gets a normal into like Jinrai started, you still have to play his game for a temporary moment, but it feels like such a slow moment in time. It's like you still have to guess.
Yeah, it feels very weighted in Ken's favor, right? The RPS situation off the Jirais. Yeah. So like even in Burnout, it really is a good thing to start going. Yeah, looking for that stand heavy punch again. Nephew loves that button. Makes sense why it obviously pays off a huge reward if landed.
And it's not too far in terms of like throwing it out like as a harassment tool because of the damage it does towards the drive gauge. Both heavies for that matter, and I love that. Channelizing with the parry immediately afterwards from that roundhouse. I think he's gone through that well again a couple of times over in the previous round, and I think having the appropriate lead against Mike X to go for that parry was phenomenal. I think it was that was kind of like setting him up, conditioning into this round.
I think Jury has a lot of those moments where she can kind of condition you for parry later on, right? Like off of the Fuha or off of whatever it may be. She has a lot of like -3, -4 frame options. So just putting the parry out there is a very potent strat. Nephew brings it back to the mid screen here. And out of that tech throw, nobody committing to anything right there. Does bait him into a big whiff though. Mike X, he's gotten a lot of bills paid with that stand roundhouse. So that was a great bait from Nephew, honestly. Yeah, you see Mike X kind of holstering the roundhouse now, falling back more on that light kick, which is a tremendous button. I love that link right there, by the way, that he pulled off.
Standing medium with the standing light punch. It's going to be way easier to confirm instead of trying to go for the rest of the target combo, right?
Exactly.
It's still damage nonetheless, so I think you're like taking what you can get in regards to human reactions and also what the opponent's doing. It's totally fine.
Yeah, I think it's a great route to look for, honestly, rather than just the straight up target combo.
Yeah, you salvage the situation while maintaining like the risk rewards behind it too.
The level 1 from Mike X, bet big right there to hold on to his drive meter, right? Because ODDP would have burnt him out. Now he gets to fight more on even ground. Nephew actually the one that ends up burning himself out, but confidently does so to set up a shimmy, and boy, was he ever successful.
Shimmy.
My goodness, Mike X caught reach, and that was a big 6 foul right there. Again, just trying to harass with the Renko kicks. Oh no, the stand heavy punch does get duffed that time.
Watch the safe jump, knocking at the door a little bit with a couple of lights. And that roundhouse T immediately getting checked for the follow-up against Mike X. Yo, Nephew has gone to the low forward a bunch of times over 2. Damn, you tried to get out of the corner with that. Just raw, jump heavy punch. To be fair, that being shown off early is hard to block.
Yeah, absolutely. Putting it out there very early on, it can kind of mess up a lot of your attempts at anti-airing. Just in general, annoying tool to deal with. Nephew, though, gonna buy himself some corner carry with that level 1. Tries to chase him down. Mike X looked for a whiff to get back in there. Does snipe the walk back. Oh, held the parry for a second right there. Just cancels into the drive rush. Caught Mike X off guard. Mike did not expect him to just cancel in a drive rush off that. We got one throw away from death. Waits for the backdash and then throws the end of it. My goodness, Nephew, what a message to send.
It covers a lot of options, too. I mean, it covers the option of whether or not they do a crouch jab, whether or not they do an OD uppercut. He was just covering his bases. And I think him reacting to the backdash with the throw, also, that's really good attention to detail, really good tenacity, too, for Nephew to kind of recognize the situation and punish accordingly.
And we've seen Nephew, he's set up in the corner a couple of times, right? Not right there, but he has done like these slight hesitations on meaty just to give Mike X that opportunity to wake up with an OD reversal and block. So I like this a lot from Nephew. He's done a good job as well. Like you mentioned, him going with the crouch medium kick after the roundhouse, right? Kens love to do max space, and speaking of max space right there, Nephew's the one that hits him with a fear. Gonna ride that all the way to the level 1 and the round kill and the set point. But yeah, Ken's love after doing max range stand roundhouse to try to steal a turn with light kick, just like counter poke with a light kick drive rush cancel. 100%. And Nephew has been shutting that down entirely. He's like, whatever button you're trying to press after stand roundhouse on block, I'm not letting you do it.
We're starting to see that too a little bit more too. Okay. Just a raw dragon lance, excuse me. OD uppercut, Nephew. Tired of it.
And Mike X, he's not giving him that slight moment of hesitation, right? He's not giving him that moment to block the OD reversal on late though. Again, just tries to immediately commit to immediate. Nephew, he's got a read right now.
That was mad far.
Oh, the spacing. Yeah, even the pinwheel barely connecting right there. That's how far away that was. Oh, and then cuts him off at the pass. Feng Shui cancel right here. Renko double up with it. Double up on the drive rush cancels as well as we triple up on the victory. Nephew onto the loser's quarters.
I think that was a smart usage of the gauge.
Super good.
Yeah, I think him recognizing the amount of life left, he's like, you know what? I think I should just go for multiple forward heavy punches multiple times, right? That's going to be a great way to get like as much damage without the scaling being involved, especially with Feng Shui engine. That could have been a little bit disastrous if he chose a different route.
I was not expecting like the second Renko kick to do the chunk it did.
Me either.
I was like, oh, you actually know that this route does way more than I thought it was going to. That was, again, high level knowledge. We talked about Nephew, been playing this character since the launch of the game. Those are the little things that now that we've gotten a year under our belt, you're going to start seeing pop up more.
Little side note. I mean, like, he's always been a proponent of, like, Luke and kind of like Shotos in the previous iterations. He ended up playing Colleen as well. I'm just very surprised he's stuck with this character.
Me too. I liked it at the start of the game. Like, I was like, okay, I think this kind of makes sense for him to start the game, get used to Street Fighter 6. But I thought he would have moved on from now by now, just because of like the Colleen and the way he was able to kind of like dabble amongst different characters in 5. I didn't see him sticking with Jury all the way till now. But man, I mean, I'm glad he has, because he's one of the best Jury players in the world. I think he's still very underrated. I feel like a lot of people think Nephew is good, but I still feel like a lot of people don't understand how good this dude is. I think he's one of the best players North America has to offer, and I hope he continues to show off.
And I kind of agree with that, too. I think there's moments where Nephew, he's been put in a bracket against a lot of other Titans, but people are thinking to themselves, is he going to be like the dubbed dark horse of that tournament? And it's kind of nuts to hear because he's got some of the most ingenious tech in regards to like matchup knowledge and his actual execution with Jury as a character. So I think, again, Nephew, he's one to really still be one of the best in the West Coast.
Yeah, I think maybe underrated is the wrong word, but slept on. You kind of made me realize that maybe slept on is probably the better term to use here for him. And it's just like, for whatever reason, I never see him be like anybody's favorite, but he always makes top 8 and he always goes very far in the tournament.
I think both are interchangeable still. I mean, like, not in terms of like the actual vernacular, but I mean, saying that he's underrated as well as like not really, you know, respected in the term of him taking down like certain tournaments.
Yeah, like slipped on, right?
Yeah, I think it's both appropriate.
The connotation is similar, right? The genuine emotional feeling they evoke is definitely similar in regards to those two. But of course, let's get to that last losers round 1 match. Man, it's gonna be a banger for sure. A heartbreaker for these two players because they are definitely good homies. I actually was able to call a sets between these two on Capcom Fighters months and months and months ago, where they ran a 1st to 10 where Chris was able to come out on top. But this is a very different season and obviously a very different character at the helm for 801 Strider on that M. Bison.
It's so funny because they are really, really good friends. They're essentially brothers at this point. But they've had such funny words against their characters, against the characters that they play against, right? I mean, 801 Strider, he won't be one to shy away from the things that are great about Bison or great about a character and be like, yeah, I'm going to abuse that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's just funny to hear the exchange between both, to be honest with you. So, enough about the exchange and the verbal side of things. Let's talk about the exchange coming up in the games. Ken versus M. Bison. I love seeing this matchup in general, but I love seeing it more so piloted by these two titans in regards to the FGC. It's Chris Terry and 801 Strider.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these fellas been around for a hot minute now. Two of the American players that I got first familiar with, honestly, when I was getting into the scene and watching Street Fighter 4 as a competitive stream monster. It was great seeing these two still going at it. Chris just was so brave with the back throw. It's funny, I saw a tweet that was like, when players got the bomb on them, they play like they're the ones that put the bomb on you, which that's how I play too. I get it. I'm sorry I said that while you were taking a drink. Vicious had to take his head off to make sure he didn't damage the equipment. But I really love that saying because that is how people play when they get it.
That was not nice. That was not a nice thing to say. It's pretty good.
But yeah, it's so true though, and you saw it right there.
Yeah, it is. That's why I laughed.
Immediately, right? Like just immediately waking up with throwing, trying to throw some type of gambit out there, but Strider was still able to clutch it out. And yeah, you see that stand median quick trade with a fireball. That's going to prevent Ken from being freely able to use that.
It's like you would think Bison players would want that. It's like, yeah, go ahead and be aggressive so that by the time I do something, you'll either succumb to the bomb, you'll get hit, I'm ready for the conversion, or I could do something completely unsafe, and you would think because of how many times you took taking your action, you don't know what the timing of the explosion is going to be like, so you won't be able to punish me accordingly. Yeah. How many times have we seen people kind of like, as Bison, by the way, taking that game, pretty impressive from Strider. That was actually a huge difference in comparison to game round 1 to round 2.
Yeah, very dominant round 2.
How often have you seen the bomb planted and people just kind of go for like a roundhouse scissor kick point blank, or even like a slide point blank, and people were like, oh, let me finish this.
Yeah, exactly. No, you would think. I want to see, hopefully, Strider catches on to that aggression, maybe uses it against Chris T later on. Right now, Chris, it's going to be a good spot for him. It tries the neutral jump after that Fierce. That is plus on block, the Bison stand Fierce, one of the very rare plus on block stand heavy punches in this game. Oh, okay, yeah, the bomb was there. Just to set up a throw bait. Strider manipulating his opponent. Chris does find the wake up level 1 this time. Conserve some drive mirror, put Strider in the corner as well, but an immediate check after the drive rush.
And I like that Strider goes to that tactic. Oh, wait. Hold phone. No, he's dead. He's hella dead. Oh, he scissor kick. Overhead. Psycho Crusher. Damn. That's kind of difficult. Like to maintain that charge, it's pretty impressive. I mean, like every pro player should have it under their belt at this point, but like in this situation, online too, that's pretty good.
100%. And it's one of those things that it's like we see it automatically from the pro players, but that doesn't mean that it's easy. It's just something that they've been accustomed to pulling off for so long now.
I didn't realize his name was Sheik Strider.
Oh, Sheik. Oh, snap. Good stuff. Oh, and then again, right? Beautiful Hezzy. Strider, the way he's taken his turn back off of any block button has been, I think, the tail of the tape so far this set. Like, Chris has been unable to really get any offense going because as soon as he makes Strider block one minus frame normal, Strider is there taking his turn back. And what a whip punish right there to close out game 2.
And that is a very hefty normal. I don't even know how long it takes for it to actually come up. I don't know, like in terms of startup. It's got to be like 12 to 13 frames to start.
Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah. So to whip punish for a move that slow, that means you are locked in.
Or you're committed.
Yeah.
It's one of the two, right? Like pressing that button, to be fair, is not too bad in that situation.
It's not. Like we talked about, right? It's plus on blocks, so Bisons do love it. They will throw it out just like that, right? Because they can continue their turn afterwards anyway. But nonetheless.
It's very, very obnoxious button, to be quite honest with you, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Very annoying to deal with. Like, oh man, the scissor kick as well. Motion scissor kick.
Oh man, fucking, he's slow motion in the air. I've never seen that. Yeah, you definitely heard me say that. My mistake, but that's the first time I've ever seen that. My apologies. That's the first time I'll ever slip in the history of Street Fighter because that was crazy to me.
I haven't seen a regular air Tatsu since.
I have since
Nah, brother. We were in Nah fighting in the
Why
Congo.
did he freeze in the air like that?
I don't understand.
Listen, Overlords, I get it. I get it. But holy, that was nuts.
I tried to like mask my surprise, but you saw through me entirely.
It's fine. It's totally fine.
But right now, oh my goodness, Chris, just a single hit confirm off the Fierce into the DP. No drive meter necessary, but it was too far for the stand jab. That would jump back air to air. What is all this nonsense? Beats out the Psycho Crusher. Okay, Chris. He was not trying to go quietly into the night.
That's tough, too. Like, you would see the animosity from 801 Strider. Like, he had the resources left to kind of chase you down with what he needs to, but Cryptotarian being one step ahead. I think, to be honest with you, he's got everybody, like, mind-boggled just from that last couple of tactics. Come on, man. This isn't Street Fighter 4 anymore.
Yeah, like, I don't quite get what's happening. Oh, nice challenge again from Chris. He's really, I think, turned the expectations on their head, all starting with that air Tatsu. From then on, it's kind of been his game, but Strider now stabilizing a little bit. Psycho Crusher for the corner carry. Get off me, says Chris Terry.
You were talking about how he's so resilient when it comes to his defensive choices. Again, once he knows mathematically it's his turn to press the button, he will press that button. This is going to be huge too. Cryptotarian, I think this might be able to kill considering what okay, maybe not.
At least burns him out. That's a good spot to be. But Strider does have access to CA now and runs to a Fierce for his trouble.
Okay.
All right.
See nothing.
Yeah, see nothing. Only seeing this fist to the face.
Man, this guy Cryptotarian's about to get me fired, brother.
What are you doing, Air Tatsuin over there,
Come
Chris?
on, man.
Have some decorum, bro.
Dude, I thought we were cool.
Nobody does that. There we go, getting bomb already implanted. Oh, snipes him with the crouch forward. Oh. Able to escape a little bit here, I thought. Strider honestly was going to be ready maybe with a hell attack. Right now, we're back to Manooch. Oh my lord. Whip punishing the light kick is ridiculous. And then the overhead with the bomb implanted. Safe jump city. You thought it was your turn? Never that.
As much as I love the sequences that 801 Strider takes to afterwards, I think there's moments where he could kind of kill, right? He could do OD Psycho Crusher with the amount of bar. He had like three drive gauge bars left to his name. He could have done like maybe OD Psycho Crusher into like
because there's a bomb explosion combo too, right?
100%.
Yeah,
100%. You get like the jumping potential.
Yeah, you get real wild with Bison when that happens. Oh, and the tri-burst jab. What's his 40-yard dash speed, bro? Bison ridiculous out here at the combine.
What team do you think he'd play for in the NFL?
Oh man, that's a good one.
Well, I'll pick your brain about that later.
I want to say the Buccaneers just because of the colorway and like the pirate theme, you know?
Tampa Bay,
yeah, I can see that. And then, oh my lordy lord! Strider thought he was going to be in range for that second jab, but Chris, the spacing on that And that kind of took advantage of the fact that Strider has been taking his turn back so quickly, right? Kind of spaced him out with a max range jab, went into a fierce right after to catch the whiff. Great stuff.
So it's locked and loaded, by the way, in regards to the super art down below. Vegetarian going to go for the Oki option with the uppercut instead. I'm surprised. I mean, most of the time you would see in that scenario, Chris kind of go for the Tatsu. Right?
Yeah, the corner carry, just start the oppressive corner game that Ken has.
Because Bison doesn't really have it in regards to defense, other than having a level 1 to his name.
100%. Like, Bison can get mauled for like a lot of these characters that don't have a drive meter reversal. Oh, just dashes up on him that time, though, and Tatarian, who was respecting the bomb, he devoted himself up to throw in. 801 Strider going to take a significant life lead, get his drive meter back as well, put himself in prime position to close out the set. That did a lot of damage for that type of starter. Oh, and then snipe the legs. About to opt out, straight for the shins. 801 Strider, 3-1 over Chris T.
125 damage. But yeah, again, the amount of meter that he had left too, I think, again, he was very well calculated in regards to his approach. Like, sure, there were moments where he had like kill scenarios off of like going into bomb into OD Psycho Crusher, but I still love the way that he sets himself up afterwards. Like, even if he doesn't get those kill scenarios, it still ends up in his favor because of the fact that he's still challenging his opponents and like trying to force them into making those errors. And that was like I think the biggest story of his win. I think there's most of the times where he's forcing a lot of these errors against Chris Tatarian because of his antsiness and eagerness.
And it's one of those things too, like you mentioned, where like he kind of bypassed some kill routes, whether it was for comfortability or whatever it was for, right? And the thing about leaving some damage on the table, but then immediately being right on the next sequence, it really tilts your opponent.
It does.
Right? That's like one of the most tilting things to be on the receiving end of. Like when your opponent doesn't do the optimal combo and instead does like a setup that you're unfamiliar with, and you try to like DP out of it like Chris did and it was a safe jump, that is one of the ultimate tilters in fighting
because
games.
it gives you less time to think. You would always assume that they're going to go for like the big damage combo, then you know what the Oki scenario is going to be like for that.
Yes.
But when you see these moments happen, it happens all the time too. When like these trades happen or like a dropped combo happens, it's the same type of mentality.
Exactly. You're thrusted into a decision-making situation way quicker than you expect it to be, right? And that is just like, it jars you. It just throws you off as a fighting game player. So having to deal with that and then being wrong, super tilting. So definitely understand. Beautiful stuff, beautiful sequencing from 801 Strider. He's going to be moving on. Always a big fan of the Chris T. Can hopefully get to see him more and more as CPT progresses. But that's going to be it for Losers Round 1. All of our Round 1s of top 8 is we got Samurai and Chris CCH in Winners Finals. Cloud9 JB versus Liquid Nephew got mixed for a second there. And then Twisted Mind Noah versus 801 Strider to close it out.
I'm a big nerd when it comes to like these esports games that have been going on. But a little side note, seeing Liquid and Cloud9 in a bracket is pretty damn cool in our Street Fighter game. I will admit that. Hopefully we get to see that more often in a World Warrior standpoint from other regions as well. Again, we've had this going on for the US, Canada, West, and for those that want to kind of see what your game is like in comparison to the rest of the world, be sure to register and compete in your respective regions. Capcom.us/WW24 to begin on your path to Capcom Cup 11. Again, this is only week 2 for this specific region. But if you're from the West Coast and you're thinking to yourself, man, I've gone to my couple of locals. I think I'm kind of nice. I want to see what it's like in the atmosphere of these professional players. Guess what? This is your moment to shine. And I've told that to a lot of folks in the last couple of locals that I've been going to. A lot of the locals are starting to kind of spring up in Southern California. I had the luxury of coming back straight from Seattle literally this morning and then talking to some of the folks over there and getting like their locals and stuff. Jake Ryan, unfortunately, has been sniped out and actually scoped into the Seattle atmosphere. He's a longtime SoCal boy, but he's also now one of the big reps over in the local scene in Seattle. Same with Danny Pham. But again,
and Jake, he goes to every single local he can up there in Seattle as well, just like he did here in SoCal. Right, no matter where he's at, he's trying to support the local scene. Beautiful stuff. And as you mentioned, if you're in SoCal, there's locals in Irvine, Riverside, Burbank. Like, they're starting to pop up again. So definitely be on the lookout, man.
Yeah, another one in Garden Grove. Just sneaking that in there.
Grove,
I see you, boy stuff. I see you. I'm here for you. But with that in mind, we've already concluded with our first round. We're going to get into the rest of it a little bit after this. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of that World Warrior recap.
Here comes a new challenger! Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics!
We are here with one of the most exciting new rising stars in the scene from the West Coast, from the trenches, Noah the Prodigy. So, you know, a lot of stuff been happening for you, bro. Not just for you making it happen. Something me and you have talked about a lot is we want to see you on Street Fighter League. Don't know if it'll happen, but if so, it would end up being phenomenal. You kind of got a lone wolf type of energy, it seems like. How would you fare on a Street Fighter League team? What if your teammates need you? What if you lose?
Even if I did lose, I'll still be positive for my teammates and I won't be a poor sport and I'll still cheer my teammates on. If I was on Street Fighter League, I just do my best for the team and not really worry about it as a team thing and just do my best for me and win.
I don't really see you get extremely salty per se when you play.
No.
You were saying like your thing is you absolutely love Street Fighter 6 and you know, so what's your, do you think people, some competitive players might have like the wrong mentality when they're approaching the game?
Yeah, Angry Bird and Big Bird told me there's gonna be 1,000 more tournaments in your life, so you kind of have to get over it, get better, get back in the lab and keep competing. You can't be a softie and cry and when you lose a match and
You can't
go
do
on
what?
Twitter. Go on Twitter. I hate when players run to Twitter. I lost because of the monitor and.
Like, bro, you no matter what, it got to come with an excuse after you after that damn meal. Like, that's definitely lame. Okay, so you know what I got to ask you too, bro. Like, are you like the West Coast is very strong? Are you the best player on the West Coast right now?
Yes, I'm the best player on the West Coast. Because when that regional finals comes up, they're all going to get nervous, and that's when I'm going to shine. They're not really nervous right now, but when it gets to the finals, to make it into Capcom Cup, they're going to get nervous, and I'm going to win.
Back there at EWC, you talking after you smoking people, you like, yeah, you can't train for these lights.
A lot of these players, I want to run first to 10s, and I want to go train in Japan, and then when they get on that EWC stage, they get soft and say, my hands were shaking, and the crowd was too loud and I just couldn't. I got nervous and you can't train that.
So of course you like people cheering your name. You like Noah. But does the hate fuel you at all? Because or does controversy fuel you? Because you meet people head on.
No, I don't care because the results speak for themselves. You could go look at all my results. In my opinion, I'm like top 6 best results season 2 right now. Free. If you go
in the
look.
world.
Yeah, go do the research. Go look.
We might have to check the stats. I mean, you've been cooking though consistently, to be fair. Yeah. All right, Noah. So we know, of course, we're not going into details today with it, but we know you from the trenches and all that. We know that you also were into fighting game stuff since you were young. I gotta ask you, if you were not following this path as a Street Fighter player, what would you be doing and why?
In jail or doing something illegal.
The man himself from the trenches, locked in, twisted minds, Noah the Prodigy. Thanks, bro.
Thank you.
Straight up. Glad to hear from Noah's mouth himself, right? He's like, bruh, there's just certain places where when you come from those places, there's not many options to get out. And hey, it's a beautiful thing that he's actually been able to flourish as a fighting game player and develop a full fighting game career, get sponsored by Twisted Minds and go all over the world. I mean, fighting games have taken me around the world. It's just an amazing thing to kind of have that type of structure of some type of competitive atmosphere.
I'm going to call him out on that. His parents got more sense than that. I definitely had the luxury of being able to talk to Noah's dad as he was bringing him to a lot of events. I know he's got a little bit more sense than that. Come on now.
Oh, yeah.
Lying to us over here.
But it's an important message to send, right? He's trying to be a role model.
He's trying to be the ambassador,
yes,
is what it is. He's going into his ambassador pose. Every single time that we see him in an interview, I swear, it feels like it's a frozen screen. He's just so... He's stuck there in this pose, and it's so intimidating. He's like, I know what I'm going to say. I am classically PR trained.
For real, by Mike Ross. We've seen it.
His manager.
The Shug to the Pac. We've
He's
seen
got
the picture.
manager Mike Ross. He's got Uncle Yipes.
Yeah, that's true. Uncle Yipes.
That's a pretty good trio.
That reminds me, because he was in grand finals with CEO this past year, I think. Or if it wasn't grand finals, it was definitely at least top 6 or top 8. And I just remember he lost because he kept jumping, and Yipes just was on commentary like, yo, stop jumping, nephew. Like, that's all he could keep telling him. So it's good to have people that are ready to PR train you, but also that are going to keep it real with you and be like, bro, you're playing bad. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to have somebody in your corner that's telling you you're bad. That's just how it be. But, of course, Noah has all the right people around him, as we've seen, as he continues to flourish as a fighting game player. He is here in our top 8, but not in the winner's side of things. He actually got knocked down into the loser's bracket, as we see how the top 8 is played out by Samurai, taking it 3-2 over him. He's going to be down in the loser's quarterfinals. Chris CCH as well in the winner's final side of things. Both are winner semi-sets, extremely close, 3-2. So I'm interested in seeing how these two players bounce back. That is JB and Noah the Prodigy.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, too. JB going up against Nephew, then Noah facing off against 801 Strider. You're looking at Rashid versus Jury, as well as Luke going up against Bison. Pretty well-rounded. Again, this is going to be like a battle of both the minds and the characters. I think there's going to be a lot to be told in regards to like who's going to pretty much make it their way through in the World Warrior series thus far with the current standings. But speaking of which, again, JB versus Nephew, this is a matchup that we've seen a pretty good amount of times, at least, whether it's in like an official standpoint, an official like tournament, or even like on CFN. I think both of these guys do a really great job of streaming their runs and also their ranked matches in general. So again, with JB and Nephew, it feels to me like a complete toss-up.
I couldn't agree more. Like, this is a classic for TNS, for Neo Judai, Street Fighter Academy Mondays, for Casa Bunch, for whatever tournament that is out there in North America. This is a classic. But even more so for the West Coast Region Lock tournaments, right? Like your World Warriors, like your FlyQuest Fight Series. It's pretty much always coming down to these two at some point. And I mean, they both gotten the best of each other. So I'm interested to see. Let's get into it. It's going to be Cloud9 JB versus Liquid Nephew. Whose tournament is it today? Because, I mean, between these two, it's always a 50-50. So let's see who's just that much more on point this time around.
When's Can Opener West?
That's for real, though. Can Opener's a great. How did that tournament of all tournaments slip my mind? Of course, shout-outs to Yaito Lee Chung and Ruby on the boards.
Yo, I love Ruby on the boards, brother.
Holding down the Can Opener series.
All the TOs, too. I'll be watching you. I'm in Discord.
Shout-outs to the TOs, of course. Air Tola be holding it down. The TO is sometimes. Throwback.
One of the best One Piece players we could ask for. All right, so perfect parry coming through. Yeah, it's not going to go for the side switch, but rather maybe, okay, I was going to say like eventually the side switch, right?
Yeah, eventually. Now we're back to the middle of the screen, and JB again sniping the pressure sequences. This time with a crouch jab, but speaking of sniping, perfect parry for the side switch. Oh, and it baits out the OD mix. Damn. See the jab timing on that from Nephew? It felt like it wasn't like just immediate chain jabs, like there was a slight hezzy to them.
It felt like it.
Right? And it just felt like the timing was weird. I don't think that really was trying to blow up an immediate button press back from JB or anything, but I think it was just trying to throw him off the rhythm.
There's mostly like a certain rhythm for sure when it comes to like chaining lights. Some people kind of just like mash it just to kind of get through the sequencing. And then get ready for like what follows afterwards, which could be a whip punish, maybe even like a throw perhaps, but that's like a little bit of a walk. It's a little bit of a reach, but you get the idea. Nephew, right now though,
on the defensive side of things, is willing to take the throw, willing to take another one right there with that life lead. Knows he's got control of this match. Time is on his side.
That big dash getting completely unchecked. And it's so difficult because I feel like Jerry's dash is like one of the more surprising ones that kind of close the gap. Ooh, I like that. The OD spinning mixer actually finding the mark in the last couple of games. JB was not able to find success with that.
Yeah, finally finds it here. He needed it then too because they put him down below 2 drive meters. He's looked back over that by now though. And now you got to deal with this level 2. Nephew, how's he going to do with it? Yasar stalking him. It's in the cut. Oh, it just throws him out of the drive rush.
Word! Low medium kick, but to be fair, he already knew that the Isar was going to run out of durability. There was going to be like no hits behind it. So that was an excellent call out in terms of timing from Nephew. JB wasn't ready for it. He got caught slipping. He got slipping and standing.
Yeah, Nephew, he got like, or excuse me, JB got the enhanced dash and it looked like he was trying to walk away for a throw bait, but Nephew with a beautiful snipe on the walk back. Oh, and then sniping again on the legs. Chancleta, do not protect your toes.
Dude, this character has such a far-reaching low medium kick. It's still very deceptive to me.
It do be. Definitely one of the further reaching cross medium kicks in the game. We got a perfect parry. Wake up with it. We're throwing it each other back, right and left.
I know for sure there was a Twitter post like comparing all the ranges of low medium kick. I don't know where I can find that now, but if you guys can tag me and range as well.
I was gonna say I definitely liked that tweet when it happened, but it's long gone in my likes now. Dude. So yeah,
bookmarked and hearted. It's gonna be so far gone.
Ooh, and just a meaty right there catches Nephew trying to wake up with something. But yeah, if y'all got that on hand, please add us. Please. I'd love to have that on hand again.
Oh, what a selection too! Off of that, the clutch medium punch at that timing. Uppercut, yeah, still towards the end of it. Even if you did the cyclone, it's still going to be susceptible.
Precisely. With coverage from Nephew at all angles.
Oh, I guess Arabian Sky High, excuse me.
Yeah, it is again. Arabian Sky High, and now he finally finds the perfect parry. Nephew had been looking for a parry on the cyclone block stream for quite a while. Finally found the timing, and it blows through the heavy cyclone hits with the DI. That's how you're supposed to counter that move. Safe jump city.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm so glad you mentioned that because the audio cue does let you know if it's a heavy or a medium.
That's a good point to always remember as well. It's tough to just tell by animation.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
I cannot tell between medium and heavy. It's a split second between the two.
Yeah, so the sound cue is definitely the more reliable way to dictate that. And then again, oh no, I'm not sure what happened there. We saw the counter hit come up. It looked like Nephew's follow-up just didn't come out. I don't know.
I think so. It did say counter, though, right?
Yeah, so something came out. Don't know what it was, but JB made the most out of that sequence. Just throw loops him to death right there. So, yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
We'll never know.
Yeah,
unless we go to the CFN or Nephew happens to be in the chat, you will never know.
The replay feature, the replay takeover is coming.
Oh, that's the perfect time to practice against the Arabian Cyclone pressure.
Yeah, shout outs to the replay takeover coming in a very future, or not very future, but a very soon to come patch.
I'd imagine it has to like come with like the Terry edition as well, right?
Absolutely. Oh man, I don't think I've ever seen that jury button.
No.
Funky cross up button right
The
there.
jump short, right?
Yeah,
Like the knee drop.
Actually reached further back than I thought it would. Renko kicks nephew. It's burnt out after that. JB now just gonna abuse. Doesn't want to get too overzealous. I like the Yasar. Oh my god, I got a little scared.
I don't think there was anything else he would have been able to do after that. Like a Fierce and then go into a Cyclone that's enhanced. Have you seen, by the way, on Twitter, the anti-air heavy spinning mixer into the follow-up spinning mixer?
I haven't. I've heard about this combo, but I haven't seen it.
It's it's crazy. I don't know why that was the first time I've ever seen it.
I definitely want to check that out.
And like it's starting to show up like more and more in the Asia region.
Okay, that's sick.
It's
The people
so
are scheming
nuts.
for it in match.
It's so much damage and it's so much meter.
That's what you love to see.
This character's good.
Bro. Rashid is so good right there. Nephew,
man.
Speaking of being good, snipes out the parry.
And it's so much further on too. I love that change, like the risk reward behind, like throwing out the flash parry, the recovery on it, but also like still within range to get the throw on because of the expanded hurtbox on it. I love that change.
Yeah, I thought all of the changes to parry were good. I love the 8 additional total frames, 4 additional recovery, 4 additional active, and then yeah, like you mentioned, the throw hurtbox or the hurtbox being extended. And there we go again, the Cyclone is getting DI'd through. No more hits to protect you. Oh, tried an empty jump, maybe throw, it looked like. JB just pressing on wake up, called him out for it.
Great Desert Storm. Coming in now, he's just hanging out a little bit.
He was. Oh my, the neutral jump, you ain't going nowhere. Protect your neck, Rashid. What a split.
That was the John Claude Van Damme if I ever seen it. The split kicks to the dome. Oh, that was a mini fireball. Yo, you know we tried to extend with it. You saw the follow-up on the medium. It's just out of range.
Oh, and nephew. Jury, looking like your favorite kickboxer.
I love that. Ooh. He ain't gonna be in Bloodsport. That's for sure. He's not gonna be in Bloodsport. That character, Rashid? No, sir.
Just got kicked out a window. He ain't gonna be in Bloodsport 2.
That's what I'm saying.
Bloodsport 3.
I wish there was a Bloodsport 2. I don't even know if there was.
Nah, I don't think so, yeah.
The legend of Frank Dukes died that day, huh? It was just one.
They knew it was too perfect. They were like, yeah, we can't follow this up.
I still wanted to say Rush Hour, baby. I really wanted to.
Trust me, I knew the reference you were making. I was like, what a combination. I was like, I'm going with it. I wish that was the universe I lived in where they were the same movie.
I'm telling you, man. Someday.
Oh, jeez. Caught nephew trying to be a little bit over aggressive that time. Gonna apply this pressure in the corner here. Max range. Beautiful calculations for both players.
Again, just chopping away.
Dude.
How many times over did we see that in a matter of 10 seconds? I think there were 4 Fierces that nephew either blocked or got hit by.
JB on his Gunta stuff. Shouts to the World Heavyweight Champ.
A lot of chops, huh?
Oh yeah, lots of chops. So that's all the man does. Oh my, yo, the patience from JB to not actually throw that and just wait for the drive rush into the level 2. That was bonkers.
That was like 45% damage off of that weight.
Like, that was so good to know where the bigger reward was coming from when a hefty reward was staring him in his face. Man, that was incredible discipline. But nephew now, he's got his feng shui engine type beat going. Got the corner carry. Oh, good block on the double overhead. Oh, and just the micro walkout. He was like, I know you like to bully people with this jumping feng shui pressure. I'm not going to have that. Safe jump to close it out. JB.
Don't take it personal, baby. It's just business. That was actually, again, that's something that he's done before, too, on that setup. And then the one time that we actually see Nephew become impatient, also the Arabian Cyclone follow-up, the air dash follow-up is very, very surprising.
Just business was bars. My goodness.
I swear I've said that around you before.
Goodness. I probably just went over my head before.
Okay.
For whatever reason, it really registered now. Oh, meaty with the stand medium punch that time. Drive rush version as well, so we get all the extensions of the world. Nephew, what a bounce back. Couldn't quite reach for the trade combo, but throws the blue stuff. Set point.
I think it's super neat, too, the positioning that it puts you in when it's meaty, like drive rush forward, because you're pretty much like really, really into the character. So that standing medium punch, being able to link into itself is phenomenal.
It's so good. Now JB here striking back first. The whirlwind pinner in the pigtails. Ooh, again, throwing the blue stuff. You're on the wrong block. Getting with the side switch as well. JB, he just faked her out, or maybe he didn't actually get the level 2. I don't know if that was supposed to be a fake out on the backdash Yasar, or if he just didn't get the Yasar and got rolling instead. We're not going to find out because Nephew took that moment, that opportunity where the whirlwind went over his head to completely suffocate JB and take the set 3-2. Oh man, I wonder if that was like a whirlwind fake out or if that was a genuine execution error. That is a tough way to go down.
I'm leaning towards like maybe a fake out just because of the actions that had come out of it.
Yeah, right. Because usually you see like, oh, the whiff normal, like what we saw happen to Big Bird at Evo, right, where we don't get the level 2. Usually you don't see the whirlwind. So very, very surprising right there. But Nephew was like, whatever, bro. If you're going to give me a moment to get in your face, I'm not going to let that pass me by.
Yeah, I think in that moment, too, like, it depends on the knockdown. I actually don't recall exactly what the knockdown was, per se. I just saw JB kind of backing up, but that is a tough one to call.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see it at the end of these replays right here. But, of course, this was a tooth-and-nail set as we expected it to be, as we talk about whenever these two face each other in whatever tournament it is here in North America and the world. It's always 50-50. They're always taking it to the final round because both of them know each other so well. They're both such great players that it's really tough to have one get a convincing record over the other. That was one of my favorite moments of the set, too. The neutral jump over the enhanced spin mixer. Oh, man.
Not a lot of characters get those kind of normals, right?
Yeah.
The one that we've seen the most have it was Chun-Li, but the fact that Jury has it now is it's pretty cool. I love seeing characters that kind of like share those type of traits or those type of normals because, again, you got to share the love, man. I feel like some of these characters need to get those type of animations as well. I mean, she does Taekwondo. She has to do a splits kick by default.
That's a good point. That is, as someone who did Taekwondo when they were younger, they tried to force me to do the splits, and I was like, I'm not doing Taekwondo anymore.
I know.
The true story.
I would have pieced out of there. I would have done the same thing. I would have been like, yo, we're leaving.
True story. So Nephew going to be in losers semifinals. Beautiful stuff to him.
Oh, that's good.
Making it over JB 3-2. Always love seeing JB. Always love seeing him show out. Hopefully he continues to do so throughout CBT and especially these World Warriors over here on the West Coast. But now, let us go to the other side of the losers quarterfinals. It's going to be Twisted Minds, Noah the Prodigy, going up against 801 Strider. And my goodness, do both of these characters hit like trucks.
Yeah, and it's funny because, again, a lot of these characters, a lot of the players have kind of like weaned off of Luke.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't change the fact that he does indeed still have that damage output. And also, they've also fixed moments where he can actually get some different Oki scenarios just off of the blatant change of the Fierce, being able to get the light charge knuckle off of that.
Yeah.
It gives you access to that damage without having to force yourself to spend bar, which is not going to be something that Noah the Prodigy is going to be like worrying about anyway, because he's spending that bar regardless, but it's nice to have, right? On top of that, I think he's really done a great job of showing off the examples that you get in terms of Oki off of like these certain routes into the shoulder tackle. I think he's done a great job of doing both the whiff tackle and also the really, really meaty tackles where it keeps you extra vulnerable to that strike throw game. 801 Strider, on the other half, he is the most aggressive that we could ask for in regards to like the offensive Bison, but in terms of defense, he's just as sound. He's almost bulletproof when it comes to him playing Bison.
That's the thing, right? I think with him playing Bison, and let's get into it. Twisted Minds, Noah the Prodigy, and 801 Strider. But as you mentioned, with him playing Marisa before, he's got a history of characters without invincible reversals. So because of that, his defense is really, really strong. He's had to just man up and play disciplined defense for years and years and years. So despite that being Bison's weakness, that's a character's or a player's strength, I should say, to make up for it. And of course, Noah, we already see the aggression. The drive meter is a resource. The quicker I get rid of it, the quicker it comes back. Oh my, but you see the footies on Strider, always A+ tier.
Yeah, and he's not one to kind of like shy away from the mental game. The mental aspect that Noah kind of like puts on for a lot of players, one of the biggest things that people ask is like, man, what is he doing? Why is he putting himself in such an aggressive scenario and also like susceptible to the burnout factor? Strider's not gonna, he's already accepted that fate. He's already understood what it's like for the player mentality in regards to Noah the Prodigy. It's just a matter of him trying to maintain his focus. Because I know what type of player 801 Strider is, but Noah the Prodigy, he is raw aggression. You have to figure this out as soon as you can, or else you're going to be smothered.
That DI jump scared me, and I was locked into the screen. I couldn't believe the DI came out. Like, it's just one of those players, right, that it's so tough to catch on to the rhythm of Noah's offensive decision-making and defensive decision-making. Like, right there, bomb, it's a parry, gets the perfect parry side switch, the meatiest knee, my goodness. No ACL tears there. Oh, you got caught with it. He tried to press after as well. That was a counter hit. It was not punish counter. Oh, my. Speaking of trying to press after, swinging for the fences. Oh, take a trip to the skies. Bring it to the ground. Level 1 to finish the job.
Bam. This guy's a demon, man. This guy's a monster. Beg for your life. He does scissor kicks. He knocks out your knees, then climbs up to your chest, and bam.
Yeah, you ain't know the power that Bison could obtain when he has a companionship of a horse.
Dude, Rosinante be really like adding some style to him.
What a name as well. Yeah, you gotta have some style if you got a horse with that name. Oh, and again, with the timing though, we talked about it. The rhythm is hard to catch on for Noah, but Strider seems to be catching on a bit. The jump back hell attack as well. Baited out the level 3, my goodness. Damn, the sweet chin music. We ain't passing the aux on this one. Oh, come on, Strider. That was the perfect win moment.
But we passed the combos, brother.
You messed up my winning moment up, brother.
He had it. He 100% had it. Could have done like Fierce Super.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Am I tripping?
Bros, Noah gonna come back. Oh my goodness. He went with the meaty that time instead of the attack. Oh, but Strider, he be taking his turn back, bro. He is not letting you abuse any fake strings.
That was punish counter, by the way.
Was it really?
That's what it said on the board. I don't know how, but it's what it said on the board. I promise you, it said punish counter. I was like, huh.
I wonder.
That's what I want to know. Like, what had happened for it to like trigger that exact thing on the screen? I promise you, it said it on the screen.
Yeah, I believe you. Yeah, that was very strange. Interesting. You know, when Strider already back to the corner. You know how quickly we found ourselves in these situations round after round, even with him being a game up right now. Look at that, Noah, never letting you escape for free. You gotta pay the taxes, but the neutral perfect parry on the shimmy attempt, walk back.
Bison pays his taxes with his own Bison bucks. That's the kind of person he is. And he gets away with it too.
Well, not according to JP.
True, damn.
He stopped letting him get away with it.
That's bars. That's actually bars, wow.
He was like, all right, this is what you're doing? We'll put a stop to that real fast, buddy.
Damn, if the IRS can't get you with your funds, they'll take away the fun from your cycle power is what it is. They'll cut off the power any day. Oh
yeah.
I mean that was okay.
So yeah. So I think Noah was just reacting to any animation. Maybe he thought the scissor kick or cycle pressure was coming. I was just like, I'm gonna level 2 this guy and just live rent free in his head. But it was the one special that was not gonna get level 2.
It was kind of wild. I think if Strider had not gone for the head press, I don't think he would have been able to recover in time. That is a great pick. Level 3 as well. You already know it. Fierce right into the sequencing. I don't even know if it's perfect. I don't even know how much life he had to him. Is that a perfect? No. Okay, cool. He got touched at least once.
Yeah, a little bit of damage. I don't even remember where it took place.
There it is. Thank you. Man, you guys in the graphics department here, you guys are great. I love you guys. Unless it was Shy Guy. Well, no, I mean, we'll give him props too. I love that guy. Sometimes.
801 Strider, bro. Doing the damn thing. Oh, motion scissors. The abuse.
Keep running around with scissors in there. We'll take that back throw. Then we get to see Noah do the things he loves to do. Apply pressure in this way. Strike throw mix-up game. So potent with this young man.
Oh my, how does he know? How does he know when Strider is gonna bet something different? He did it last round. Oh my! And then the starter with the punish counter suppressor.
So good. He's so good at forcing games.
Oh my.
I don't want to play this guy ever.
No, for real.
Have you played him online yet?
No, luckily.
I ran into him in ranked very early on in season 1. I never wanted to play him again.
I was gonna say, like, it's just one of those guys that, like, it's gonna take the whole set for me to get used to his speed, and then the set's just gonna be over by the time I get used to it. Definitely one of those for sure. And now just, again, forcing the pressure, right? Being oppressive in the corner. Oh, jumping the fierce attack. What?
That's mad unfortunate. Why did the fierce connect?
Oh, and he had the level 3 again, and he had just built it with the flash knuckle. He's literally got 0 on his name, bruh.
That's so wild. That's actually so wild.
Yeah, he might not build it with the flash knuckle, honestly, but
still having level 3 and
but again,
catching people off guard with it.
That's why he's willing to do the flash knuckle when he's in burnout in these sequences, right? He knows you're already inclined to think about DI because he's in burnout. So he's like, yeah, the flash knuckle, it's a very susceptible move to being DI'd in burnout, except when you got level 3.
Yeah. Pretty wild. It's actually pretty wild to think how often he catches pro players with that. Right? That's been like an ongoing season 1 type of tactic.
It's funny, like for whatever reason, like DIing flash knuckle has not become a popular thing. Like obviously because of that level 3, and I think people are just scarred from the level 3 cancels. But yeah, like you see it even without the level 3 available, like they get away with it a lot without it getting DI.
What blows my mind is people really try to attempt to perfect parry it. I know people say it's the optimal way to do it, but I kind of disagree. I think if you could get your damage with the punish counter DI, I think it's far more optimal if the loop doesn't have the meter.
Yeah, exactly. 801 Strider able to take those plus frames and get the throw off though. So now he's back to set point here. Nakuma's cave. Oh my goodness, the sand blast. Perfect parry to start. Strider, I was gonna say looks locked in, but he gets the scissor kick neutral jump. That's a huge starter.
And a classic strat too against Bison specifically, right? Knowing full well that he is gonna be moving forward with some of his specials, some of his normals, etc., especially like a scissor kick or the standing heavy punch. Know the Prodigy's 2 steps ahead and also 2 steps down below with the low medium kick into the full sequence. What are you gonna do with this level 3 as well? Are you gonna be the one to let it rip again off either a whiff or even maybe a flash knuckle? Yeah. Strider now, he's taking it to the next level with the perfect parries.
And that's what he's got to do in this situation, right? Where Noah does have level 3 to cancel into. He can't just DI it. Waits for Noah to do something, because like we said, when people got the bomb planted, they play like they planted the bomb. That's going to cost Noah 3-1 Strider. Man, he literally just looked at him. He was just like, all right, what are you going to do?
He's like, I forgot what side I was on. I thought I planted the bomb.
Noah, take it to the sky, exploding midair. And, you know, that's all she wrote. Exploding midair to get put 6 feet under. 801 Strider, semifinals bound.
It's wild to see. It really is wild to see in terms of the interactions between the two, because there's a lot of moments where there was so much of a guessing game, and there was other moments where it's like, man, there was so much discipline on defense, right? Seeing the shades of both ends, very offense-oriented Noah, very much so well endowed in terms of defense from 801 Strider. That is like, it's a really great harmony of players, and I think it showcases Street Fighter.
Yeah, like the rhythm that these two, the ebb and flows of this match, and where they were giving each other room and being aggressive against the other, like all of that felt very like high level, and I don't know how to really put it into words, but it just felt like what ideal competitive Street Fighter is supposed to look like, right? Like there was like nobody really autopiloting. There was nobody getting away with stuff that they shouldn't have gotten away with, right? Everything that was happening was because they had calculated it to the upteenth degree. And you can see everything was just super on point, nothing for free.
This is the moments where you kind of like see it as a dance, right? You're going to see a lot of reciprocation from both ends, instead of just kind of both going into a two-step type of scenario. So I like this, the adaptation back and forth from both ends. It's something that's you rarely get to see too often, because like in terms of what we saw a little bit earlier, in totality of our World Warrior Spotlight, we've seen some moments where it's just been like full-on blowouts in grand finals, but like going into our top 8s right now, it's like you're really starting to see a bit of the grind that happened. Even though it was a 3-1, it felt like quite the grind between the two, because of how many actions, how many different types of actions and reactions had transpired.
Yeah, and like on the opposite end of the blowout spectrum, where you see players kind of hesitating a lot, right, and not wanting to commit to anything, and kind of playing very slow and trying to get a read on what the other opponent's doing. This match that we just saw was like right in the middle of that spectrum. Like it was a beautiful flow. Like I love that you said a dance, because that's really what it reminded me of. The way they were flowing, the way and when they took their turns, there was really no hesitation, just a lot of confidence, a lot of proper turn taking from both of them. So big ups to 801 Strider, of course. Going to be moving on to that loser semifinals. And of course, this is the World Warrior recap shows, and World Warriors are just one part of the Capcom Pro Tour. One of the other parts is that the offline premieres are back, baby, and we're going to see one very soon with UFA Ultimate Fighting Arena in Paris, France on the weekend of September 14th through the 15th. Watch it right here on twitch.tv or YouTube on Capcom Fighters. Everywhere that you are going to, or everyone I should say, that you're going to want to see is going to be here competing for an automatic qualification in the Capcom Cup up with that offline premiere victory. There's going to be so many people battling it out. I cannot wait for that action.
That's right. Some of the favorite players that you've seen across the regions from some of these World Warriors, including those from the European as well as the Asian region, they're going to be showing up to not only this one, but the following Capcom Pro Tour official stop being held in, I believe it's going to be at the East Coast Throwdown. We're going to have so many different players coming through back into the States afterwards. Also, we have the Super Premiere in Singapore with back-to-back weekends in October. Absolutely insane. Only to set us up for the Super Premiere in Japan in November. Then followed by, man, I'm so glad when they announced this, Blink Respawn getting their spot into the Capcom Pro Tour. Very much so well-deserved because the energy is through the roof over at Blink Respawn. Then, of course, rounding it out with Kings of the World over in the UK and London happening in December. It's going to be a cold, cold winter in regards to the Capcom Pro Tour. And you guys don't want to miss it. Be sure to register right now if you're able to make it. Capcom.us/CPT24. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our final 4 competitors, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
and when we come back, we're going to get into all of that action. I know you guys may have watched it before. This is, again, the World Warrior Spotlight, but once for sure, you guys do not want to miss the conclusion of it, even if you've seen it before. Again, it's going to be so, so sick. We'll see you right after this.
Our world is not headed for disaster, as you say. The Exalted One's awakening is simply the first step towards the birth of a brand new world. Everything will be destroyed to be born anew.
We're going to finish the work that Red started. We won't let you awaken it.
I get it that you want to protect Ratha. But all you're doing is making him suffer. Ratha here is the one paying the price for your selfish obsession with the Nergigante.
Let's go, Rathy! Fire!
It may be impossible to save the world without Ratha's help.
Bonds of friendship between riders and hunters. Looks like the children really are our future.
Sukino!
Understood!
I won't miss! Time to put our kinship to the test!
This is where it all ends.
PlayStation.
This is gonna be fun. I'm still on a journey.
Come get some.
Traveling to new places, experiencing new things, meeting new faces, having good fights. Fight, drink, eat, sleep, repeat. Seriously, it's a good life. I'll pick up the check.
Come on, get ready. Hey, come on, come on. Quick, quick, quick,
down for one more.
Time for a beatdown. Are you okay? Watch your move. Yeah, baby. Hey. Time to rock.
Now, where to tomorrow?
Hailing from New York, son, word to mother, but now one of the West Coast finest. I am joined with my brother, Cloud9, JB. What's up, bro?
What's up, man? Thank you for having me, bro.
You know, where I want to start things off here, JB, is you put up a tweet that got like got everybody talking on social media recently, man, about some stuff that you were dealing with as far as like a mental health side of things, and then getting a sports psychologist and how that helped you out a lot. I mean, just take us through that. What was that about?
There was a point in time where I was like really stressed out competing. Street Fighter, you know, a lot of nerves, a lot of anxiety when it comes to competing. Cloud9 actually hooked me up with a sports psychologist, you know, to talk to me about my mentality and how I can fix it, how I can have a healthy, not just lifestyle, but also a healthy mentality, you know, because a lot of people don't realize, you know, when it comes to competing, when it comes to anything that you do, you have to make sure you take care of yourself first, you know, before you actually immerse yourself into whatever it is that you're doing, you know.
When I was competing, there was one time I remember where I had lost, and I just went up and like to the stands. It was like, and I just kind of like broke down in tears, like, because my self-worth was so tied to it. Did you experience that? Like, was your self-worth kind of tied to your wins and losses?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that naturally happens when the people that you're around, and like your peers and stuff, are also at the level where you want to be or where you think you should be. You know what I mean? So if you constantly see your friends kind of like getting top 8 every tournament, winning every tournament, things like that, you kind of feel like you don't deserve to be around them or stuff like that, you know. So at least that was my own experience. But it was just a lot of nerves that I was having every tournament. On top of that, I'm sponsored by one of the biggest orgs of all time, you know, like top 2, top 3 orgs of all time. So all that pressure just overwhelmed me.
And I believe there's a stream as well. You could let people know where to find that you did on the topic. But I guess, like, what did you learn from the sports psychologist and from that journey?
Yeah, so I actually did a stream about it. Twitch.tv/tryhard_JB, which is my stream. So if you guys want to go and check out the VOD, I spoke about it for like an hour and a half. The thing about the sports psychologist is that he told me that it seemed like I was playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And when he broke that down, you know, obviously I've heard that phrase before. And so what I mean by that is every match, you know, I was explaining to him, every match that I'd be playing, I'm like, man, I can't believe I flew all the way out to Sweden and I'm about to drown in pools, you know, I'm about to do this. In the middle of a match, I drop a game and I'm like, man, I can't believe I'm about to lose to this player. All those things are going on through my head. And so he was telling me that when that happens, it means that you're starting to play not to lose instead of playing to win. Because when you play to win, you focus on your strategy instead of just thinking about how can I not die here, you know. Instead you're thinking about how can I actually win the match, because at the end of the day, the match doesn't end with you defending, the match ends with you depleting the opponent's life bar, right? So you have to think about how to win before you think about how not to lose.
That is so fire, bro. And it's dope as hell to see you coming out the other side and cooking up like you're doing. Best of luck to you the rest of the season. Cloud9, JB.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
I love that interview. I love the sports psychology side of fighting games, honestly. So I'm glad to see that JB and Cloud9 as well for the hookup. Big ups to them, kind of getting him some aid that he could use to kind of further his mental progression in fighting games, right? And I think that was important for him to know, where he was like, I've heard the phrase playing not to lose before, right?
Right. Yeah.
But there's a difference between hearing something and understanding what it means and then really internalizing it, right? And I feel like that's what the sports psychologist was able to do to really help him internalize that type of a mindset and identify when that mindset is happening. I think that's also important, and that's stuff that we're kind of bad at as people ourselves, is identifying when those moments happen for us.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing is that everybody's experience is different, right? So specifically for like JB's case, it could be relatable to a lot of the players that are up and coming, right? But you still have to really understand like the context of everything that's going on around you in terms of the atmosphere and the circumstances behind like every tournament run, every stream that you decide to do when it comes to even playing ranked or even like a World Warrior series. There's so much into the details. And to catch all those details, again, tryhard_JB. Be sure to check that out, because I also wanted to get a little bit of tidbits in regards to like the mentality of it all, because there's also so many things going on in the giant spectrum of the FGC in regards to like the avenues that we've taken as commentators ourselves. It's like, you know, man, there's so many events to cover. It's like sometimes burnout can be real, right?
Absolutely.
Not even just without the drive gauge.
Yeah, even without that, just in your normal drive gauge life. But yeah, I love the fact that you brought up something the point that I lost. Let's go to the top 8.
The what? What? Huh?
There was a point that you brought up that I was going to build upon, but it slipped my mind, and now we got to tell the people where top 8 is and who's in it. Samurai and Chris CCH in winners finals, losers semifinals, Liquid Nephew and 801 Strider. JB falling just a bit short right there. Amazing set between the two, though. And yeah, I just love that interview. But we are, of course, going to go up to the winner side bracket side of things. Before we get into that loser semifinals, it's going to be Chris CCH for T-Dub. Chris CCH going up against Samurai on the Akuma.
I'm not going to lie, man. I thought that was a pretty, like, chill transition. I've never seen you Shaquille a free throw before. I'm not gonna lie to you. That threw me off so bad. I heard the rim rattle in my brain. I'm like, what? Chris,
I was like, if I do this quick enough, nobody will understand what just happened.
I mean, it took a little bit for me to like kind of figure it out afterwards. But Chris CCH and Samurai, let's see if there's enough time to figure each other out here, because again, these guys are very much so well known to each other on a very personal basis. Again, they were teammates over in Street Fighter League for a very long amount of time too. So Chris CCH and Samurai, we understand the inner workings of like the player standpoint, but what happens when it comes to the characters? Let's find out. Ed versus Akuma. Here we go in winners finals, 3 out of 5.
Indeed. And you know, when we speak about sports psychology, Samurai has been one of the people that has been the biggest proponent for studying that and applying it to your fighting game career for a very long time. Like literally since I've gotten to chat about it with him the very first time we ever talked, honestly.
Oh, no, he's been a very big advocate of it in regards to like your mental state for anything regarding the psychology of the experience. He's a big Kobe fan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we see it like manifest in his gameplay, right? There's moments where Samurai just doesn't do anything, like literally leaves his character completely neutral. Does that more so than any other player I've ever seen, and just to kind of mess with their opponent. And he has that much confidence in the spacing that he's taken up as well.
Bro, it works. I throw out a couple of jabs. I'm like, yo, did you disconnect?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Every time.
Yeah, especially in the online world, it actually acts as a... Oh my goodness! It cuts me off mid-save because that was such a sick backdash or back kill or whatever it was away from the DI. Oh, but Samurai, not to be deterred, we're pressing crouch medium punch back. Oh, and the hezzy right there, that was sick. Oh my! The digital violence is off the Richter scale right now.
These guys are swinging, dude. There were so many haymakers that just happened. And so much bar usage, too. That was actually kind of nuts. Chris CCH, the audacity, too.
That Samurai swing spacing, by the way, what the hell was that?
Dude, I'm telling you, man, there's so many expletives I want to use in regards to the spacing today. Everybody's been doing some really upper echelon things, and it's been taking me by surprise, man.
That was so sick.
Japan's been doing a lot of sweeps, actually, with Akuma lately.
Oh, okay.
Fujiwara's been doing a lot of that.
I've heard the Akuma sweep is quite potent. Oh, my goodness. And then the cut off the pass. Just waking up with the light kick, sending the drive rush cancel afterwards, spinning all the meter. Samurai wants to see a W on the board. He'll get it for the round, at least.
I respect that, right? A level 2. I don't think we've ever seen Samurai kind of get greedy. When he sees like the finish line, he will just kind of go on and take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Give yourself a whole nother round to make decisions, right? I mean, if he doesn't spin it and then gets put on a back foot, he's like a decision or two away from losing the entire game.
Oh, no. We literally talked about that scenario, too. If you get red with the upward angle, the roundhouse version of the flicker, do you know how much extra damage you're about to experience? That's actually so detrimental to your round. And actually, it's even worse, too, because it's going to be the game round.
Oh my goodness, yeah, the game round, and it's Akuma as well, right? So less health to work with total. So many reasons why that quickly snowballed out of control. Again, like, look at just checking the flicker, even letting the H1 go just to get out of that stance. Nice confirm off the first crouch light kick counter hit. Ooh.
Bring up a Filipino. Back throw now, Chrissy CH. What are you going to do about it? A flicker. Okay, check the distance against Samurai. A couple of fireballs as well. Samurai does have an excellent fireball game, which is not something that's really been apparent or potent in regards to playing off against Chrissy CH.
That boy Akuma, you be spinning with the Nos on the sweep with. He turns around so fast.
Yeah, everything he does is animated pretty fast. Dude, there was time!
Yeah, he did. He actually just like took residency in Samurai's mind right there. Because he did like that flicker charge or whatever it was first to bait him into doing that. So like you said, there was time to DI back. Just like Chrissy CH recognizes their time to DI back there and takes full advantage of it, unlike when Samurai had the opportunity to do so.
God, I love the animation afterwards. He just goes, "You're mine!" And then he goes back into like the slider. That's so sick. Yo, what was that?
Bruh, I don't even know what strength that was. Just caught him at the end of the demon flip. Now into the level 3 conversion as well. Chrissy CH is gonna take a hefty life lead in this round 2. And yes. And 1 commercials with the supers.
Yeah, all the shoe squeaks too. Yeah.
Give it to me. And so look at that. Yeah, and the fact that you can nullify projectiles with the flicker as well. Steps right back, catches Samurai reaching, puts a P on the board.
That's so aggressive and so quick. Chrissy CH is looking like he has full control against Samurai and what his tendencies are. I think Samurai could sometimes be some of the most unpredictable types of strategies used from him. Listen, my run-on sentences are crazy today. But yeah, Chrissy CH is doing a great job of like checking the tendencies that Samurai has and some of the strategies that he's been implementing. But this right here, again, the offensive structure that Chrissy CH is taking to is really caught Samurai off guard.
And look, this is what we talk about when you could just hold the flicker right there. What was Samurai gonna do, right? He tried to like perfect parry. It's so hard to get a perfect parry on just a neutral flicker like that. Stays ducking on the second roundhouse, doesn't kill off the combo though. Didn't have the drive meter to extend how he wanted. Samurai now using the fireball game a little bit here. I'm not sure what the parry was about. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was an unfortunate time to drive rush cancel right when Chris got his meter back. Exploits the gap with an ODDP on set point. Oh my!
And still within range.
Punishes, yeah, the stand fierce punishes on the sweep. That's back-to-back rounds with it now.
That was kind of tricky.
He wanted
that was kind of tricky.
He was out, I'm about to foul you out. Oh, and he got the whip cancel on the light kick. But Chrissy CH's spacing that game was completely nasty. My goodness, 3-0.
I didn't know we were messing around on the loser side in terms of the the results. 3-0, that's not expected, especially when it comes to the way that Samurai was playing a little bit earlier. Chrissy CH so dominant in the Akuma matchup, or it could just be the Samurai matchup.
That was, yeah, as you mentioned, just domination. Just one of the most convincing victories I think we've seen so far in this top 8. All started with that as well, just spacing him out on the DI. And you could tell he got into Samurai's mind early. Like when you identified there was time to DI back on that one DI in the corner, right? We might see it on the replay. That was a beautiful stuff right there.
Yeah, he ran into it with crouching medium punch and then delayed into nothing.
Yeah, he just delayed into nothing, right? And it was like definitely one of those moments where the sequence that happened before the DI, that's where it was right there. Like there was time. He got caught during the recovery, but that's a cancelable button. So you can cancel during the active frames and DI back. But it was punish counter because he got caught during the recovery of the button.
Right.
But like you said, there was time to DI back right there. So the fact that he didn't, whatever sequence he did before that DI just confused Samurai enough to throw him off mentally. And you could tell Samurai never really recovered from that moment. It was just constant Chrissy CH getting to do basically whatever he wanted. And hey, that flicker, bro, it really demands so much out of the opponent for so little investment from the attacking player, right? Like there's so little you got to commit to because you can kill rush out. You could do so many different things. If they throw a projectile, you can let the flicker go and you can nullify the projectile with that. If they try to parry, you can just hold it. And if they try to drive rush, you can let the flicker go and interrupt the drive rush. It's just so strong. And you can tell it really threw Samurai off his game. So Chrissy CH, Grand Finals winner side, now down to the loser semis we go.
there's still a possibility that we can get that run back again. Samurai's going to be hanging out in the loser's side, waiting for the match between these two, Nephew and 801 Strider, Judy versus Bison. Now, this is a matchup that has also become quite common in the world of Street Fighter, but at this level specifically, I actually want to see how it turns out, because Nephew is also one to kind of like change it up in regards to what the strategy is going to be for the approach.
Now, number one, I like that the way you said jury. I think that was always super on point. Number two, I like that you highlighted at this level, we haven't, I want to see what happens to this matchup in this level, right? Because these are two of the most popular online characters free.
100%.
Like, you'll see these players, every master, platinum, gold, don't matter. Like, this matchup will happen a lot, but at a competitive top level, I do want to see whose purple stuff comes out on top. Let's get to the match. Liquid Nephew versus 801 Strider for loser semifinals, trying to get higher and higher on those World Warrior points and get into that lion's share of first place.
I was messing around with the machines during the production, like while we were waiting for the show. I was definitely doing my placement matches. I ran into like 8 juries.
Dude, like, yeah, these two, definitely two of the most popular characters. Obviously, Jury wins every costume contest that they're ever going to do forever. And then Bison, of course, like literally in perpetuity, she will win the costume contests.
I will say this, though. Actually, there was a great one this past Evo with the alternate costume Kim. Shout out to Choniku. I love that. That was actually pretty sick. She got a ticket for the next upcoming Evo.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Insane.
That is really sick. I love seeing people rewarded for that art. It's a beautiful thing. And of course, Strider. Oh my, the trade combos. You already know Nephew's ready for those. But yes, Bison, of course, one of the fan favorites as well. Everybody's favorite villain. So you see both of these characters plenty. Wow, at least it traded, and it was a good trade for Strider in terms of damage.
Oh, that's the punish down too. I'm always kind of like wondering like when the Bison players actually land some of these counter hits anti-air with crouching heavy punch. Like how often you see him actually charging for a cycle pressure.
I know,
it's
right?
so difficult because you get so much out of that if you do maintain the charge, but I totally understand because you want to try to get yourself within the place to secure the anti-air first and foremost.
What tournament we got coming up in 6 weeks? It's like ECT or something? Maybe
in October, yeah, that's like the weekend of the 12th.
I think ECT, Blink Respawn, I think you're going to see some of that, honestly.
Okay.
I think the Bisons will start getting there around that time. But Nephew, double DRC into the level 3. That's everybody's favorite combo. That's the new America's favorite combo, honestly. Nephew, 1-0 like that.
I still think she has one of the baddest super arts in the world, dude.
Easy.
Like the whole thing that she... it's the same. It's very similar to Bison's backdoor. I guess Bison's backdoor should, vice versa, but I can't remember which came first. No, Bison's backdoor came out first. Excuse me. But either way, Jury's animation in level 3 is some of the most dastardly bad. Like, it's crazy. It's actually insane to me.
The win, like the level 3, especially when it kills, to go directly into the win animation of like the phone sitting on top. OD.
It's dastardly.
You can tell why she's a popular character. Tries to bait something out right there from Strider. I'm not even sure what, because he didn't have anything in reversal, but my goodness, Nephew.
What is happening? You're tap dancing on his face. Standing light kick too.
Oh, the Gregory Hines. Shout out to IFC Hypes. Yeah, I was going to say punish counter. Strider's going to get the full link follow-up because of that. Bomb implanted. Protect the pigtails. You see those Strider. You see the media press back, right? He's trying to take his turn to stomp after the throat tech. I like that option a lot, actually. Oh, man, the outspace. New Nephew was going to try and press back with his crunch medium. Now we got the parries on deck. We are swinging.
To establish the throw pace as well. Back-to-back throws, do it a third time. No, a slight delay. Strider might have thought it was a throw. That was a defensive choice on his end, but Nephew was ready for that tech as well. Now take it to the skies. We know exactly why, right? Because most of the time, you anticipate a forward move in normal or even the scissor kick, but it's Strider who still finds his way through with the, I think it was crouching medium punch at first. It was one of the mediums. We saw his hand glow, but that was it's such an excellent normal, too, to kind of counter poke with.
I love the animation of Bison too, like him rolling the wrist around and whatnot, like warming up the cycle power. Oh, and baits out the OD pinwheel. Be huge reward right here. He's gonna go with some type of burnout follow-up. Oh, most definitely. Gonna use the full level 3 to make sure Nephew is grade
God, look at the damage. Ugh. Full CA on the side of Nephew though. By the way.
Is indeed. Oh, and beautiful from Strider right there. Just backing up, waiting for the OD Cycle Crusher. A very, like, end-all, be-all answer when it comes to anti-air.
Yeah, it's tough, too, because he's going to be forcing himself in that pocket. When Bison, when he walks back, he's also maintaining his charge.
Yes.
It's just so much harder to even try to, like, force your way out of that corner because of the access he has to his special moves now. he could anti-air you if need be because he's in that right zone just like that.
Yeah, and so that crouch fierce is, I think, a really strong anti-air for Bison. He obviously traded with it right there. The thing that it doesn't do is hit cross-ups, right? So a lot of people try to abuse Bison by cross-up jumping, like at that certain angle. But if you just try to jump from this far away, Crouch Fierce is really dominant. Like, it's going to anti-air you almost every time.
Yeah, there are moments where like the Bison player will recognize that situation based off of your takeoff point, and they will change up with hell attack.
Exactly, yeah. So
that is so much worse, too.
Yeah.
If you get clipped with the hell attack,
Yeah.
oh my god. Good luck.
It's like, oh, and what a throw call out from Nephew right there. Taking it to the skies immediately, and then calling out the parry as well. Two big offensive calls to start this round. Ken Will, no escape for you. Great patience from Strider, though.
Oh, you heard the tap parry as well. There is a punish counter on the board. Sit him down.
Oh, the trade combo as well, Strider, but he dropped it. A little premature right there. I'm not sure what happened. Head stomp again. He's close to 3 bars. Gets it with the follow-up.
Oh. Yeah, that always terrifies me because I think he was holding back to like maybe Psycho Crusher past the fireball.
Yeah, Psycho Crusher. The level 2 can chase down fireballs as well, right? With Bison. Oh, the parry did not get wall splat. That was good stuff from Nephew, but
smart.
Nonetheless.
Yeah, not enough. I don't think he had enough life too to kind of counteract with his own DI, so that was a very smart choice.
That was the bigger reason he parried for sure.
Oh. Arrogant fool! Bison, you're a bully. He's a mean-spirited person.
Can just verbal and physically abuse you.
That's what I'm saying, man. He forgot he lost his memory, so he was just naturally a jerk.
Yeah, right. So this is your nature, huh,
Yeah,
Bison?
dude.
Level 3 again. Real jerk super.
He's chaotic evil, right?
I mean, yeah, in this form, 100%.
Okay.
100%. Ooh, trying to hezzy on him real quick, Nephew. Being disciplined actually does drive rush out of that hell parry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the big fierce burn Strider out quickly. Puts the level 3 on him as well. It's going to keep Strider completely empty on the burnout meter. If he can push him to the corner, that's an automatic DI.
Oh, great block on the overhead, but followed suit afterwards. That's tough because it was drive rush, right?
Yeah.
So in that situation, you still have to guess. She's just at an advantageous, good enough position to force you to guess off of either a normal or a throw. So that was a rough dice roll from 801 Strider. That's got to be chaotic neutral for Cherry, right?
Yeah, she just wants to like have fun watching the world burn or watching rainbow shine. Like, it's either way, honestly, with her.
Yeah, I think it's whoever the highest bidder is.
Exactly. Like, whatever tickles her fancy at that moment. You see loading up on the full hot stocks, of course. Can be able to safely apply some pressure if they were to commit to something, and they didn't right there.
How often do you get to see that punish?
Never. Might have been my first time legitimately seeing that move punish.
I think so. I mean, at least today, I think for sure.
For sure today.
Ooh. He's like, that's cute. You punished mine. Well, I'm going to throw it at a different time and punish yours. That medium kick is so hard to punish, by the way, from Bison.
Very, very sick. One of the best round closing buttons. Precisely because it's so hard to get punished.
Oh, there's definitely some aura on his jab.
We saw a little bit of the soul glow from the hand. Oh, and again, just outside that range. Strider's got caught a couple of times today on that second jab, just being out of range, and the opponent immediately taking their turn back. Something to keep an eye on here as we move forward. Nephew is on set point after all. And my goodness, and again, that's the parry OS, right? So I'm not going to actually get the parry immediately, just goes into the drive rush, catches Strider off guard. And then again, trying to escape via backdash or jump. Going to be taken to the ground.
Dude, now we see the deliberate delay of the lights to check Nephew walking backwards. Most of the time, Strider has actually gone for a throw. Now he's trying to get the conditioning. But Nephew, he's not falling for any of them. He's already gone to like layers, back and forth, layers of 1, layers 2.
Nephew really identified, like, you did that. Oh, just to throw me off with a drive rush jab. It's so fast, so difficult to check. Strider, you got to spin the whole bank, and he's going to do it. Empty out the account. We'll try to invest into the next round.
It kills, but at least it's on sand.
Yeah.
It's not too bad, right?
Not bad. The sand do be hurt, though, if you fall from far, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's fair. He's Psycho Crushing through, man. There's so much skin abrasion, I feel like. That sucks. Oh, boy, that sucks, too. The trade combo in favor of 801 Strider.
So sick right now. Strider is flowing here. Held it all, but still kept holding. Wasn't expecting, I think, Strider to recover that quickly. Was able to get a recovery off. Or I should say a punish counter throw on the recovery. And now Strider into the level 1. Not enough.
God, this character's damage output is nuts.
Ridiculous, right? Almost already a round over.
I pressed the button. I pressed
exactly.
the button. You know what I thought 801 Strider did? I thought he pressed medium kick.
Yeah.
I genuinely thought he pressed the button.
I laughed because it was such a smart thing to do, and I would have gotten hit by it. So that's why I laughed. Because, yeah, the minus frames into level 3, I mean, it's potent, bro.
And it took so long to come out.
Yeah, exactly.
He
That's
waited
a great point. Yeah.
past the -3 zone.
Yeah.
That was nuts.
Like, it's like, bro, how do you not press a button at that point, right? So, incredible discipline from Strider once again.
I gotta watch that CFN. I really want to know if like maybe his input at that moment got eaten, right?
Yeah, for sure. That could have definitely been a thing that happened. Yeah, getting out of the corner again. Strider has been so elusive. Oh, what?
What do you mean?
How did that make Bison end up in the corner? That was nasty. Nephew right here. Able to ride that strange
that was so
neutral jump play out.
That was such an awkward like positioning for him. But I mean, like, granted, it's way better for Jory because it doesn't matter what she lands on. You can still go for the sequencing afterwards. You still have to land with a normal, do a standing normal, and you have plenty of time to decipher what direction you're going to go to.
Yeah, it's not like she's a charge character, right, where she needed to be holding a specific direction or something like that. She was able to freely flow afterwards. And look at this again. Nephew has had a couple of clutch call-outs on the throw attempts. The rising to a medium punch. Fuha too far away, actually willing to press the light kick after. Recognize the spacing. Now we're gonna calm down for a second.
Uh-oh. Level 3. Yeah, that's all she wrote. A little bit of deflating towards the end, but to be fair, man, that was a pretty far reach Strider trying to go for that drive reversal. Nephew, that gave him the go. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna keep it nice and simple. 6-frame punish, no problem.
I feel like Nephew, especially today, really forces your stamina out of you. Like the pace, the speed at which he's playing, how quickly he's able to take turns back, how disciplined and knowledgeable he is of every situation. So he never really lets you get away with taking your turn in a situation where you didn't earn it. All of that just drains your mental, drains your endurance. And it really felt like Strider kind of ran out of gas a little bit at the end.
A little bit, you know, I kind of feel the same exact way, right? The mental fatigue really kind of stacks when playing someone like Nephew, because a lot of the times you're thinking about your offensive pressure, you're thinking about your offensive sequences. It's like, man, Nephew's not falling for any of this. And then you're like, all right, well, I'm the one that's going to be playing defense. Let me see if I can kind of guess what he's trying to do against me. No, you can't. It's difficult.
And like the thing with Nephew too is that he's very hard to condition. Like you can punish something, make him pay for doing a certain thing, and it's not really going to change his game plan in the way that you think it's going to change his game plan. Like we saw, it was like the Renko kicks, right? It got like DI'd or punished or something like that.
He did get flat out punished with a crouch jab, yeah.
And he just went right back to it immediately.
Yeah,
and he got a
he
hit
did
and
it
like
twice again.
Yeah, like immediately, right? So he's one of those players that the way he gets conditioned is different than a lot of the typical way conditioning happens. And because of that, like you think you can proceed in a certain way, and he's just immediately ready to counter that way that you think you could proceed. So beautiful stuff from Nephew. That's one of the things that really makes him so difficult to defeat. He's going to be in losers finals now against Samurai, both of which fighting for a chance at Chris CCH.
Pretty insane to see, man. The way that it's turned out. Samurai back into the saddle of losers finals facing off against a Nephew. Pretty wild stuff, but that pretty much sets it up right now. Their final 3 competitors, Chris CCH sitting on the winner's side of grand finals in fashion of 3-0. Dang, that's actually pretty impressive. But the loser semifinals at least still keeping up with the trend. 3-2, keeping it rather close.
Yeah. So many close sets today in this top 8. It's been a hell of a show so far, of course. And if you're interested in maybe joining the World Warriors yourself in the future, well, got some news for you. You can go to capcom.us/WW24, and that's how you'll be able to register to compete in your region for the World Warriors. Again, these take place all over the world. We saw earlier today, we ran down the grand finals of Asia South, Asia Southeast, Oceania, EU West, there's EU East, there's NA East, we got the NA West today, there's South America, there's so many. It's literally a global event for World Warrior. So if you're out there, you're a Street Fighter 6 fan, even if it's in the middle of the season, please check out your region's World Warrior event. Get used to the electricity, the atmosphere, the tournament environment, and maybe you'll see yourself at Capcom Cup one day. But of course, it all starts at that link that you saw there before you. So we are going to be right back with the losers finals, the grand finals. Call it, wrap it up for the World Warrior recap. But before then, don't go anywhere. Stay locked and loaded to some Street Fighter 6.
I'm joined here with a fan favorite, jury extraordinaire, and of course, the Colleen was ridiculous in Street Fighter V 2. That is Team Liquid's Dark Nephew. What's up, Neff?
I'm doing good.
The question that's on everybody's mind is, I won't say a friend, but a jury colleague of yours, Uma, won Capcom Cup, and he quit Street Fighter.
Yeah.
What happens if you win Capcom Cup this year, Neff?
I would still compete. Maybe I wouldn't try as hard because, like, I don't know if I would still have that fire to win something, because I feel like once you win like a world championship, maybe that's like the ultimate goal. Yeah, I would still be in the scene. Like, I love competing.
I talked to you at a major before. This is like a few years ago, bro. And I was like, yo, if you could do it like full time, would you do it? And you said, yeah, like in a perfect world, you would. Fast forward a few years later, my man is full time. What happened, Neff?
Yeah, I mean, if the only thing I cared about was like money, I would just keep working my job forever. But Street Fighter is something I really love doing. I've always wanted to try this out at some point, being like full-time, like playing and creating content. Right now it just seemed like the right time. The momentum is just crazy right now. I feel like with EWC and CPT, Street Fighter League, just there's so many things to do. So at least I won't be bored. I feel like maybe before in Street Fighter 5, like you would just sit home and stream and maybe there wouldn't be enough things to do, but there's all these tournaments to go to now, and yeah, I just felt like it was the right time to try at least.
The last thing I want to ask you about is the West Coast. West Coast used to be super god like in 4 and early 5. Then West Coast, y'all was kind of trash. I ain't gonna lie, y'all West Coast watching. And then now I feel like the West Coast is like super god like again, right? So how has the competition on the West Coast been for you? And do you think that you are like in the top 1 territory?
Part of that is a lot of people coming back with a lot more interest. There's a lot of players that previously kind of stopped playing, and then also a few new players like I guess Enzo and Mike X. For me, considering myself top 1, it's hard to say exactly because I don't want to just jinx myself. I'm first in the World Warrior leaderboard right now.
Yo, Neff, I'll tell you what, bro, as always, absolutely phenomenal interview with you, man. I'm excited to see what you do for the rest of the season, and good luck in the CPT.
Rob TV, I know how you really feel about the West. You ain't got to lie to me, brother.
Yeah.
You ain't got to lie to anybody else on the stream either, man. I got to say, it's actually pretty enlightening to see a lot of the talent and the direction that it's going in regards to Street Fighter 6. I will say this. But it is a little bit rough. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to admit fully on that it's going to be kind of slim pickings in regards to like the high-level talent in terms of competition against the East Coast.
Agreed.
To be fair. But it's not to say that we are without talent, because the way that these guys have been playing are easily going to be world talent caliber in terms of the competitive edge that these guys have.
100%. You just got to understand that me and Vicious, when we first got into the scene heavy, we saw the Evo exhibition where Lee Chung was talking about how Wednesday Night Fights beating down on NLBC was like opening books on Christmas morning. I remember that line. I remember him telling Ultra David, this feels like getting presents on Christmas morning and them being books. Like, I remember that. And we haven't been that way in quite some time, but that's a story for another moment.
God bless Lee Chung.
Yeah, definitely God bless Lee Chung, of course. I remember that moment. Either way, our top 8 has progressed very far now, actually. We are here at Losers Finals. Samurai versus Liquid Nephew. Going to be all for a chance at facing Chris CCH in Grand Finals, who actually took down Samurai 3-0 in that winner side of things. So it was a very impressive showing. Obviously, the 2 winner semifinal matches, 3-2, very, very close. Nephew, the person that we just interviewed, obviously, you know, a lot of people considering him the strongest on the West Coast. He's in the losers bracket right now. He's got no more second chances, back against the wall. It's against one of the best and West Coast OGs to do it in Samurai.
This is actually a really reminiscent kind of thought. Samurai, Nephew, and Chris CCH. We have seen this trio in multitudes of CPT online events back in Street Fighter V, so it's really cool to see it in this current season of Street Fighter 6, right? Samurai finding his full swing, going from Ryu, Luke, now settling on Akuma. He's got his own characters back. Like Nephew also still being able to focus on Jury, and then also with a new character from Chrissy CH being able to focus on Ed. It's really, there's a lot of promise going on the West Coast, right? In regards to the current context of the conversation. But Nephew versus Samurai, again, we've talked about a lot of the conditioning that was like attempted in regards or against both of these players. But both of these cats are definitely ones to still be very stubborn about their choices and not be conditioned
Exactly, or they try to catch you off guard. Like they'll change their strat in a way that you're not expecting, right? Like the conditioning usually plays out in a certain way, and they'll try to change it up, but not with that typical answer. But like you said, a lot of the times they're just going to be stubborn and keep doing it. They're not even going to change up anything at all. So let's get into it. Samurai versus Liquid Nephew is going to be our loser semifinals match, as we talked about. Two extremely lethal characters right here on the screen. Nephew with the Jury, Samurai with the Akuma. Let's get it. Already can see Samurai putting that light kick out there. It's very potent for Akuma. Just like Ken, just like a lot of the Shotos. Luke has a great stand light kick as well. Oh, but Nephew, we talked about it in the last set. Loves that stand fierce.
Being able to kind of hover around some of the normals that Akuma tries to get around with. That actually scared the hell out of me too.
He was slow dancing with him right there. He said, put on the Teddy Pendergrass for me. That was the slowest throw bait I've ever seen.
That took a while. Yeah, he even walked up. He had like a couple moments to kind of like walk up and throw it.
That was wild, Nephew, man. Super sick. And then again, there's a great defensive choices right now. Waking up with a crouch medium punch. You don't see that a lot.
To be fair, that was quite the sell from Samurai. Like he dashed up twice, or he dashed up once and then drive rush forward to kind of really like intimidate the opponent. But Nephew, again, with the very sound decision to delay the normals, led into this decision right here. He's going to dash up, forward dash actually from the drive rush. And I like the delay from Samurai. I like the confirm behind it.
Very sick right there. By Samurai. Caught Nephew looking for a throw. Couldn't get the juggle off the fireball that he was looking for. That does work. Now back to the corner here. Both players slowing it down a little bit. Trying to, of course, Nephew's trying to close out this first game, but Samurai's not going to let that happen. Cuts him off at the pass. You know the OD extensions do all the damage you need, especially with a level 2 follow-up. 1-up.
Oh, and he wasn't even done with that.
Nah.
He definitely wasn't even done with that. But 1 bar to his name, Samurai. Being able to tie it all up, pretty much almost dead even. Samurai had just a little less value in terms of the super riot left in comparison to Nephew, but doesn't have the fireballs now. Again, I like the checks too from like forward medium kicks, from Akuma. That doesn't really get to be shown off quite often, but Nephew not even going to be susceptible to that. It's all him on offense right now. Forward throw against tap parry, you heard it.
That blue stuff, that's the wrong block.
Yeah, and down past the border as well, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not what you're supposed to do. And now again, just absorbing the projectiles. Oh, and then walking in, walking out. Back to back with it. He was like, you know, I didn't like the first one, but let me hit you with a little bit of a remix.
Can I get the one behind the one I picked? I don't like this normal. I want the other one that's less dirty.
Yeah.
I definitely be doing that type of stuff.
I do that every time I get anything at the gas station, at the grocery store.
Yo, even
it's
drinks.
Never the first one. 100%.
I never go for the one in the front.
It's never the front one. It's always at the very least the one behind the front one.
Yeah.
100%.
Everybody else touched this fierce before. I don't want this fierce anymore. Samurai, hold this one.
That's why you my man. So I can't believe it. 100% I do the same thing.
That's what it felt like for Nephew. It's like, I don't think I want this route.
Nah. I mean, for whatever reason, this roundhouse doesn't feel right. Arts with this fierce. Let me get the one behind. So sick.
Immediately check. Coming in from Samurai too. Yeah, now instead of the normals that he wants to play out with, he wants to check with the fireballs primarily. I think it's going to like set the pace even further for Nephew, but let me see if it actually goes through with it. Let me see if it actually makes a difference in this round. Ooh. That was nuts. That was like perfect parry right into the roundhouse too. A lot of extra damage.
Yeah, the neutral perfect parry on the crouch medium king is kind of bonkers. Always impressed when I see a parry like that. Oh, man. Just assassination of the drive gauge right there. Using the OD fireball, gets up in there, forces the DI, I guess. Great stuff.
That's the definition of rush delivery. That actually right there, it's like you're not even paying. No, you are paying extra because of the amount you spent.
Yeah. Man, fast passed them the food.
Shipping and handling.
To the thread. All right, yeah, putting out the stop the fireball, but Samurai again, not letting himself get bullied. Both of these players will not let themselves get bullied. That's why Nephew tried to pop off with the OD pinwheel. Samurai with a huge punish right there. Cool looking combo.
And I love that, yeah, with OD Tatsu, light DP, the level 3 Sip of Calamity.
Really, really sick. Oh, that's what we talked about, Nephew. He will not be conditioned.
He doesn't give a damn. He's like, I'll do it again.
Lost 70% of my life for this decision. Let me watch me run it back.
Oh, no way. Okay, humor me here.
The Tatsu juggle.
Do you think the Tatsu juggle would have like had him run into the fireball if he survived?
Oh.
I really don't know. If it would have been like a light fireball.
That would have been no.
No way, right?
That's 10s across the board. That's like the Kobe gift where he's holding up the 10 at the slam dunk contest. I'm like, that's a 10, Akuma.
Is that elbow through the rim? Is that what that is? Like past the net?
Vince Carter would have never, Akuma. That was amazing.
Now, dude, I'm gonna bring that back to the
Oh, damn. Again, you know, if you could save the replay, maybe after the replay takeover gets opened up.
That's bars. That's actually genius. You're right.
Save the replay and see what happens.
I wonder how far back into like a replay that you could actually like save to do the replay function.
Again, everybody, replay takeover. I believe coming with the Terry update. Terry dropping September 24th. Keep an eye out for that, boy.
I definitely almost said the date prior to people knowing about the date in terms of the broadcast. Oh, damn, that's crazy.
I was like, unless they deleted that tweet, but they announced it.
I was like, I'm pretty sure they said it on the tweet before.
So,
Oh,
oh my! Just immediately did it again too. Nephew not scared of whiffing. Let's go back into it. Oh my goodness. Feng Shui as well. We're gonna drain. I was gonna say you're gonna drain that drive gauge with the Feng Shui follow up and then go with the DI to get the rest of it. Low crushes the crouch medium kick and then the DI after the drive rush. My goodness, Nephew. The ruthless aggression right now. Oh, and that's the end jump throw. Samurai worried about all the possibilities, right? The double overhead, the fake overhead, the single overhead into low. Nephew just not doing any of that, just throwing them up.
I think in that sequence too, while you still have Feng Shui, you could do empty jump into the overhead.
Oh yeah, I believe you're correct. Yeah.
I wonder if that actually works even after Akuma's already like recovered upon wake up, right? Because you are in like a neutral state, even if you're holding crouch.
Yeah, maybe actually. Yeah, if you time it right, it probably will happen. Probably tight timing. Oh, nice, perfect parry on the fireball. Immediately gets into the level 3. He's trying to put Nephew very low on the drive gauge. I like that. Below 2 bars now, so any OD burns him out, any drive rush cancel burns him out. He's gonna very much restrict Nephew's decisions.
The only true option he has is a parry. And Nephew, I don't think he's gonna be one to flash that in front of Samurai, especially with how tricky he can be with the fireball game. Possibly if you can react to it, but not against the normals. Oh my.
Nephew, he picked the spot right. Oh, and again, Samurai, we saw that previously. Waking up with the crouch medium kick. Sweep it to the safe knockdown. Oh my, Nephew. Still alive though, he dropped it. Wow, Samurai unflinching. True to his name. 1 bar. Oh, just the raw DP anti-air.
So close.
Oh no, the empty jump. Not able to punish the landing frames because of that.
Out of all the things that you could fall to, it's mistiming the uppercut. That was, to be fair, that's also really difficult to tell like whether or not the jury's going to commit to like maybe like a dive kick or something.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
But you're at that angle where you're going to secure it either way, right? So it's so surprising to see Samurai fall in that way in comparison to all the defensive maneuvers that he's had going into that moment. It's crazy.
For sure. I like Nephew not pressing anything, but he was still very susceptible to getting anti-aired even on an empty jump. It was just too late for Samurai. Very rare to see that.
See that my man did at the height of the jump? He did a Tatsu. He was trying to get me fired. This man was hella trying to get me fired, bro.
He was like, I saw what my twin did earlier.
Yeah, man.
I got this.
That was Samurai on the mic.
Ever put him on the mic again.
What I'm talking about.
Oh, man.
Yo, she's airborne, but she's not.
Yeah, exactly.
She's airborne, but she's not. That was the startup of an overhead chat. I promise you.
Make sure to do your due diligence out there. If you're looking to combat certain moves in this game, there's moves that look like they're airborne and then they leave the ground, but they don't actually leave the ground. That is a prime example of one.
Oh, Lordy. Bring them back.
Yeah, there's a couple of others in this game as well. I was just going to say, the Rashid overhead also looks airborne, but it is not. Also has a hurt box on the ground.
Well,
it is.
I blame Karen.
A proper character to blame, honestly.
Ooh.
Oh, overhead. She even said, watch me. That's OD. That's a rude thing to say when you overhead somebody. Level 3, as we talked about, spinals. Oh, back to back with a throw. Samurai, you're going to crack. Tried to fake something out right there, but Samurai was just taking his turn with jab.
I love the third one being mad early, just in case, too. The Samurai having the audacity to press a button afterwards. That could have been kind of dangerous if... Oh, not as dangerous as this. Oh, okay, well, it's a little bit light. It's a little bit light, and I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but it is going to be the CA version. Ugh.
Oh, my. Yeah, still great damage. Still very low on the drive meter. Nephew, he spent the rest of it on the drive rush cancel after holding parry. Samurai, though, is peppering on with the fireballs. Meets him in the middle. Nephew can't afford a chip in the situation. No, he was too far away. You're kidding me. He doesn't get the full hits on the DP, and Nephew literally lives with the most magic in a pixel I've ever seen.
No, you got it, bro.
What?
You got it, man.
This man Vicious on his feet walked away
What are you doing, man?
from the monitor. You gotta be kidding me.
What is happening?
What? I cannot believe it.
I'm pretty sure I said the same thing as I was watching this on my side monitor. I must have said the same thing. I must have said, what are you doing, brother?
Yeah, like, oh my, he tried the chip. He tried the DP. I'm pretty sure it was literally one hit that didn't connect.
You're right.
It was literally one hit, bro. Oh, man.
That feels bad. That feels so bad. Not for Nephew, though. He's feeling great.
He's
loving this.
He feels fantastic. He's on set point right now. Samurai is at least bounced back pretty, convincingly. But right now, Nephew, he's the one that's taking the corner for himself. Fuha store, he's got 3 meters on deck as well. Walks up and blocks the crouch medium kick this time. That's been costing him.
It's crazy, actually. The amount of life that Samurai still has could still lead him to his death. Nephew does have the critical alert on deck, especially even closer to death now after that fearsome connected. Perhaps we might see a sneaky DI. And Samurai, you know he's buffering, by the way.
He is. He's buffering so many supers. He's not trying to get bullied.
What'd I say?
But Nephew, he finds the moment that's going to be so difficult to react to. Samurai, the timing, the moment he stops buffering is when the DI comes through. That is a heartbreaker, to say the least.
I promise I didn't see the conclusion of this matchup, but I had a feeling, man.
You
it's
knew.
That decision. Hey,
not that. I didn't mean you knew like you had seen it. You just had the third eye. You had the foresight. The window into the future was open.
It's hitting in the back of my head. Listen, Nephew, again, I think he had all the right insights and all the right decision making too in regards towards the end.
My.
Samurai, he shows off his card a little bit too much towards the end of that.
For sure.
And I think on top of the eagerness to try to get like that chip damage, I think it all really like stacked against him.
Yeah.
Which led to Nephew making those types of decisions.
And that's one of the things that I really have loved about the drive meter system and the burnout system since the beginning of the game. The fact that when you are in burnout, the opponent, the attacker in the situation, they become a bit more predictable. They become a bit more linear because they're trying to abuse the things that are really good in burnout. So if you're able to stay a step ahead, if you can put yourself in a position to counter those things where they're going to be overreaching, you can make burnout work for you. We see Noah do it all the time. So yeah, I definitely think that was a pinpoint accuracy when it comes to kind of identifying what happened here. And it was just rough, man. Nephew, obviously on the other end of the spectrum, didn't get too thirsty, right? We saw Samurai in the corner constantly buffering, trying to protect himself from DI. And Nephew really waited till a moment and get the empty jump. This is the part where he doesn't get the full chip out.
No.
Oh,
Not
man.
enough dip on the chip. That is probably the saltiest chip he's ever consumed.
Oh, that's so rough. And then, yeah, on the other end, right, Nephew didn't get overzealous with the DI here. We saw Samurai buffering. So Nephew didn't commit too early. He didn't try to show his hand. He just stayed with pressure and then found a really funky timing for the DI, and that was able to land and connect and put himself in the grand finals.
I think it's a little bit extra, too, in regards to, like, the mental. It's like, all right, well, I know you want to buffer, but I still want to land this DI regardless.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to outsmart and outplay you and land this DI, which he did, which goes to show you, Nephew, again, he goes such a long way to prove the way he wants to play is effective.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to what we said about how they respond to situations, both of these players, in a way that's not typical, right? Usually you see the person buffering, you just take the DI off the table. And you're like, all right, well, I'm just not going to DI you because I'll be able to exploit you in another way given that you're buffering. He was like, nah, we going to DI you.
It's going to happen.
You cannot escape this fate. So beautiful stuff again from Nephew, going to be putting himself in grand finals. Let me see those two face to face right now. now. Chris CCH, Liquid Nephew in the building right now. Two of the finest the West Coast have to offer. Gonna be going at it in grand finals. I can't wait to see how this one plays out.
It feels good to see these two in particular face off against each other because they could spark the beginning of another rivalry within the West Coast, right? Chris CCH and Nephew, this is not the first time that we've seen them in a grand final scenario in the history of Street Fighter. Let's get right into it. This is grand finals time. Chris CCH sitting on the winner's side. Nephew with a very impressive run coming in from the losers at the very beginning of our top 8.
That's right. Nephew, long road. Getting into this one.
Oh
boy. It looks pretty locked in, eh? Chris CCH on the other end has quite a short road. Started top 8 winners, actually had a 3-0 winners finals over Samurai as well. He's got to be feeling real confident in this one, but Nephew, best believe, is warmed up. He tried what he did to Samurai before. The whip flicker into the DI. Nephew this time reacting with the double screen freeze.
Brother, that's so much damage going into a level 1 as well. Did you see that? That was about like 30 to 35%.
When then he put the E-brake on, pumped it right before throw range. Oh, wait a minute, though. The flicker is going to start bullying. You see even the spacing traps after blocked flicker Chris CCH has on deck? Give me a break, bro. Oh, he's got level 2 as well.
Was that intentional?
Oh, I don't know, but he tried to stick in a little DI reset right there, but Nephew protecting himself again and then putting away any level 1 wake-up response with the projectile meaty. So smart.
Multiple ways to get that checkmate, even if they do have that meter. Very, very smart decision making from Nephew. Actually, just good recognition of the scenario to throw out that fireball. Oh my!
Over the fireball we go, fam. Oh, desynced. Yes, give me my meter, give me my damage. Oh, we whiffed the jab. Oh, he tried to get a little funky, or I was gonna say funky and fancy at the same time.
I like fancy.
Fancy, a little fancy conversion right there.
Fanky could work.
Thank you.
I'm a fan of that.
I like that one.
Fanky Kong, huh?
Let me see. Chris CCH also, that meaty fireball is so good from Ed.
Oh, hit that!
Oh, my lord!
You don't even need to spend the bar.
Tore her ACL with that fierce punish, my goodness.
You get more off of that as well towards the end of it too. Yeah. That's a lot of health damage. A lot of extra damage, excuse me.
I love the combos and creative expression freedom Ed has. Like, he's definitely one of my favorite characters.
Oh, boy.
Stop all of that. Yeah, you know, Ed might be pretty decent against Dre because of that. Forgot about that one.
Man, what a jerk. He just called you a dummy. Oh.
That's what we talked about before, right? If you try to, like, parry OS out of somebody just charging flicker in your face, the 2-step in and out. My goodness, bro, your ankles, you are on the hardwood right now.
Brother.
Chris CCH going up 1-0 off that.
I could see it right now if it was actually in the lore in the street fight because they're at the Blanca stage. Jury's foot just gets caught in between the gap of the bridge. And then all you hear is, "You're mine!" It's just an uppercut right in the jaw. Jesus.
Oh, my. Chris CCH. What a way to put himself on the board to start grand finals. Nephew, though, responding in kind, has already taken away over half his life. Just 10 seconds in. Damn, look at that. Applying the pressure, still a micro walk back right there, countering the micro walk forward from Chris. Yeah.
Brother, why not? Yeah, no, I think that's totally valid.
Try to DI me back, see what happens.
Even trying to parry me, I don't care.
Yeah.
I have so much life behind me anyway. I'll take that risk. If anything, if you parry it, you hit me, I'm building more meter. I don't care.
Yeah, who cares, right? Exactly. Like, I'll just have more meter for this next round because I'm still going to win this one. Close, trying to get into me with the flicker of the snatch.
Even off of the Fierces 2 initially. Dang, what flicker? This one?
Nephew calling it out. Remember, the flicker block strings are susceptible to DI. There's just so many ways to vary it that it's very difficult to catch that at high level. But Nephew, nonetheless, finds it. Gotta represent. That's plus. I was going to say plus and burnout. Boom, the jump forward, jump medium kick. A rare sight.
Gotta hold all of that, too. Yeah, you're in the trap. You're in the web. Up until that point now, the escape from Nephew.
The neutral jump, that was so disciplined from Nephew, not pressing anything in the air. The perfect parry on the flicker. No bully games here. Nothing for free.
What do you do about this too? Tick throw back into the corner now. Chris CCH does have the meter too. Still close enough to at least apply pressure, but he kill rushes backwards. Ugh, you thought you could try to get a grab from that close. Nephew's done a really great job of masking his intentions behind the strike throw game. I think it's basically off of the distance that he leaves himself at that's really caught Chris CCH off guard.
Exactly. It hasn't been a lot of walkbacks, right? Like traditional throw bait shimmy attempts, you want to call them. It's really been like where he's ended his pressure.
Right, yeah.
It's very, very sick to see. I like that a lot.
That's hard to do. It's so hard to implement. It's so hard to practice because because you can't control the variable of your opponent.
Yeah, exactly. Like the fact that Nephew has been recognizing all these moments and being able to make the most of them, it's super, super skilled.
Turns the wall still. Thrown.
And again, like just bag dashing, finding himself out of flicker range. Doesn't get sniped that time though. Try to perfect parry it, but subjected to the plus frames. Subjected to the plus frames again.
Trying to catch CCH, possibly trying to jump out of there. Definitely being able to spend the bar too. He could have extra damage. Yeah, he chooses to hold it either way because, to be honest with you, I think if he didn't, I don't know if Ed would have survived or not. So, way to guarantee that.
Yeah, exactly. You can't take the stocks with you till the next round anyway.
Boy. Imagine if you could, though.
I know. Dive kick, baiting out the DP attempt. Oh, the level 1 confirm off the fireball clipping. I like this. Nephew just squeezing every bit of damage he can get. Chris getting knocked down again at the full hall. Oh, just a walk under though. So calm, cool, and collected from Chris CH. Desynced up. Oh yeah. My man consistent with the desync part. Oh, the uppercut, not so much.
That was kind of tough too. He was like behind the body.
It was, yeah. It was awkward spacing from where he started it. Oh no, Nephew recognizing the spacing on that one again, and we've talked about it. His spacing has been so on point all top 8. You see it on display yet again.
Do you think it had to do with the interaction towards the end? It was like the third to last hit from the light. It was a counter hit.
I think so.
I think it was the cause of the pushback that allowed that gap to occur against Chris CH.
For the third jab to actually whiff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're correct, honestly.
Which is a kind of classic strat. I feel like that's been like exposed pretty early on in the life cycle of Street Fighter, I think Street Fighter 5.
Yeah,
actually.
in 5, the counter hit pushback was like such a big thing. That people like deliberately went for it at certain ranges to kind of throw your follow-up off. We got to parry all that. Nice and disciplined follow-up to Chris CCH. Oh my goodness.
I love that. It's so cool looking.
The blitz into like the quick little DP after. Wiggle.
It feels like a nice 4-piece, man. I think I'd get knocked out by that.
You know what I'm saying? Little box combo.
Well, who am I saying? What am I saying, I should say? Ed would hit me with like probably his pinky and knock me out. So that's me. Hold it!
I was going to say, who's going to break first? Damn, I can't believe we recovered in time from that. Even that jump forward. Not quick enough to punish the flicker.
Let the fireball do the talking, let the drive rush do the walking, but no, the level 1, no fear. Coming in from Nephew.
Yeah, exactly. That is a little scary to do against Ed because like if he just like stopped his pressure with flicker does beat level 1, so it counts as a projectile. So keep that in mind. But Nephew doesn't matter. He's bulldogging his way in there to tie up via game 4.
Going into it though, Chris CH again, a very aggressive start in this game, but we're possibly looking at a reset from Nephew. We'll see if Chris CH can have an answer for it. No level 3, but still this pretty much enforcing the point in the corner. It was very, very short-lived. Excuse me, Nephew finding his way out already. Take throw.
And this isn't that bad. Like if you're Ed in the corner here, when you got a level 2, it's honestly not that bad. Because like that gives you an opportunity to get the full corner carry desync off. Especially when you got 3 bars, you're gonna build to another level 2 if you get it off right, honestly.
That's such a wild thing to say, but it's so true too. It's like, yeah, put me in the corner. If I land this heavy punch into OD Blitz, you're mine.
You're dead, bro. And right here, we're gonna see him in the corner again, threatening with the flicker. And Nephew even backs off a little bit, but gets opened up. What a low crush on that fireball attempt. And Chris is gonna go into the level 3, get as much damage from this call out as possible. Gonna put it on the verge. Yes, indeed.
And burnout.
Oh man, Nephew, how do you survive this one? How do you avoid the chip? He baited him out with that level 1 right there. Beautiful stuff from Chris. Showing Nephew the startup of the fireball a couple of times. You knew what he wanted to respond with.
Nice work overall from Chris CH. He's not going to be one to kind of like overextend when he has the lead. He understood the situation very well and made the right adjustments, or at least the right reads in regards to what Nephew wanted to do to bust out. And already off to a fantastic start. So many heavies on the way over, being able to end with a heavy blitz, forward throw. Look at the amount of damage taken already within 14, 15 seconds.
Those flicker bugs are pretty good, man.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Gonna get up in the face again, or we'll immediately try to take the turn back. Oh, and the stand fierce. I don't need a flicker on this bad boy. It does enough damage. Didn't get the right follow-up, though, on the kill rush.
It's a great chance to turn it all around for Nephew. especially with close to 2 bars. You still get to bully Chris CCH while he's in burnout. His defensive tactics are not going to be available.
Whoa. Oh my, Nephew again, like we said, will not be deterred. Persevered through all the nonsense to find the DI.
That was actually pretty sick. The
was.
jumping from Chris CCH and a fadeaway jump back, still clipping. Jerry was, I haven't seen that before.
Definitely not. There we go, Chris. He's going to be able to let the level 2 off here. And this is at 3 bars. He's in a little funky spot, so maybe he didn't even try the desync. Just got the knockdown, got the damage. I might have just messed it up. Either way, crouch medium punch. We finally open up. Drive rush cancel follow-up.
God, that's cool too. Oy, ay, ay. That's tough. I think what, airborne and you get that uppercut, does that leave you at like a plus 43 scenario? Does that actually constitute as a safe jump when you get him mid-air? I usually think it is, but I haven't been able to do like the lab research myself.
You know, that's a good question. I would assume so as well, but I don't know for sure.
It's tough. Either way you put it, dude. Chris CCH, not airborne.
Yeah, exactly.
Not at all.
You see it right there, right? Threw her out of it. And then going into the level 3 Nephew, desperate for the drive gauge, right? Wants to put the level 3 on the board here, get himself back into the green a little bit, get some more freedom to work with.
Oh, you'll sit him down very early too. Yeah, slippery.
Shot.
That's so smart. I like that. Yeah, choosing the movement instead of trying to anti-air it. Like, why leave yourself susceptible to the guess when you can force yourself out of that situation?
Precisely, Chris CCH. And to recognize it as that, not even with a dry rush, not even with a dash, but for the kill rush. Oh, the DP, it's slow. But he didn't get the right punish. It was that awkward spacing. Chris, he's got a real chance here. Got a little bit of drive meter. He's holding on to it for dear life. Bring him close to the plus frame. DI afterwards. He's got CA on deck. It's going to be a charged knuckle. Do we have the damage? There's no shot, right? Okay, yeah. He didn't spin his drive rush. So he wanted to make sure he had as much drive rush as possible for this next follow-up. CA damage after this. How does Nephew survive?
For the love of God, don't wake up with a level 1. Please don't.
Yeah, that's
this
why.
mix. Oh!
And Chris CCH able to take the World Warrior for West Coast numero 2. Well done.
In a very close manner, too, man. That could have been a big guess from the side of Nephew immediately after the flicker had been blocked, right? That's going to be a plus scenario for Ed. So I would think to myself, what are going to be the ways I could steal my turn back? Nephew, just a little tad bit reluctant, ended up going for a delayed throw, and that's going to be the way he falters. Out of all the defensive options that Nephew had chosen thus far up until this point from the very beginning of our top 8, he's gone down to something that he's so reluctant to do, which is like tech delayed throw.
Yeah, honestly, he doesn't do that a lot, right? He'd rather bet on other defensive decisions. We've seen him bet on the OD pinwheel. We've seen him bet on the backdash. We've seen him bet on the parry. A lot of the delayed tech, he doesn't like doing that because, again, he likes to be atypical with the responses, right? He's not trying to show you what all the other players show you in terms of choices defensively or offensively. So that's one of the ones that players rely on a lot. So he really felt all the way back. It was the most tense moment of the tournament so far. His tournament life was on the line. Grand Finals was on the line. So he fell back to it. Chris CCH exploiting that habit in a beautiful fashion.
I think it's pretty neat, like, as we progress as both, like, players, commentators, actually, players and viewers, right? For those watching along in the chat, like, you kind of know what to expect when it comes to, like, the certain scenarios of the life gauge, how much bar is left in the drive gauge, is also the super. But there's just so many different creative ways towards the end coming from these two individuals that leave us pretty much at a huge shock. And I think it's really great to see.
I think it's so cool how much goes into the decisions in this game because of the drive meter and the burnout system and the way all of that works and the punish counter system and all the different things, the way this game is put together. There's so much to consider when making these decisions. And if you look at all of these high-level players, they take so much into it of account. You can start parsing it and making sense of why these decisions get made, right? And then once you start getting a handle on that, like you said, you get even more impressed with guys like Chris CCH and Nephew, who are taking these typical answers and kind of spinning them on their heads and finding counters to counters. And it's just a beautiful part, the love language of fighting games. That's what you see right there. So, man, Chris CCH and Nephew, beautiful stuff in Grand Finals. And as you mentioned before, too, that was a Street Fighter V classic, especially towards the end. We saw them in, like, every World Warrior for this game, almost always in Grand Finals. So, like, to have that run back already here in year 2, Street Fighter 6, I mean, I love it.
It feels great. It really does. It brings it back to the basics, the way it ended, the way that they faced off against each other, and just overall the top three, man. Big shout out to everybody that was involved, too, with the World Warrior. I know Jake Ryan and Sherry Jennings, they had like quite the treat being able to call that prior.
I'm sure they had a freaking blast commentating that top
for sure. No cross-up talks, but definitely a freaking blast for sure. But I will say this again, everybody else involved throughout the entirety of today's spotlight, we do appreciate you. We're going to show the love even further on, but we do need to highlight one important thing, actually multiple important things happening. It's going to be within the Capcom Pro Tour. That's right. We still have the signups currently available for some of the other ones. Unfortunately, for UFA specifically, that's already closed up, but you can expect all the action to be happening September 14th through the 15th going on in Paris, France. However, there is going to be an opportunity for some of the folks coming up with this next one. Let's take a look at which event will be happening after that. It's going to be the East Coast Throwdown happening within October, the weekend of 11th through the 13th going on in Connecticut. And it's going to be the Super Premier Singapore happening right after that?
Yeah, literally the week after East Coast Throwdown. For those players that are looking to qualify, they immediately head on across the globe to Singapore. And then after that, early November, only like 2 weeks after the Singapore premiere, we got Super Premier Japan, obviously taking place in Japan. Just a week after that, it's going to be Blink Respawn in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Going to be beautiful. I know you've been to one, right?
I definitely have last year.
So obviously Vicious can speak to the electricity there in person. I mean, even on camera, it is glorious. It is one of the, I think, most unique energies you'll ever feel. And of course, after that is the Kings of the World, of course, at London, UK, all wrapping up at Capcom Cup 11 in Tokyo, Japan, baby.
Nuts, by the way. When they made that announcement, I was like, huh?
Yeah.
In a legendary sumo arena?
Oh man, can I do it right now? The Ryu Goku Kokugikan. There you go.
Don't you ever
got him.
say that to me again. Because, you know, I'm going to file a formal complaint to Capcom. He actually said that to me on a broadcast. No, actually, that was really well done.
I legitimately, I mean, some people, I tweeted about this. Like, a female Japanese wrestler had a tough time, like, pronouncing that at some press conference, and it got memed on. So when I seen that, I legitimately practiced that word just for fun, never thinking that I would actually need to use it for anything.
That's wild.
Yeah. And then at Evo Japan, they were like, in Ryu Goku Kokugikan. And I was like, oh, I actually get to use it. Holy. Yeah, that was crazy. That was wild. It's funny how the universe connects sometimes.
Right? That's actually kind of wild, dude. That's pretty cool. I'll never be able to learn how to say that, I think. But, I mean, I'm going to visit either way. And you guys should be doing,
baby.
Be sure to stay locked in with everything going on in the realm of the CPT. Again, being able to check that out, capcom.us/CPT24. And for those of you that have been watching too with the recap, we still have plenty more to go through after this break. Right around to it, we get to highlight our favorite moments from our top 8 and also give the flowers where it's deserved with all of our TOs as well as the commentary. We'll be back with more of the World Warrior Spotlight right after this.
This is gonna be fun. I'm still on a journey.
Come get some.
Traveling to new places, experiencing new things, meeting new faces, having good fights. Fight, drink, eat, sleep, repeat. Seriously, it's a good life. I'll pick up the check. now. Where to tomorrow?
The time has come to share with you news that's bleak but sadly true. I'm talking of the fell Black Blight, a spreading darkness, endless nights.
The environment's changing and the monster population's taken a nosedive.
Blackgrass, rampaging monsters. What do you know of this corruption?
This so-called black mist is actually the Black Blight. Then there'll most likely be a blighted monster nearby too.
Looks like this whole village has been blighted!
Do we know what the blight is or why it's eating away at the world? No. But we know that it attacked our home, and that it must be destroyed.
The kinship stone commands the might to purify this foul Black Blight.
And we're gonna stop the Black Blight!
We can befriend monsters easy enough, but other humans are a different story.
Hunters and riders.
Like, they both respect and live with monsters. They're the same that way.
I've been waiting my whole life for this. I want to help my friends, everyone.
But right now, evil is growing in power. And soon, this whole world shall be devoured.
Yeah, we got claws for concern. Ratha's blighted.
You can use it to stop the blight.
But I'm curious about this kinship with monsters stuff. So I was hoping you could show everyone what it means to be a rider.
One of our favorite parts of the show is being able to acknowledge each and every one of you guys. First and foremost, we appreciate you guys for tuning in to every single one of these, whether it's a CPT, whether it's a World Warrior Spotlight. It's so cool to see everybody engage in it. And because it's for a very, very good cause, right? We get to see and develop like a lot of what we have been watching, and we get to like really be invested in a lot of the players and even some of the tournament organizers themselves, right? Being able to see some of these locals throw down every single time. I call them locals because that's what I'm used to, but they are weekly events and they are getting pretty big. But with that in mind, again, let's recap some of the things we saw from today's highlight from US Canada West.
Yeah, US Canada West, a thrilling bracket, obviously, opening up with two winner semifinal matches that were 3-2 apiece, right? Samurai, Noah the Prodigy, and JB and Chris CCH. Two of my favorite sets, honestly, throughout the top 8. Like the way we opened up was so dope. Just all four of these players really on very even ground. Everybody felt similar in skill level to each other. Nobody was giving anybody anything. Every hit had to be earned. Every read had to be made. Hard decisions were all on the table. Like nothing was easy for any of these players. And then in the losers bracket, we saw Nephew, a great display as well, starting in losers round 1, making it all the way to grand finals. That's a phenomenal run from him as well.
Yeah, and you could have seen that either way, right? All the way from losers round 1 all the way up to like semifinals. We had both 801 Strider and Nephew had been grinding it out from the loser side. I feel like no matter what we had from that equation between Nephew and Strider, I think it would have been a very close call too between like even like a Samurai and Strider. But looking at it too, like one of the favorites that we had going into it, I didn't think it would have been Samurai. In fact, I thought it would have been Noah the Prodigy, but seeing that right off the gate, 3-2, and then following suit after that, Noah the Prodigy falling short to 801 Strider 3-1, him not getting a single W, at least in terms of the matchups, not getting that W is such a big shock to me.
You know, when I look at it, it feels to me like it was really, he ran up against two veterans that do not get rattled easily. Right, and Samurai and 801 Strider. And Noah the Prodigy style is very much a, I'm going to rattle you real quick. And if you're not used to that tournament experience, if you're not a veteran, it's very easy to get shook a little bit. And just moments of hesitation, just one moment of hesitation can result in a huge loss, a huge momentum shift. And we never really saw those moments from Samurai and Strider, right? They were willing to slug it out with Noah. They were willing to get aggressive with him. And I think it really was the experience edge that Samurai and 801 Strider had that led them to victory today.
Now, I know we usually kind of talk about our favorite moments as well. I mean, as much as I would love to highlight the grand finals, if we could just exclude that, if you had any moments in regards to like the matchups that you highlighted were your favorites, which one, in your opinion, would it be?
Ooh, probably, I think the JB nephew, the run back from the classic, right? It's so good. We love seeing them play. When we saw it in Street Fighter 5 out here on the World Warriors for the West Coast editions, whether it's a can opener, whether it's a Street Fighter Alpha Academy, whatever it may be, whenever we see these players go up against each other, they always put on one of the best shows, period. They took it damn near to the final round, if not the final round from my memory, and just in general, the way they're able to counter, the way they don't get conditioned, when they do get conditioned, how they condition each other, the lengths they have to go to make sure somebody adjusts their game plan. It's just so sick to watch every time for me.
Yeah, I would have to say the Noah the Prodigy versus 801 Strider, just because of the lore behind it, right? You have so much momentum going behind Noah the Prodigy with his recent accolades, and he's talked about it in his interview, right?
Yeah,
the amount of W's that he's had, placings he's had in weekly events, and also coming back from EWC, he's as powerful as ever. Then he gets shook up by somebody like 801 Strider, who is technically an older guard, who has just transitioned into a different character. That says a lot in regards to the mental aspect of the game. It's not even just the way that it played out, but what happens further on from now on, right? From now on, right? Noah the Prodigy now has this under his belt. Like, what happens to him as he progresses as a player, knowing full well that he gets to study the way he played up against 801 Strider. Then on top of that, 801 Strider, he's found such good success with M. Bison. He's already a well-rounded, mentally good player. What happens now when he has a character that feels pretty much like one to knock on the door of top 5, if not already top 5 in the conversation? This is great, I feel like, in regards to the story and the talent for the West Coast right now, just based off of those results. And the back and forth of it all, too. To see the Luke versus the Bison, perfection. I love seeing that aggression from both ends.
For sure. I think you honestly painted a beautiful picture right there, because with Noah the Prodigy, like you said, even in the interview where he was like, the birds talk to me. Like, I'm not going to, cry and whine about losing tournaments. I know I got to get better. I got to get back in the lab. I got to figure out why I lost. So yeah, him having these losses against Samurai and especially Strider, it's going to teach him more than it hurts him, right? Get the losses out of the way now. This is just one of 5 World Warrior spotlights. He's doing a great job. Actually, can we take a look at the leaderboard? Do we have that on deck as well for the US, Canada, West Coast? So I want to see where Noah is, right?
Damn, they're good.
There you go. Shout out to production, always holding me down. Noah the Prodigy, Twisted Minds, he's still in 4th place, right? So like, he's honestly big chilling. It's really a surprise Strider's not on this leaderboard yet. And I got to imagine that's going to change, considering the result here at the end here. He's still got 3, 4, and 5 left. This was number 2, right? Number 2,
so it hasn't been fully updated just yet.
Yeah,
right?
So we still got 3, 4, and 5 left. He's, I think, most definitely going to end up getting into that regional final. So, but Noah, this is the time to lose. You're still in the top 4 for the placings. You're big chilling, honestly, when it comes to a lot of what's happening here. So you might as well take these L's, learn your lessons, and get better and get the dubs when they matter even more.
You know what's really wild too? Like, I do agree with like everything that you had said too. Again, with everything that's been going on with not even just like with Noah the Prodigy, but even looking at the standings, right? Nephew, CCH, JB, Noah, Enzo the Hokage, Samurai, Jace, and Mike X. Those are, again, the majority of those names you just saw in the top 8. We're only going to see them get even better. And just side note, man, yo, Jace the Ace.
I know. I was like, what?
Wait.
I was like, Jace is the top 8?
I know. Yeah, he's a busy guy.
He was back with us in Nam. That's why I haven't seen him since then.
He was our direct Noah the Prodigy, like at Arcade Infinity.
That's true. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, big ups to Jace, man, being on this leaderboard, and all the players that are on the leaderboard that take place in all the World Warriors the world over again.
Right.
They couldn't happen without all of you players giving us the entertainment, grinding it out, putting your literally the blood, sweat, and tears on the line to try to get into Capcom Cup 11. Like, there was I forgot which World Warrior recap it was, but they were able to interview, I think, one of the Japanese players or something like that, and the player said, like, I don't have time for other hobbies. Like, I work and I come home and play the game. And I literally have to do that or else I won't be good enough to compete with the people that I want to compete with.
Yeah.
And like, that's literally the dedication and the amount of work required to be at this level. Like, it's not something they do for fun. It's obviously fun, but it's not something they can afford to not take seriously, right? If they really want to get good, I mean, sacrifices must be made, and you see it every single week with these players.
Exactly why we have to pay the respect that these players deserve. And it goes into it as well with the tournament organizers too. When we talk about some of the World Warriors, these guys have been putting it on. Asia South, shout out to Fighting Dojo. Asia Southeast, shout out to Versus Vortex. Oceania #3, Unga Down Under, one of my favorite names ever. EU West, Salt Mine League. Read us, man. We talk all the time. I'm about to talk to you a little bit more. But also, WNF holding us down for the US and Canada West. Again, it's been an absolute pleasure being able to cover these, especially with my guy Ren. Appreciate you. Everybody in the production, you already know what it is. For those that have been restreaming it as well over in Japan, much love to you guys. EU as well. Even in the LATAM regions, we absolutely adore you guys for restreaming this. And that's going to be pretty much it here for our World Warrior Spotlight, right? For the next one, you guys got to keep tuned in at Capcom Fighters, where you can check out all the info, but we also have one coming up next week in our schedule.
Exactly right. Next week will be another World Warrior recap event where we're going to go over the grand finals of Mexico #3, South America East #3, Japan #2, and the full top 8 will be South Korea #3 with some monsters in that bracket. You're not going to want to miss it, of course. And that is going to be your last stream before UFA, which is coming up right there Friday through Sunday, September 13th or the 15th. We're going to be live and in full effect, Ultimate Fighting Arena. That is a Capcom Pro Tour offline premiere event. That means the winner of that tournament is going directly to Capcom Cup 11. And of course, like we said, the Street Fighter action don't stop. The weekend after that, World Warrior Spotlight. The weekend after that, World Warrior Spotlight. And then in October, we got more World Warrior Spotlights and offline premieres all the way through the rest of the year. Trust me, Street Fighter 6 is going to be in your weekends for the foreseeable future.
Good.
That's right.
I hope
As it should be.
I'm going to open up my car door. I'm going to look under my seat. Boom, World Warrior Spotlight. That's what it's going to be.
It's going to be playing right there. You're like, who put an LED in my seat? You know.
I'm not going to lie to you. As soon as I turn on my phone, I have like the Bluetooth connected to my car at all times. There's going to be World Warrior Spotlight because I was definitely watching the streams too. Either way you spin it, hey, it's been an absolute blast. Ringe, again, thank you for coming through. We'll see you guys for the next one. Do not miss out on it. Again, it's been an absolute pleasure. We appreciate you guys. Until the next one, take care of yourselves. We'll see you out on the streets. Peace. Oh, it's too far.
Oh, it is. And he actually gets the drive rush punish using the roundhouse too to make sure he extends and gets the range. Samurai actually brings that round back. Cost a lot of reason into it as well, right? It's usually the OD routes that you go into the level 2 from. Tries to nullify someone with the whirlwind. Does it actually parries up for full drive meter. JB and then interrupt. Oh, held the parry for a second right there and just cancels into the drive rush. Caught Mike X off guard. Mike did not expect him to just cancel in a drive rush off that. We got one throw away from death. Waits for the back.
Something completely unsafe, and you would think because of how many times you took taking your action, you don't know what the timing of the explosion is going to be like, so you won't be able to punish me accordingly. Yep. How many times have we seen people kind of like...
Oh my, the neutral jump, you ain't going nowhere. Protect it.
That was the Jean-Claude Van Damme if I ever seen it. The split kicks.
Well, that was a counter hit. It was not punish counter. Oh my, speaking of trying to press after, swinging for the fences. Oh, take a trip to the skies. Bring it to the ground. Level 1 to finish the job. Yeah, especially in the online world, it actually acts as a... Oh my goodness, it cuts me off mid-sentence because that was such a sick backdash or back kill rush, whatever it was, away from the DI.
Oh, but you're mine. And then he goes back into like the swagger. That's so sick.
It is.
Yo, what was that?
Gee, you could tell why she's a popular character. Tries to bait something out right there from Strider. I'm not even sure what because he didn't have anything in reversal. But my goodness, Nephew has a great stand light kick as well. Oh, but Nephew, we talked about it in the last set. Loves that stand fierce. Balls, meets him in the middle. Nephew can't afford a chip in the situation. No, he was too far away. You're kidding me.
Please don't.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh!
And Chris CCH able to take the world.